This is Alfredo, and you're listening to BTCV Radio. We have fun here in the Batcave. What kind of fun, you ask? Let me break it down for you. I'm Giovanni Alfredo, voiced like butter through radio, in practice kinda messy, but for a snack delicioso, playing music at my booth. Robin's pounding at the door, saying they need more bread, as if that's something I can afford. Master Danz pays me pennies. I have to save up just to get Wendy's twice a month, my only lunch. Outside of clothes, I don't weigh a bunch. I mainly rummage through the trash, eating whatever I can find. Stale, spoiled, moist, or rotten. Close your eyes, hope you don't die. Bats biting at my neck, bats biting at my shins, and biting at my nose, and biting at my ears, and biting at my taint, and biting at my nips, and bite. There's just a lot of bats. They all bite. Alfredo. I'm Alfredo. I'm gonna break it down for you, y'all. You ready? I'm ready. We're all ready here. I'm Alfredo. Getting greasy day and night, fixing up the Danzmobile. You think he'd once hire a mechanic or at least provide a decent meal. He makes me cook him rich cuisine as he paints his city red. All the while, the Robins and I hope one night he ends up dead. Now, don't get me wrong, the Bat Dance is all our hero. I'm just saying my paycheck could use a few more zeros. In the end, I'm here for love and hardly to clown around. I'll leave that to the Joker because Alfredo broke it down.
I played a Miracle of Sound song before the Alfredos. I'm so sorry. I mute my desktop audio because I use that so I could hear my main computer. And I'm super paranoid, so I mute the desktop audio when I'm not streaming. And it was muted because I'm real dumb. Hey everybody, how are you all doing?
Yes.
Oh my God, Titan! Boom!
Mirage of Snogsend.
Oh my God. Miragel Snogsend. That's one way to say Miracle of Sound. I always get confused saying Miracle of Sound song. It's so easy for me to get dyslexic with that. Hackrahat, Mortal Warrior 98, Gutter Nutria, hello. Oh my God, the resubs are rolling in.
Oh, how exciting, a full 1 year and a half of amazing fun times. How exciting. Hope you're having a great day.
Hell yeah, I am. Titan LFG, thank you for the tier 3 41 months in the Dan's Cave, dropping that Nightwing subbage into the Bane Cup. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much for the support for as long as you have. That's insane. Speak of insane, a month and a half, King Orangey. Hello. Much love to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the resub, buds. Appreciate you. Keonco, just Dan, you started during class. I did it to spite you, Keon. To spite you. I probably shouldn't be yelling. Liz is trying to sleep in the living room. She's taking care of the kitty cat. Who else is in the chat that I might have missed? Ricky P. Oh my God. Yeah, it has been a million years. How are you doing? You came in for movie talk. I might sound a little bit different. I'm on a different microphone. Snez Hana, how are you doing? Jamora Stevie, hello. Blu-ray Fantasy. It's a Miracle of Sound. You could say har, 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 har. Yes. All right. Wow. That's my new sound effect for that. Hey, look, there's the Blu-ray shelf. We'll get to talking Blu-rays here in a second. But I just wanted to say, hey, give people a chance to roll in here. Yeah, sorry, I was playing one of my favorite songs. Here, I'll put it on the background since we're sitting here chatting for a moment. When I Swing By is like one of my favorite Miracle of Sound songs, and I was like, we're talking movies. What would be a good one? Oh, Spider-Man. They just named the new, or released the name for the new Spider-Man movie. Spider-Man... Nowhere Home? No Way Home? Is it No Way Home? What is it? I think it's No Way Home, right? Something like that. I don't know. The last couple days for me have been literally sleeping and watching Cooper. No Way Home. That's okay. Good. Watching Cooper. Our kitty Cooper had. I've talked about it on stream before because like towards the beginning of quarantine last year, he was starting to get this like little bump on his arm. And I thought it was a tick, and so we took him to the vet, and they were saying They pretty much told us that, you know, it's most probably benign, and that, you know, it like with him, the age that he's at, it's not necessarily it's not worth the risk to put him under anesthesia for that at the time. Plus, it was going to cost like $400 to do so. So just to kind of like, you know, sit back, make sure it doesn't get much worse, and then see how it go from there. And we just kind of left it alone for a while, and it did get bigger, but it wasn't like impeding him or anything. It didn't seem to bother him at all. And eventually he ended up scratching it open or something last week. And so we took him to the vet. They gave him a cone and did a biopsy on it and said it could potentially be cancerous without, you know, removing it and finding out. Ultimately, they wouldn't know. So he had surgery. He had it removed. He made it through. He got his teeth cleaned as well. And so he's been a bit of a troublemaker, but also, he's been a good boy. He's been a good boy, but he has been a handful the last couple days since we brought him home Tuesday night. So that's what we've been doing. We've been hanging out with Coop, and this is my first chance to be able to stream in a good little bit. I'll pop in front of the camera here in a second. I'm just at my computer right now. But yeah. Hi, I'm Dan. Needs to be make sure to disturb Liz's snooze. No, I shouldn't. Not to disturb. Damn, I'm tired. You're tired. I'm sorry. Yeah, is it like super early in the morning for you? I'd imagine. David, how are you doing, David? D556MM. Thank you for the 63 months in the Danz Cave. Insane. You're one of our longest subscribers here, bud. Thank you for the resub. How are you doing, David? Hell yeah. How goes it? What badge do you have? Because I can't see your sub badge, but I wonder what badge you have at this point. What's 63 months is... be like 55, 60, 66 months would be 6 years, or am I crazy? No, that's not right? I don't know math. But my God, I mean, you've been subscribed since 2015, so that's crazy. But yeah, Cooper. So we've had him in a big old kennel in the living room with the cone, and you know there's a litter box in there, and we've been feeding him and watering him and giving his medication and making sure he doesn't try to take off the cone. I think he's only successfully gotten it off once, and that was earlier today because I was going through. Oh, Ash, how are you doing, Ash? I didn't say hi. Hello. I missed you when going through. But yeah, so Cooper is recovering, and yeah, 5 years and 3 months. My God, that is ridiculous. Good God. Oh yeah, 60. That would make sense. 60 is 5 years. Goodness gracious. That is insane. Here, I'm going to scroll through and catch up on the chat because I was going through all that. But he's doing good. We got him going. He's napping right now while Liz is also trying to get some sleep. She's on the couch. Any new movies you see from last year, Dan? You can always check out my Letterboxd, which I think we set up a command for. Let's find out. Hey, Casper Sky. Yeah, we did set up a command for that. You can check out my Letterboxd. I mark all the movies that I see, so you can see the most recent movies that I've seen. My memory fucking sucks, so yeah. Hello, Stoner Messiah. How are you doing? My cat long time ago had a growth underneath her belly, and for the rest of her life, it didn't bother her. Yeah, and that was the thing, was they were kind of recommending, like, you know, he's older, anesthesia might be dangerous, when we initially had it checked out. And they were like, as long as it's not bothering him, you know, it's not much to worry about. I always love the free teeth cleaning whenever they get anything done. The only thing is it's like really bothering him with the cone. If it was just a teeth cleaning, I don't think he would have been as much of a pain in the ass the first day. Oh, Choopy liked the tweet. I wonder if Choopy's going to stop by. I haven't seen Choopy in the chat in a while. Yeah, how are your cats doing, Titan? How's everybody's cats doing in the chat? Speaking of which, Yugo's in the house. Hey, David. How you doing? David Xiong? Or Xiong? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Xiong? I think it's Xiong, right? 098. Hello. But yeah, I'm just happy it's off. And we're going to get the information on the full biopsy on Tuesday. So that's where we're at with that. But my goodness, is surgery expensive? I'm really hoping for that relief check here soon. Dead? You're dead? Oh no! Well, wake up alive. I mean, what? Memory math, who needs them? I know, right? And yeah, sorry for the mic quality. It's a little bit different from my other one because this is my little hand mic. So I can be over there at the camera. I'm at my desk right now, which you can't see. I should have it so you can see the back of my head. 5-year subs are over at 60 months now. That's insane. Yeah, Zombie Cough Drops, you, and the rest. I don't want to name them all because I'll just embarrass everybody or myself because I can't remember everybody. But yeah. Your cat's dead? Oh no! I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, David. Jeez, I really brought the room down. Yeah, we all lose pets every now and again. I mean, that's been a conversation with Liz and I a little bit with Coop, having the surgery and all that stuff. And if he does end up having cancer, I doubt we'll be able to afford, all the things that would go into, whatever plan that would be. We don't even know yet. We're hoping for the best, though. Memory math, who needs them? None of those things you need. You don't need a memory. You can just walk through the street like Mr. Magoo. Don't do that. What's going on, everybody? Why do you say... Wait, would you say that Robins are like Bat Dan's cadets? I mean, isn't that kind of what it is, in a way? If you look at the badge lore that we have on our channel here, which you can always do by checking out this nifty little link right there in the chat, you got some badge lore going on. You miss your best friend's cat, but he's off with another family now, sadly. I gotcha. Seeing your movie collection video back in the first Creature House inspired me to start my own. Holy sweet baby Jesus. My name is Jonah. Hey, Jonah. It's been a little bit. How are you doing? Thank you for gifting the subs to Ricky P, Drago Nation, TCO, SNES Hana 1985, Victor 00, O_O. Hey, Hugo. You want to say hi, Hugo? He's just sniffing. You couldn't even hear it. And Thermal Dwarf. That is super sweet of you. My goodness. And welcome to the Danz Cave, Thermal Dwarf. And everybody else, how you doing? How you doing?
Been a while.
It has been a while. My goodness, you pop it in, just dropping those subs down like a big old dick. I mean, what? I mean, you have a big dick? I mean, what? Swinging your dick around like that. Don't do that, Jonah. This is a public area. You shouldn't do that. Thank you so much for the support. I don't know why I'm talking about Jonah's dick. Anyway, sorry to hear about Cooper Dan. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Say la vie. Illusion, how are you doing? Back in the first Creature House inspired me to start my own and still growing. Oh my gosh. Well, actually, surprisingly enough, because my collection hadn't really grown too much over the last, couple years, because money had been tight for a while. When I was living out in Colorado, it was kind of tough to make rent and all that stuff, month to month, let alone splurge on some Blu-rays every now and again. But now that we've been out here, I've been able to pick up some more recent ones. Honestly, Blu-rays are getting to the point where they were like DVDs. There's you can buy a relatively new movie on Blu-ray, relatively new, something that came out last year or, early last year for like $8 to $10 at Walmart. If you can catch it. They downsized the Blu-ray section of my Walmart recently, and that kind of bothered me, but I guess maybe they hadn't been selling so much. I don't know. Did you see the Uber Eats ad with Patrick Stewart and Mark Hamill? I am a daddy. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I did. I didn't think it was super funny, but yes. Hey, Demon Vampire, how are you doing? I wish it would have been funnier. Where did you get that shelf? Oh, God. I bought that shelf in Colorado. I got it off Amazon. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. Maybe I got it at Best Buy. I don't know. I really can't remember. My life got turned upside down, and I took a break from practically all social media. Things are turning around and happier than ever now. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not glad to hear that things got turned upside down, but I'm glad things are leveling out for you, bud, and on the way back up. The circle of physical media. All right, let's get to some Blu-ray-age. I am going to shut that music up. You be quiet now. We're getting around to talking Blu-rays now. I have two different options that we can do here. We have this camera, but we also have the camera that I plan on using for watch parties. You see less on this one, on this frame. So maybe we don't want to do this one. But I'm given the option. What do we like? I kind of like this one better. Just the regular game cam, I think, would be fine. But the other one looks so cool. It's the screening room, the Danz Cave screening room. You're switching over to more 4K instead of Blu-ray. Well, that's the thing. Back in the day, even before I had capability of playing Blu-rays, I was buying the Blu-ray DVD combos because I like future-proofing my collection. And even before I was able to play 4K Blu-rays, yes, I was buying the 4K Blu-ray / Blu-ray combos. And so, yes, I do have plenty of Blu-rays now. And we actually now have a 4K TV because we were doing the projector for a long time, but the projector kind of pooped out. The color wheel fucked up and haven't gotten replaced yet. So what we're doing now is I've been trying to buy 4Ks when I can, but they're not always available for some of the older movies. So... And plus 4K is kind of expensive because you're usually paying around $30. But when I can get it for cheap, I will buy the 4Ks unless it's like a movie I really, really want. Like Joker. When Joker came out, I bought that on 4K. So, yeah, I am down. That's the shelf I need. I've had this shelf, I'm almost certain, since 2013. This shelf is... No. I got this shelf... probably 2014, 2015, when I moved to a different apartment than the first apartment I ever had. I couldn't tell you. It holds a lot. I mean, I just look online. I don't know. I usually buy things either through Amazon or just go to the store, whether it's... I mean, Best Buy doesn't have the best. This had to have been bought online. Let me double check real fast. I'm going to double check real quick. But yes, anyway, yes, I am picking up 4K now when I can. The newer movies on the shelf, like The Invisible Man, that's not 4K. I would have preferred to buy that in 4K, but it was super cheap on Blu-ray. I think it was like $15, $14. That was Liz's birthday / Christmas present. So, yeah. Let me check on Amazon real fast. I'm double checking real quick to see if that's what we're packing here. If I got this off Amazon. I gotta do the 2-step verification. Trying so hard not to say that out loud. Instead, I did. Hey, Ricky P, thank you for following me on Letterboxd. I just saw that notification. Let's see. We're gonna find out. It's real quiet right now. I will get behind the camera here in a second. I swear. I'm trying to get away from the computer. But it's so colorful. You like the full screen one more? More tasty Blu-ray pixels on the screen. Yeah. And you're getting a preview of a lot of them right now. I'm going to zoom in, though. We're going to do some camera work once I have the chance here. I'm going to put shelf and type in shelf in my order history. See what comes up. It's looking like a no. Unless it's like bookcase. But I mean, these aren't for books. This is like a multimedia shelf. Yeah, it's looking like I didn't order that online. I must have bought it at a store, whether it was Walmart or Best Buy. I really don't know because I'm trying to think. No, I really couldn't tell you. I'm sorry to say. Okay, yeah. Here, let's see here. We're going to be talking movies and going through the list. And now I'm getting up and moving over to my camera. So you can actually see me for a second. But I will primarily be behind the camera. Where is my hat? I don't know, but I'm balding, and you'll see it. Oh, no, my balding head. Hello, everybody. How you doing? You like my big fat face in front of the camera? Hello. How are you doing today? Anyway, we're going to be looking at my Blu-rays. So I have... in one hand, my phone, and in the other hand, my microphone. So I can see... Wait, what did I say? My phone and microphone. There we go. I thought I said microphone twice. Men in Black International had some good ideas, but the dialogue was off at points. Yeah, we'll get around to that, I'm sure. Do you hear the fan? Here, let me turn down the fan. Just a little. Wish I had like a little stand to put my phone on, but that's fine. I'll just hold it weird. But yes, let us start... This is my Blu-ray collection. Ooh, look, camera work. It just keeps going. And then it ends. And over here we have actually some more Blu-rays and some DVDs. This is primarily television and, collections of multi-movie packs. Most of this, especially with the top shelf, we start off with series and movies by certain directors. Then we get down here. This is all mainly series, mostly movies. Some of them are in like one package collections. Others are in, I bought individually, like the MCU, DC movies. Right here, we get around to filmmakers on the like middle shelf here, right there. We're getting to specific filmmakers, classic movies, Disney movies. Right there, we got like horror movie series. These are all kind of broken up by genre a little bit up there. Then down here is where it just goes loose. These last four, shelves, it just goes wild with random movies. And some of them by the same filmmakers. I just don't have them separated into their own things. So yeah, it's quite the collection. And we're going to go through shelf by shelf, section by section. As you can see, it's, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8? That is 8. Okay, so it's 3 by 8. With these like individual sections here, like beep, beep, beep. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. You get it. Hey, thank you, Snowy Squid. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Hey, Ramirez TX, how you doing? I don't collect movies, but I recently started collecting comics, new and old. Nice. Actually, I have some comics. I mean, like you can see over here, like I have more than this. But over here, I have my books. And down here, I have some like Absolute comics, which let me zoom in here. I have some like Absolute comics, like Absolute Batman: The Long Halloween, Dark Knight. That's Returns, and it's the trilogy, I think. Watchmen, Hush. So those are like big ol' versions. And then I have my little wall of collectibles. Look at Carl. Look at little Carl. Little Carl. That's my picture from Chandler Riggs. 2 Danz, Stay Human. Yeah, look at Carl. And then Dro. That's Dro's Tim Curry that he sent me, which is super sweet of him to do that. Yeah, and I have like a million other things. There's me on the bridge of the Enterprise with 2 ladies who need a lunch break because they were just standing there with a bunch of nerds all day long. Give those ladies a break. Anyway, you have actually accumulated a collection of your own now since your dad let you have the picking of his since after the Blu-ray player broke. Oh no! Was I muted that entire time? I hope I was still going. It doesn't mute it unless I go really far down. Good. Not wanting to get a new one. He's gone fully digital. Oh, dang. It's like a dream come true. I've been oogling some of those movies for so long. Hey, there you go. What is the big Star Trek one? We're about to find out. We're going to go through. We're going through. Don't worry. I swear I'm going to start. Some color coordination there. I broke it down by color initially for a while, and then I ended up mixing them up again. But it was going by color for a bit. Down towards the bottom. Your parents had a huge collection of VHS tapes, and when they stopped making them, they converted them all to DVDs, and the only way to do that was to play them from beginning to end. Oh, I know. I've been backing up my family's... where do I have a VHS tape on hand? Yes, I do. I've been backing up my family's home movie collection. Or not home movie collection. Well, yeah, home movies. As you can see right here, this is Tom's band concert. And you can see who filmed it, my grandmother, Nana. This is obviously a tape from 1994. Although, who knows? Nana might have bought this. Kids 1994, 594 to 1294. But Nana might have just had a drawer of VHSs. But yeah, one of these days we'll just sit down and watch some of my home movies. Does that sound like a fun stream? Yay or nay? Kelly in the Hospital. Yes, July 1994. It's the first movie I ever remember seeing in theaters was The Lion King. 4th of July weekend. Kelly, my sister, was in the hospital with appendicitis, and we all got to go see The Lion King, and she was there by herself watching hospital TV, and whatever, parent was there with her. I don't know if it was my mom or my dad. They were probably swapping out at points. So fun stuff, but I vividly remember that. That's around when my memory came online. So yeah, some good stuff. And then there's this is actually a little bit of Liz history. This is a VHS of when Liz's mom went to Russia with a group of other people to go adopt some children, Liz included, with her mom. She was Russian and in an orphanage in Russia, in Yaroslav apparently. So this is a VHS of her mom going to pick her up in Russia, which is super cool. And actually, Liz and I watched that when she had gotten it, so that's super cool. That vintage, though. We're still waiting for that home video recorder stream. Recorder? Will I be playing a recorder? Trying to get the Todd McFarlane Batman cover right now. Oh my god. Godspeed. I want that Black Label Batman Dick comic. My friend Captain Logan has one. I wish he would have gotten two. I would have bought it off him. That'd be a grand stream. Let's do it. Remember the first films you saw in the theaters was Tomb Raider and you fell asleep in the theater? Tomb Raider? Wait, the recent Tomb Raider? What are you talking about, Tomb Raider? What are you talking about, Tomb Raider? Liz Lore. Bootleg movies on VHS was big in the 90s. Oh, I know. My grandparents. Here, let's get wound up here and set for the first rack here. My grandparents had a friend named Georgie, and she would give VHSs out to the people in the neighborhood because she had movie channels like, HBO and all that stuff. And she would record, and Showtime and whatever was available back then. And she would record the new movies and distribute them. She was the, Western New York Pirate Bay for my grandparents back in the day. I remember watching a bootleg copy of Phantom Menace when we went back to visit my grandparents in the summer after we moved to North Carolina. We went back, and I watched Phantom Menace multiple times. I had already seen it in theaters, but I watched it 2 more times when I was there. Anyway, I meant when you hooked up that old camera and it looked real rad. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what you meant, recorder. Yeah. I still have that. It's under my disc right here. Anyway, let's begin the Blu-ray shelf. Obviously, this is probably one of the biggest shelves we have on here. This is the gargantuan behemoth. And it just continues on with the next shelf too, honestly. As you can see, let's frame Jurassic Park in there. Let's frame Jurassic Park in there. There we go. Okay, so we have the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy on Blu-ray. I really want to get the 4K because, I'm just going to buy that series over and over and over again until I die, apparently, on whatever format it comes out on. Sorry, I just burped. Stretch. I can't stretch. I'm going to stretch. Wait, did somebody say stretch or is that just really old? Oh, that's super old. Never mind. Banzai, thank you so much for the follow. And Jonah, thank you for the 31 months, by the way. I didn't thank you for that. Remember having a bootleg copy of The Rescuers Down Under? You can't tell me to hydrate. I have water, but it's like I'm so far away. Hold on, I'm going to drink coffee. Oh, yes. Star Wars. Dun, 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 dun. That's new Star Wars theme. Because Star Wars is right there, see? Anyway, coffee. All right. You gotta have my pops. You gotta have these movies. If you don't have these movies in your collection, you're dead to me. No, I'm kidding. But we have the Hobbit movies. I do not own any version of the Battle of Five Armies. That's just an oversight on my part. By the time that came out on Blu-ray, I was super broke. But I have the extended editions of the first 2 Hobbit movies and the 3D versions of the first 2 Hobbit movies. With my projector, I was actually able to watch movies in 3D. So it was kind of like going to the movies and seeing movies in 3D. You'll see throughout this collection that I actually do have a lot of 3D Blu-rays. I would say probably under 20, but I could be wrong. I was collecting those for a while, starting in 2012, because I had a 3D monitor for my computer, my PC, and a Blu-ray player capable of doing that. I'm going to sit here sounding winded this entire time. Breathe. All right. I wish I could just... He dehydrated. Probably. Isn't coffee dehydrating? Yeah. You're not wrong. No Battle of Five Armies, though. I know. The completionist in me is crying out, but at the time when it came out, I just couldn't afford it. And I didn't really care that much. But now that they have the 4K trilogy for the Hobbit movies and for the original trilogy, I'm kind of down for whatever they got going on. I'll pick those up at some point, 4K, and that'll complete the trilogy. I honestly have not, since I don't own it on Blu-ray, I haven't seen the Battle of Five Armies since the theater. I think I might have seen it. We didn't do a movie night on it, did we? I don't think we did. But yeah, I saw it in the theaters. I must have made Liz go see it. Poor Liz. But yeah, so Battle of Five Armies, don't have it. At some point I will. We got Star Trek Blu-rays here. Let me scroll in a little bit here. You can see all the different movies these are. These are all the Star Trek movies up for the white box is the original series. That collection has the motion picture through Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. That's all the original series movies. That actually includes, as you can see there, Star Trek: The Captain's Summit, which had Patrick Stewart, Jonathan Frakes, Leonard Nimoy, and William Shatner sitting down with Whoopi Goldberg, the moderator of a panel, and they were all talking. And it's a fun old time. I really like that special feature on there. And they're both talking about how neither like how Shatner's like, yeah, Shatner and Nimoy are like, yeah, we never watched TNG, and they're like, yeah, we didn't expect that. So yeah, Star Trek's, yay. Yeah, I love Star Trek. Missing MMPR, the movie. What a cinematic masterpiece. That was sarcasm, by the way. Oh my God. MMPR. I don't even know what that is. So yeah, that's all the Star Trek movies. And then next to it, the black case is the TNG movies, Star Trek Generations, First Contact, Insurrection, Nemesis. And Star Trek Evolutions is again, like another special feature there. It's not actually a movie. So yeah. Then we have the JJ Star Trek movies, Star Trek Into Darkness, and Star Trek Beyond, that's directed by Justin Lin, right? Yes. It's directed by Justin Lin. He's directed a lot of some of the Fast and Furious movies and all that jazz. I actually really like Star Trek Beyond. I think it's probably one of the strongest movies in that series. I would say it's probably, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of what has become of the Star Trek franchise, unfortunately, in television, but I need to give Discovery another shot. I hear it's good at parts, but from what I've watched, I wasn't super crazy about it. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. It's interesting that the Hobbit extended box set is bigger than the Lord of the Rings one. Are you talking about? The Lord of the Rings one is pretty big. Those are little skinny individual ones on the other thing, if that's what you're talking about. Actually, absolutely love the original Star Trek movies. Me too. I really love those movies. Like if we're looking at that series, motion picture is actually, I really do like the motion picture a lot. It's not the strongest of them, but it has some really great vibes and has some really great, I don't know, for the first Star Trek movie, it's certainly, they were finding their footing, but I really like that one. It's certainly watchable, and it's, I don't know, I watched it with Haley in Colorado before I moved back. We got super high and watched it. Because weed is legal in Colorado and not here in North Carolina. But we smoked up and watched the movie, and it was so fantastic. I really, really liked that movie. Again, different vibe, but definitely watchable. Then you have Wrath of Khan. I mean, it's Wrath of Khan. That's a great movie. Search for Spock. I don't know. I have a weird relationship with Search for Spock. The bad guy is Christopher Lloyd, who plays Doc Brown in the Back to the Future movies, which we'll get to here at some point soon. I think you can write the I don't know. It's not my favorite of them. Voyage Home is great. Final Frontier is, we're not going to talk about that. And Undiscovered Country is actually one of my favorites of the original series movies. Super High. Oh yeah. Sucks the one actor from the recent Star Trek movies died. Can't remember his name. Oh yeah. Anton Yelchin. Yeah. Was his real name Yuri? Well, no, Anton Yelchin was his name. He played Chekhov. Pavel Chekhov. Yeah, it really sucks. He died after they finished filming Star Trek Beyond, unfortunately. Anyway, those movies, love them. Love the Star Trek movies. I really like all the Next Gen movies too. They're all watchable. Some of them aren't the best, but they're definitely watchable. Moving beyond Star Trek, we have the Star Wars Blu-rays, not featuring McClunky, unfortunately. McClunky. Star Wars 1 through 3, and then Star Wars 4 through 6. Obviously, on this list, You can see right after that we have Star Wars The Force Awakens and Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. Quite noticeably absent is The Last Jedi. Now, some might consider that a statement. The Last Jedi, an oft maligned film. People either seem to hate it or love it. I'm in the love it category. I actually really, really like that movie. It's probably my favorite of those three. I mean, I really like Force Awakens. Force Awakens is really good. Last Jedi is really good. Rise of Skywalker. I'm not a big fan of that movie, but I own it on Blu-ray because completionism. But I picked that up around when it came out on Blu-ray, and I wanted to see the special features on it. I wanted to see the making of, and I also wanted to watch it again just to kind of get my full opinion on it. Whereas Rogue One, I don't have any of the spinoffs. I don't have Solo or Rogue One. Again, these movies came out at a time when I wasn't buying a lot of Blu-rays. So you'll kind of notice, like, at some point, you start seeing more modern movies on here. And most of these other ones are ones I bought back in like 2012 to, 2015-ish. So yeah. Rice had some good ideas, but was way too fastly paced. Oh, that's definitely a thing. It had a couple good ideas, but a lot of the plotting / pacing was bad. But clunky. For some reason, Search for Spock seemed very comedic to me because of the bad guy. Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, so I don't have The Last Jedi, not as a statement, but as I was broke as hell when that came out on Blu-ray. So that's why I don't have that one. Let's zoom out a little bit. And we're going to the next shelf. Where is Men in Black International? I guess it doesn't fit up there. I do have Men in Black International, but I don't see where it is on the shelf. Well, I see the Men in Blacks. I don't know where International is, but that's... Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah. We'll get around to that at some point. I just didn't have. I don't think there's space up here. No, not enough space. Do you have the Clone Wars? No, that's all the Star Wars that I have. I'm more of a movie guy more than a TV show guy, especially when it comes to Star Wars. Star Trek. I mean, I love the show, and you'll see I have some of the Star Trek Blu-rays on my TV shelf. But yeah, the television shows aren't, for the most part, on this shelf. There are a couple TV shows that are on the shelf. But that's just because they're not big and maybe they're a bit more cinematic like, but yeah. Where's the most coveted of the Star Wars movies? Spaceballs. You know what? I should put Spaceballs. Look, if I could fit everything on the top shelves that I wanted to, that'd be amazing, but there's just so much space. I do have Spaceballs. I actually used to have 2 copies of Spaceballs, if you could believe that. Accidentally bought it twice. International is pretty forgettable in your opinion. I agree. Okay. So we have Jurassic Park. Yes, you can see that's a Canadian Jurassic Park because that's the Canadian PG triangle. Some of my Blu-rays are, North American location locked or whatever. So some of them are Canadian. You might see some of them have also some French as well as English on there. That's just the Canadian law, right? Some of my Canadians in chat can help me out on that. So yeah, we have the Jurassic Park Ultimate Trilogy six disc set that has the original trilogy. I have Jurassic World 3D. No, I don't have Jurassic House, as Captain Logan would call it. What is it? Not Lost World. What's the Jurassic Park Fallen Kingdom? I do not have that one. But maybe at some point, when I'm rolling in money, I can fill out some of these franchises that. But you know what? I'm not crazy about Fallen Kingdom. I thought it was fine. Jurassic World was fine. Wasn't terrible. Wasn't amazing. It was just kind of that was fun. It made $1 billion though. So yeah, the Men in Black series. Love the Men in Black series. What more can you say? One's my favorite. I'm a original style guy when it comes to Men in Black. The first one is the best of them all. I know some people have, like Liz really likes, I think the second one would probably be her favorite. I don't know. The second one's definitely weaker in my opinion. The first one's kind of one of those perfect movies. Second one, it's not terrible, not amazing. Thought Laura Flynn Boyle as the bad guy is kind of I appreciate them kind of filling out the Men in Black lore a little bit more, because I know that's based on like a comic book, right? I'm pretty sure. Hey, Ricky, how are you doing? Is this going to be uploaded on YouTube? I missed an early portion. Yes, Mike Evans, it will be. It will be. You can always check out the VOD on Twitch as well. But I have an archive channel, and I also might cut this together for my YouTube as well. Assuming this doesn't take 8 million years, which it might. First one, definitely a classic, yeah. The third one, I actually enjoyed. I didn't, again, not amazing, but I enjoyed it, but I've only seen it the once. I saw it in the theaters, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. That's good. It wasn't amazing. I wish it would have had more Tommy Lee Jones, but I think at this point we're kind of checked out Tommy Lee Jones just in general in movies. I haven't really seen him in anything where I've been like, yeah, Tommy Lee Jones, since probably the later 2000s. Obviously No Country for Old Men, 2007, like that's kind of peak Tommy Lee Jones, before he kind of stopped giving a shit about stuff. Not that he doesn't give a shit. It's just he's kind of gone a certain way. Robuloon, how you doing? Mr. Crazy Gamer, hello. Choice Meat, hello. You've always liked Will Smith's movies, so you like them all. I mean, I like them all too. They're just different flavors. Again, first one's pretty much a perfect movie, much like the first Jurassic Park movie, or a lot of these movies. Like the first one is generally a perfect movie, hence why there's been a million of them. I actually used to watch the Men in Black television, like cartoon, way back in the day. Speaking of perfect first movie and not so perfect follow-ups, up next we have the Ultimate Matrix Collection. It includes Matrix, Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Revolutions, and Matrix, or the Animatrix. I don't know what that other thing is. The Matrix Experience. I guess that's maybe a special feature thing. So yeah. The Matrix. Liz and I actually went through those less than a year ago because she had never seen the Matrix movies, and you still haven't seen the Animatrix, Hackrat. What are you doing? You should watch it. I'd be curious to see what you think. You really love Revolutions despite overwhelming opinions that it's the shittiest. Okay, well here's the thing. I'm trying to remember my specific thoughts on the Matrix trilogy. Obviously, first movie perfect. Reloaded isn't terrible. And you know what? Revolutions probably is stronger than Reloaded. Reloaded has some really great action, though. But obviously, it has some really kind of weird, cartoony CGI fight sequences, which aren't the worst in the world. But once you go, like, it's kind of realistic, real, live, hand-to-hand combat. And then it just switches to full CGI, very apparent, daytime Neo fucking looking like a rubber man going around and like hitting a bunch of Agent Smiths. I don't know. It gets a little out there. And then also Matrix Reloaded is a real horny movie. I have a tweet about that people seem to keep finding. I keep getting replies to it every few months. I'll get a reply to it because if you search Matrix horny or something like that, or Matrix Reloaded horny, or is the Matrix horny, my tweet is like the first thing to come up, and people have tweeted it at me like, hey, I don't follow you, but like this came up when I searched this. And I'm like, all right, because it is horny. There's like a lot of like, there's close-up shots of like Keanu Reeves climaxing, and there's some dry humping, and there's a lot of making out, and there's a lot of like, we see inside of a lady as she has an orgasm in the Matrix. Like what, that movie is real horny. And the first one's relatively abstinent, which is real weird. You do not like Matrix Revolutions. Well, here's the thing. Watching all three of them in a row and then watching the Animatrix after, which I really like the Animatrix. There's some hits, there's some misses in there because it's an anthology movie, the Animatrix. It's a series of kind of anime style movies set in the Matrix world. There's a two-parter in there that's kind of like the history of how the Matrix came to be, the war with the humans and the machines, which is very fascinating and sets up all the lore for that universe. So that's really, really cool. And there's some good shorts in there. But yeah, hi, I'm Dan. How do you feel about the future installment of The Matrix? I'm excited to see how that goes. Revolutions? Oh, you mean Dragon Ball Tron? Dragon Ball Revolutions. I wish I had that movie on Blu-ray. I'm lying. I wish I didn't have that. I don't have it. Don't say anything. Titanic in 3D. We'll get to it. Don't skip ahead. I'm slow. Your tweet pretty much became an encyclopedia entry. I mean, yeah, I agree. All right. Here, now I'm going to turn the fan down. Or did I already? Oh, I did. Okay, good. God, I'm talking a lot, and I haven't talked a lot the last few days. Next up, Alien Anthology. This has all of the Alien movies up to, because I bought this before Prometheus came out, and obviously Prometheus is right next to it. Let's zoom in. Dun, 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 dun. The Alien Anthology, that has Alien 1 through 3, or 1 through 4, I should say. Alien 1, Aliens, Alien 3. Did Alien 3 have a name? No, it was like Alien Cubed or something like that, or Alien 3 Squared. Something like that. I know Reloaded isn't perfect, but it's honestly a film that helped me get a passion for becoming a filmmaker. Hell yeah. Hey, look, wherever it comes, in my opinion, isn't the end all be all. If you like a movie, you like a movie. I like all three of them. It's just, yes. Okay. I had never seen an Alien movie before Prometheus came out, and in preparation, I bought the series and went through them all, one after the other. Not all in one sitting, but I went through them all in a few days. And the first is a great movie. That, again, one of those perfect movies. The filmmaking's excellent. It's really fantastic movie. I love that first one a lot. Scary, very well made, excellent movie. Second one, Aliens. I think because it's one of those movies that is the basis for a lot of future action movies. You know, James Cameron coming in, picking up what Ridley Scott did in the first Alien, and kind of turning everything up to 11, turning it from less of a scary movie into like a full-on action movie. I don't know, it threw me off. Hey, Dana, 4440, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, bud. How are you doing? 3 was Alien Cubed. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 3 squared. That didn't make sense. Alien Cubed. Oh man, that's making me think of the Cube series, of which I have none of those movies. I should have, at the very least, have the first one. It's not amazing, but anyway, I've watched that movie a few times. Aliens. It put me off, and you know what? I haven't seen it since the first time I watched it, which was at this point like 8 years ago. So it's been a bit. But I didn't like it. Look, I liked it. I wasn't crazy about it because all I had ever heard was, oh, Aliens is the best one. And you have not seen Aliens, Don't Kill Me. No worries. You're welcome. I'm good. Nice. Yeah, I have really I had heard that Aliens is like the best one, and Aliens is like everybody's favorite. And then I watched that and I was like, it was just okay. Like I thought the characters were kind of paper thin. The Space Marines annoyed me. It was okay. Like I didn't really have any sort of crazy attachment to Newt or the other guy. I don't know. Maybe if I had seen it when I was younger, I'd have more of an attachment to it, but I wasn't crazy about it. And then Alien 3, I was like, wait, everybody says Alien 3 is like the shittiest one. Well, not the shittiest one, but Alien 3 is one of the worst ones. And I get it. They kill off Newt and the other guy off screen in between movies, but I actually dug Alien 3 a lot. That's David Fincher's first movie. David Fincher, the director of Seven and Gone Girl and a million other movies. Those aren't the two popular. I mean, Seven's one of the more popular ones, but he's the director of a lot of, huge movies. And I don't know. I liked Alien 3 a lot. Alien Resurrection is not a very good Alien movie, but it's directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, which I have another one of his movies on my Blu-ray shelf called Delicatessen, which I had seen Alien Resurrection first. And later I saw his other movies, City of Lost Children and Delicatessen, and I really fell in love with that filmmaker. And I completely, once I found out that he was the director of Alien Resurrection, I was like, that makes absolute sense. That movie has his style to a T. And no, I haven't seen Mank yet. No, I'm behind on Fincher's stuff. I saw Gone Girl. Sorry, I'm burping. I saw Gone Girl. That was the last one of his movies. I have a Fincher section on here, so you'll see, Fight Club and stuff like that. I'm looking at them now. You'll see them soon. But yeah, anyway. Alien 1 through 4, it's a hit or miss for me. Prometheus I really like. I wish they would have answered more within it, but I think as time has gone on, we've kind of got more answers. And the Blu-ray on the back, it says like, let's see. Yeah, questions will be answered. Because everybody was like, it didn't make sense. They didn't include all the things that I wanted. They intentionally left things. They intentionally left information out of the movie, which was really weird because it was in the movie. They had deleted scenes that explained like things, and I don't know why they cut them out. But yeah, anyway, that Delicatessen is fantastic. I agree. But yeah, so Prometheus, I quite liked. I have seen Covenant. I wasn't a big fan of Covenant. I don't know if it's the best thing that Ridley Scott's back making those movies. I know Neil Blomkamp, director of District 9 and Elysium, was working on an Alien movie that would be a follow-up with Sigourney Weaver, who I don't know how they would have brought her back, but I guess they were going to be kind of going forward it would only follow. It would be a direct sequel to Aliens, and they would just ignore the later ones, which Ridley Scott wasn't super happy about. But yeah, so that thing. And then Ridley Scott ended up making it so Neil Blomkamp couldn't make that movie. And like Sigourney Weaver was super excited, but that didn't end up happening. So that Avatar, Titanic, my James Cameron section, kind of. It's kind of weird that it makes sense that it's on the top shelf. But yes, Avatar in 3D. Why do I have, or not? Well, yeah, Avatar is 3D. It doesn't say 3D on there. That's the special edition. I actually had to buy the 3D version later. So that's the special edition, but I also stuck the 3D disc in there. So that is I think it has the extended version or whatever on there. Why don't I have I guess I'm kind of mixed up here because it's like I couldn't have just a specifically. I mean, I could have a Cameron section, but I have those two on the top because I don't know why they're there. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I guess it goes into like this is mostly sci-fi at the top here. Anyway, I'm going super slow through this list. We got to speed up. Yeah. James Cameron, Avatar. Love that movie. I really like that movie. I know it's kind of popular to shit on it because it's a super popular movie. I like it. I thought it was pretty good. And again, I like 3D, so that's why 3D. Titanic, James Cameron back in like 2015, 2016, remastered the movie or whatever in 3D. It came out on Blu-ray. I didn't have it on Blu-ray, so I bought the limited 3D edition. That's why I haven't watched it in 3D, actually. I wonder if it would be good. Who knows? They printed that wrong. It's supposed to be, will questions be answered? Yeah. The Deacon would have been a great villain. Who's the Deacon? What are we talking about? Are you talking about Prometheus? Sequel to the second and ignore the others. Oh, hi, Terminator. Yeah, well, Terminator and Halloween, they did that with the first one is the only one that's canon for the new Halloween movies. But yeah. Yeah, I love Avatar 2. Cameron has pretty much already finished filming Avatar 2 and 3. Yes. I'm pretty sure he's wrapped principal photography on those two movies, and there are two others. There are 4 sequels to Avatar that are currently in production or pre-production. So yeah, I think supposedly the end of this year was supposed to be the release for Avatar 2, the Water Walkers or whatever it's called, something like that. But yeah, so anyway, Avatar, Titanic. Do I have to say anything about Titanic? It's just one of in my opinion, that's a perfect movie as well. That's a really great one. I had that big fat 2 VHS collection when we were kids. I saw that movie in theaters twice. First time my sister covered my eyes during the boobs part. Second time my sister wasn't there, so I saw boobs, baby. Yeah, because that's what the Titanic's about. It's about Kate Winslet's boobs sinking on the Titanic. What a horrible tragedy made better by boobs. I don't know what I'm saying. But yes, a really great movie. I really like that movie a lot. Certainly I think there's been things that have come out since that kind of have disproven the scenario in which the ship sank, and not with the iceberg. It sank because of the iceberg, but like the way it sank. They have that whole scene in the movie where they show her boobs sink the Titanic. They have that scene that shows the simulation of the boat sinking. Apparently it was a little bit different than who knows, who cares? I mean, not who cares, but you know what I mean? Like, it's different because that was made in 1997 and, the technology was different back then. And supposedly it sank a little bit differently. Who knew? Up next, the Planet of the Apes series. Let's see here. Let's zoom in because it just looks like I have 5 copies of Planet of the Apes, but that's not true because we have little tiny extra names along with these. So, buckle in, everybody. I'm a big fan of the Planet of the Apes series. Could you tell by me having all the Planet? I'm trying. There's like an auto adjust that keeps making it go out of frame. You sit still. You sit still. Don't go too far. Don't go too. I'm wrestling with it. No. You son of a bitch, camera. Now you stay. You don't. I keep locking the tripod and it keeps going down further. There we go. Don't you dare. Okay, good enough. Okay, so Planet of the Apes. Back in the day, Titanic had to be 2 VHS tapes. Well, it's still 2 discs. It's still not 1 disc because things. Hey, Elite, how you doing, bud? But I thought boobs float. Fun fact, I used to watch only the second half of Titanic as a child because it had the boobs. Yes, and it wasn't too far off the start of it, to my recollection. All right. That tape was probably more worn than the first one. Okay, Planet of the Apes. Classic film series, Charlton Heston, Roddy McDowell, and the rest. I have all the movies in the Planet of the Apes series except for the Tim Burton remake, which is atrocious, and the final War for the Planet of the Apes, because, again, when it came out, wasn't super... didn't have a lot of expendable income. So the Planet of the Apes series, Planet of the Apes, classic movie. Beneath the Planet of the Apes, not as classic of a movie. Escape from the Planet of the Apes. It has Ricardo Montalban in it. I like that one for some reason. Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. Yep. And Battle for the Planet of the Apes. Also, yep. I think Battle for the Planet of the Apes has a character where Roddy McDowell plays the son of his character from the first movie and third movie. Was he in the second movie? Yeah, in the second movie, I guess they go back because they blow up the Planet of the Apes, which is Earth. If you didn't know, spoilers. They blow up the planet at the end of the second one, but at the beginning of the third one, they show that Roddy McDowell's character goes back in time. Yes, there's time travel in the Planet of the Apes series. Whoa. I mean, that's the entire thing is they go into the future, right? There's a space travel and a space mission, and they go accidentally in the future, and they like crash land on this alien planet full of apes. But wait, no, it's Earth. Spoilers. They go back in time and get found by a circus guy, and he's like housing them. That's Ricardo Montalban Khan from Star Trek, and they end up having a kid, and that kid is Caesar. Named Caesar, and he's like the main guy who's fighting. Like the humans are trying to keep the apes down, and it's kind of like a reverse thing in Battle for the Planet of the Apes. It's a whole thing, or maybe it's Conquest I'm thinking of. It's been a long time since I've watched the Planet of the Apes movies all in their entirety. At some point, I'm going to make Liz watch them, and she's going to hate it. You haven't seen the Planet of the Apes in a while? I mean, as a complete series, yeah, same here. And then we get around to the newer movies, Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, starring the amazing Andy Serkis. The first Rise of the Planet of the Apes is directed by Rupert Wyatt. He was actually in talks to direct, I think, the follow-up to JJ's first Star Trek movie, but then it ended up being JJ again for Into Darkness. Anyway, random bit of trivia. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is directed by Matt Reeves, and same thing with War of the Planet of the Apes, the third in that trilogy, rounding out Caesar's story in those 3 kind of prequels to Planet of the Apes. Matt Reeves, director of the upcoming The Batman movie. So yeah, super fun stuff, and I'm really excited because I really like his Rise for the Planet of the Apes, really good movie. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, a much better movie, and honestly a different movie. It's kind of like, I think I mean, it's not a war movie, but it is a borderline. It's the start of a war, hence, I guess, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. It doesn't make sense. Rise, Dawn, and then war. I mean, it kind of works, but it's a little confusing. The new ones are really amazing, in my opinion. You're a little bit surprised. Yeah, they're really great. I really like Dawn and War, especially. Counting your collection, how do you count TV series box set per disc or per season or disc? I mean, for my collection, I just count per movie. So if it's like a collection of a series, I count per movie. But I mean, a show, I just say I have that show. I don't really kind of. I get what you mean. Like I would say per season, not per disc. If I was to say I have this many things, I'm not gonna lie. I thought there was only the old one and the remake. Forgotten there were others. Yeah. Well, so Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes movie, which stars Mark Wahlberg in the Charlton Heston role, is not very good. It has a really good cast. I mean, you have Michael Clark Duncan, you have Tim Roth as the bad guy, you have Helena Bonham Carter, Paul Giamatti, fucking making a really bad Rodney King joke where he's like, "Can't we all just get along?" It was a weird thing. What a weird movie. Charlton Heston's in it, actually. And it has insane ending to that movie that they try to do the Statue of Liberty thing, and it's real bad. Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Hunger Games are the only Blu-rays you have. My goodness. Interesting. Wow. That's an interesting thing. Love the remakes. Have not watched the originals yet. You should. They're good. I mean, some of them are good. They're fascinating. The first one's great. The rest, diminishing returns and all that. Rise, I'd say, is similar in theme to Jurassic Park. Interesting take there. Certainly one of those things where it's like you're messing with nature and you shouldn't, because you might create something more or something that you can't control. I can see that link there. For some reason, I've got all of the Knight Rider and Miami Vice. Have no idea when I'll get to those. Well, I used to have more TV series than I do now. I traded a lot of them in, and I never ended up watching them. So waste of money. But yeah, I hear you. I've been there. War for the Planet of the Apes was my favorite movie of 2017. It was a great one. That was a really great one. I can't remember everything that came out in 2017. I guess, well, Blade Runner 2049 came out that year, right? So I would say that's definitely up there for me. Anyway, let's keep moving on. Right next to there, kind of shoved right next to the Planet of the Apes movie, The Mummy Trilogy. I mean, do I have to talk about those? The first one's really great. Second one's pretty good. And the third one is trash. No, I've never actually finished the third one for some reason. It's just boring. It's just real boring. And Rachel Weisz isn't there. Rachel Weisz is gone. I gotta have my Rachel Weisz. So yeah, the Mummy Trilogy, fun stuff. I'm going real slow. I gotta go faster or I'm gonna be awake forever. I've been up since like 2 a.m. But that's the life of a man who's been watching after a cat for the last couple days. Top third shelf here. Oh yeah. Here we go. Perfect enough. Next up, we have Pirates of the Caribbean 1 through 3. I don't have the others, which is surprising. I thought I had the fourth one. On Blu-ray. I'm looking around real fast. I guess not. That's actually surprising. I thought I had the fourth one. I guess I only have the first 1 through 3. I guess I have Disney Plus, but I don't really count on streaming services all the time to kind of fill out the gaps in my collection. But nowadays, I guess more so than back in the day. I look at this collection as it's Dan flicks here. If I ever want to go watch a movie that I really liked, I almost probably, if it's an older movie, have it on Blu-ray. If it's a newer one, probably not. But every now and again, I try to fill it in all when I can. But yeah, never seen Blade Runner films. Second one's really good. First one, I mean, it has fantastic elements. It's not the best movie, but it's a great experience. And it has some really amazing filmmaking kind of shoved into an awesome world with not a very good plot. mentioned it earlier, but you've only got the third one of the Pirates or of the Mummy. Oh my gosh. Hey, wasn't Scorpion King a great movie? I'm not responding to that. I don't have the Scorpion King movies, and they made a million of them, and probably only the first one's the good one. But I also, last time I tried to watch them, I liked it the first time I saw it, and then I tried to rewatch it a while, probably like 10 years ago, and I was just like, this is bad. So yeah, Mummy. Oh, the Mummy, man, that's crazy guttural. That is insane. So yeah, first three Pirates of the Caribbean movies. First one's, like, again, perfect movie. You can't get much more perfect than Pirates of the Caribbean. That first movie is magic. That is an excellent movie, anchored by an amazing performance by Johnny Depp. We all know this. I don't need to say this, but I really like Dead Man's Chest. I think like 2 is a really great middle, movie in a trilogy. They filmed 2 and 3 back to back. They didn't have complete scripts. They were clearly just kind of making some things up as they went along, but 2 has some amazing action and some really great, like, they're moving pieces around, and it's like a really great bad guy. You got Davy Jones. He's kind of sidelined in the third one a little bit, and it's more East India Trading Company, which works to a certain degree. I think 1 through 3 are really good. Like 3, I don't have this thing. Anytime I go back and watch it, I'm like, oh, this is good. I mean, it has some missteps here and there, but for the most part, it's really good. But it just has some issues here and there that I'm kind of like, this seems like you're just making shit up as you go on. Oh, I've got a job. Exactly. Fourth one's really good. Like, it's somewhat forgettable, but every single time I watch it, same thing. Like with the third one, I'm like, this is fine. Not amazing, but it's fine. And then the fifth one, it's good to, it's okay. Like it's a fine movie until the last half an hour and it all falls apart. And plus it has issues as well. That's kind of my thing. It is overlong. Yeah. The Pirates movies, like, yeah, the third movie especially is definitely overlong. I think the first 2 have much better pacing than the third one does. And then we get to the horror. I can't fucking talk today. The Holy Grail. Transformers. Autobots. Shit on the floor. Yeah, Transformers 1 through 3. And I will never buy any of the others because they're terrible. I mean, 1 through 3. Look. And the third one's in 3D. Look. Here we go. Dan, you don't need the last 2 Pirates movies. They suck. Exactly. I don't plan on getting them. I mean, I would get 4, but I wouldn't buy 5. Okay. Transformers 1 through 3. First movie is definitely watchable. Is it a good movie? No. It is the least offensive of them all. It has some really good moments, has some really good ideas. But it still has that Michael Bay thing. And I've always used this analogy to describe the way Michael Bay makes movies, particularly dialogue scenes. The dialogue scenes in the first Transformers movies and any of the Transformers movies, or a lot of Michael Bay's movies, it's like they had, and this is specifically talking about dialogue, not action. Obviously, he can do great action, but like insane action that's kind of tough to watch at points. The dialogue is like 2 comedy scripts that not good comedy scripts. There are 2 different comedy scripts given to the 2 actors in a scene, and they're just reciting lines from their scenes that have nothing to do with each other. And then Michael Bay just tosses it to the editor and says, "Here, make sense of this." That is how I take that. Battlist. Oh my goodness. Thank you for I probably was talking during your thing. I can't hear any of the things right now. 10-month streak, 26 months total. Hello. Thank you so much, Battlist, for the support. I appreciate that, bud. Least offensive. I like that. You've been missing Dan reviewing films. Damn it. It's okay, Epic Player. You can check it out. The VOD later, and it's also going to be going on the archive channel later, and at some point I'll edit it for my YouTube channel. Personally, I think Pearl Harbor is more offensive just because it's history. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh god. And they had like the Japanese like attacking hospitals in that movie, and that never happened. They just attacked the fleet. There's just some weird things in that. And the movie ends with like America winning. Like, okay, sure. Yeah. Michael Bay has some real bad tendencies for his movies. He wanted Pearl Harbor to be his Titanic, and it really wasn't. Transformers 2, it's a mess, but it's a watchable mess in my opinion. And Transformers 3, you know what? Transformers 3 was the first movie I had ever seen that had a 40-minute nonstop climax action scene, like or action sequence. You know, the Battle for Chicago, and this came out a year before the first Avengers movie came out, which the first Avengers movie, very similarly, the final 40 minutes of that movie is the Battle for New York. So it felt like a little bit of been there, done that, but done much better, in my opinion. Avengers did it way better, but at the same time, it's technically very well done, in my opinion. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest redeeming quality for Transformers 3 and why I have it on Blu-ray. Is because the third one is... Sorry, but you're not James Cameron. I agree. You have too much nostalgia for Fair Assess, the first one. Me and my friend. Transformers is our guiltiest pleasures. I mean, hey, like I said, the first one's definitely the best of those movies, and it really is a very good watchable movie. It has like a lot of really great, like that first Transformer sequence with the helicopter is like, that's an iconic scene. That is really great, and it gives me goosebumps every single time I see it. It's just so well done. It just loses its allure and luster as it goes on. Yeah. Battle for Los Angeles. Oh, we'll get there. It's on my... it's in my... Oh, I have Battle for Los Angeles, so we'll get around to that. Up next, the Mission Impossible series, and I actually do I've more recently filled out my gap for the Mission Impossibles. I actually have Fallout on 4K, which is really cool because I love the Mission Impossible movies. We have MI 1, 2, 3, Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, Fallout. We have every single one of the Mission Impossible movies. What can I say? First one, classic. Second one, not very good. Third one, classic. Ghost Protocol, even better in my opinion. Rogue Nation. Oh, we're getting Christopher McQuarrie writing and directing up in here. Oh, let's bring him back for Fallout because Rogue Nation was just so good. Fallout's even better than Rogue Nation. What the fuck? Oh my God. Let's give him 2 more to film back to back. So, although I think recently they said they're not doing that anymore. I don't know. So Christopher McQuarrie was who did Rogue Nation and Fallout, which Fallout is one of the best of the Mission Impossible movies. That movie was excellent. He was the first director to come back and do more than one Mission Impossible movies. And I know Tom Cruise asked multiple directors. I think he asked JJ to come back for another one, and he turned it down. I don't know about Brad Bird, who did Ghost Protocol, but like all those movies are really good except for the second one. So they're all really good. The second one's watchable, but it's John Woo. I just don't think he was a fit for Mission Impossible. His style was just too overbearing, and the script isn't very good, and some of the acting isn't very good. And Doug Ray Scott, I love Doug Ray Scott, but he is not a good bad guy for that. There's just too many things going on. Epic Player. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 4 months, bud. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I already you're in the chat. I've been talking with you. Gah! I was just acting like you just got here. Never forget seeing the first Transformers film in theaters on a hot summer day with your family and thinking it was the coolest thing ever. And it really, nobody can take that away from you. Remember watching Transformers 5 at the movies, and I was like, the fuck did I just watch? Yeah, well, that's where I fell off. I haven't watched any of the ones since. I started watching last night and I couldn't finish it. I got maybe 20 minutes in and I was like, this is terrible. And I got to the point where like they were following like the little girl and her crew. And then I just stopped watching. Like around when they met Cade, Mark Wahlberg's character. And I've been told subsequently, I haven't seen the rest of the movie, but I've been told those kid characters just go away. I was like, what? That seemed like the trailer, the marketing was around them, that girl, and they made it a big deal, like, and they just disappear from the movie. What the fuck? Bumblebee surprised me how nice it was. Yeah, I need to give Bumblebee another shot because I did the same thing with Bumblebee. I got about 15 minutes into the movie and I stopped watching it. So if that's streaming anywhere at some point, I'm going to have to give that another shot. But yeah. Bumblebee. Yeah, I've heard good things about Bumblebee. It wasn't vibing with me when I first started watching, but I didn't get that far in. So yeah, I think the third is the most forgettable. Second is weird, at least. Isn't it the middle of the night? Hi, hey Hannah, how are you doing? No, it's 1:20 in the afternoon. Bumblebee is a nice change of pace, and best since the first. Yeah, that's what I've heard from a lot of people. I need to get more into that because from what I fell off at the part when John Cena was being first introduced, and I was like, this is kind of hokey, and stopped watching. But I'll have to get back to it at some point. It's been recommended to me a lot. Anyway, all right. So Mission Impossibles, what more can I say? They're excellent. Here, I should move the camera over a little bit so we're a little bit more straight on. Up next, speaking of Mission Impossible, we got, the spy genre. Well, let's go hardcore into the spy genre with the Jack Ryan series. That's right, everybody. Your grandpa's favorite film series. We got The Hunt for October, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, Some of All Fears, and Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit. Currently, Jack Ryan is being played by John Krasinski in the Amazon series, aptly named Jack Ryan. You might be like, Dan, why do you have these movies? They look like they're for old people, and they kind of are. So the Jack Ryan series, which, if we look over here, that's Harry Potter. I got the Tom Clancy Jack Ryan series. Some of these are first editions, actually. A lot of them are, because I'm a big old nerd. But as you can see down there, we got the Hunt for October in chronological order of release all the way to Red Rabbit. Oh, actually, no, not Red Rabbit. All the way to Teeth of the Tiger. So I'm a big Jack Ryan nerd, and a big old Tom Clancy fan, hence why I like Splinter Cell so much. Oh, hey, Splinter Cell. I didn't show off my my signed Splinter Cell poster down here that I got from Ubisoft Toronto when I went to go check out Splinter Cell Blacklist. The end of that story. Sorry, I'm trying to balance my phone and the microphone at the same time and move the camera. So I like the Jack Ryan movies. The first Jack Ryan movie is The Hunt for October. It stars Alec Baldwin as Jack Ryan and Sean Connery as like a Russian submarine captain. Has an excellent cast, including Tim Curry. Tim Curry. Hold on. I got to move it again. Tim Curry. Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. He plays Alan Grant. Not in The Hunt for Red October, but Alan Grant in the Jurassic Park movies. And a million other people. James Earl Jones. Stacked cast. Really, really good movie. Oh, wait. I didn't actually see one. Didn't know it's Jack Ryan. You've seen Hunt for Red October? So yeah, Hunt for Red October is the first one. Alec Baldwin's Jack Ryan. Harrison Ford comes in for 2 movies and takes over as the character. These are all produced by the same dude, Mace Newfield. If that's or Neufeld, off the top of my head, I might be wrong, I might be right. Have you organized these films in alphabetical order? I have in the past, but not currently. No. It's by series and then by director and then by studio to a certain degree, and then it just goes all out, whatever. It was by color for a bit. Some of them are in alphabetical order, actually, looking at the list, but not all of them. It got mixed up, and there's some by color coding. Harrison Ford takes over for Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger. Those both are, I mean, all 3 of those movies are excellent. If you have not seen them, I definitely recommend them. Jack Ryan is he's a political analyst, or socio-political analyst who kind of gets mixed into these kind of larger than life spy adventures, just through the knowledge that he has as an analyst. And he's great. That character is so good. Excellently portrayed by Alec Baldwin and Harrison Ford, and subsequently Ben Affleck and Chris Pine. Jeez, I'm blanking. just a really great character, really great books and stories that Tom Clancy wrote. I only read up until I read Hunt for Red October, Patriot Games, Cardinal of the Kremlin, which is my favorite, which has never been adapted. I actually kind of wish they did a period adaptation of those books because a lot of it deals with the USSR and Soviet Russia for a bit until the fall of the Soviet Union, and then they go beyond that. I've read up until Clear and Present Danger. I never got around to Some of All Fears. Interestingly enough, Some of All Fears with Ben Affleck as Jack Ryan, and then you have, who is the... Morgan Freeman plays the director of the FBI, or is... it's been a while since I've watched these movies / read the books. The character that James Earl Jones played in Hunt for Red October. Anyway, either way, their roles are actually kind of swapped in the book because in order to make like a young Jack Ryan, they kind of swap the roles of the two different characters. I think he plays Cabot or what. I can't remember. Hi, I'm Dan. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. How you doing, Cam Wowzers? But yeah, either way, as they've gone on, they've kind of tweaked older stories to work for like a younger Jack Ryan because he grows up throughout the series. He gets older. He starts off as probably a guy in his 30s, and by the end, he's like effing president of the United States. And spoiler alert, gets assassinated at some point, I'm pretty sure. And then it starts following his nephew or something like that. So I don't know things. And spoilers. Patriot Games has a stat cast. Sean Bean is in it. Sean Bean's the bad guy, and he's excellent. Yeah, that's like the Patriot Games follows. It's kind of during the Irish Republican Army, or is it Republic or Republican? The IRA, and it's kind of heavily steeped in that time and that kind of political situation. Sean Bean is an IRA fighter, and God, that movie is so good. That book is really good too. That's a very good book. That book actually takes place before Hunt for Red October, funnily enough, or. Yeah, it takes place before the Hunt for Red October, which is really weird because they reference the Patriot Games in the Hunt for Red October, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. There is no chronological order to the actual series of books. Patriot Games. I'm trying to think. Harrison Ford. Can't remember the lady who plays his wife in those movies. I know. Yeah, Sean Bean. The guy who played Dumbledore in the first two Harry Potter movies, Richard Harris. He's in it. He's great. He's like one of the higher up IRA guys who's in America, who's kind of like doing propaganda for the IRA. And there's this great scene between him and Harrison Ford because his Harrison Ford, Jack Ryan's wife and daughter were in a car accident caused by Sean Bean's character. And Harrison Ford, since Richard Harris's character is like the figurehead for, in America or in his area for the IRA, he goes to see him and he's just like, they have this great confrontation at a bar where he's just like, you'll be out on the street throwing rocks. Harrison Ford he plays angry man very, very well. And it's great. But yeah, you fart when you eat too much salad, Don Polly Walnuts. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, leaves, greeny leaves are certainly gas loading. What? Betty White. All right, finished counting. The tally as follows: 40 DVDs, 108 Blu-rays, 29 seasons of TV, 17 of those are Simpsons. Oh my God. Yeah, I have I might have 17 seasons of The Simpsons as well. No, I have up to 15 seasons and then the movie. Anyway, we'll get around to that. You adore the first three movies. It is not Betty White. Yeah, I wish it was Betty White. Could you imagine Betty White as Jack Ryan's wife? I can't remember her name. Something Ryan. Clearly. Will you be touching on TV in the stream, Dan? Yeah, I'll go over to my my other shelf as well, to what I have there. Anyway, I also have more DVDs that aren't a part of this collection that are on my shelf in the living room that I will not be getting to. But yeah, IRA is the Irish Republican Army, also known as the Irish Citizen Army, also known as terrorists. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I mean, honestly, reading the Jack Ryan series taught me a lot about the political atmosphere in eras that I was not even alive. So yeah, and it like honestly made me interested to learn more about it and seek out other references and books and stuff like that on, the Soviet Union and all that jazz, because it was fascinating to me that the world was like that before I was born. History, folks, learn it or we're doomed to repeat it. Anyway, Jack Ryan, really like those movies. Sum of All Fears is a bit more of an action-driven version of Jack Ryan. The first three are pretty good to the spirit of the books. Shadow Recruit and Sum of All Fears kind of go more the action route. Shadow Recruit wasn't terrible. It was it was directed and stars as the bad guy. Oh crap. Why am I forgetting his name? The guy who plays Lockhart from Harry Potter. He was the bad guy in Tenet as well recently, with a less bad Russian accent, but he has a bad Russian accent in Shadow Recruit. Crap. Why am I blanking on his name? Kenneth Branagh. Why was I forgetting that? Kenneth Branagh directed and was the bad guy in Shadow Recruit. And it's an interesting take on it. Thank you, Mike Evans. Thank you. Cold War is absolute favorite period in history. It's so fun to learn about. Yeah, exactly. You need to expand your collection. It's mostly TV shows. And I have a lot. Hey, Dr. Merkin, how are you doing? But yeah. Kenneth Branagh, I mean, he's good. Like, there's legitimately, like, he's a scary villain in that movie. He has a real bad Russian accent, though. But yeah, Shadow Recruit. I wish we could have seen more Chris Pine in that role. They kind of modernized the character. But obviously, more recently, we've had John Krasinski playing the character. And I've only watched the first episode of his series on Amazon, so I don't really know how great. I mean, from what I saw, he was good. And they had a good vibe about it, but I've heard the first season's really good. Second season kind of takes the thing off the deep end. Favorite black and white movie, Dan? Oh God, probably Young Frankenstein, which it didn't need to be black and white, but it is. If I had to go, was filmed in black and white because that was the only available thing. Ooh, I have to really think about that. I'm bad about pulling movies off the top of my head sometimes. It might be on this list or on this shelf somewhere. I really wish I could set my phone down somewhere and just read off. Do I have a stand? What can I do here? Can I balance it out? No. I'm doing this. Hold on. Skyrim tattoo. I'm getting sweaty over here too. I'm doing this. I'm holding my phone and talking into the microphone this entire time. So I'm like, and I can't move the camera. I wish I could kind of move the camera a little bit more. I'm getting so hot too. That's what happens. Look at that majestic beast. Oh, thanks. But yeah, so the Jack Ryan movies. Zoom in. Yes, obviously, Jesus Christ. It's Jason Bourne. I have The Bourne: Identity, Supremacy, Ultimatum, and Legacy. I do not have Jason Bourne, which might be the worst of them. Legacy is probably the worst, right? Jason Bourne isn't very good, though. It's just kind of like an okay Jason Bourne movie that was kind of, I don't want to say crapped out, but look at that headless Bane. We got Bane up there. Oh, yes. Oh, where the fuck am I? Oh, bow before Bane. I will destroy you. Ah. But yeah, Bane's up there being a dick. Yes, we have the Bourne movies. I mean, what can you even say about Bourne? They're just kick ass. 1 through 3. I mean, it's one of the more perfect trilogies. If you're looking for an action, geopolitical spy, everything that scratches the old man dad itch. What? Let's just call that what that is now. The old man dad itch. I don't want to say it's dad. Those are dad movies, but it is one of those things where it's like political action movie. They're good. They're real good. Why is Ultimatum bolded? It's all very uniform until the Bourne Ultimatum, and then the Bourne Ultimatum is bolded and Legacy is bolded. It's weird. You see that the Bourne is bolded in the first two, and not bolded for Identity and Supremacy. But Ultimatum is bold. I don't like lack of consistency between packaging. It actually is a pet peeve of mine. Anyway, Bourne Legacy isn't very good. That's Jeremy Renner taking the reins. I mean, great cast. I think you have Oscar Isaac in that first one. It's Jeremy Renner and Oscar Isaac and Rachel Weisz, which again, you take out Rachel Weisz in Mummy 3, but give us her in Bourne 4. Like what? Your OCD hurts, mine too. Maybe it's cold because it's possibly, or bold because it's possibly the best film. I mean, yes. I mean, it probably is the best of those three. I mean, the first one is excellent. First one's directed by the director of, Live, Die, Repeat, Edge of Tomorrow, which is what it's called now, I guess. But Edge of Tomorrow, directed by Edge of Tomorrow, Doug Liman. He directed some other movies too that I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. Anyway, Doug Liman, who was supposed to direct the Splinter Cell movie starring Tom Hardy, but there's been no movement on that movie in 8 years. So who the fuck knows? Yeah, that's insane. It's been 9 years actually. Anyway, either way, Tom Hardy was cast in 2013, shortly after Tom Clancy passed away. Either way, my brain is full of a bunch of random things. Okay, hydrate. I actually will take you up on the hydrate right now. I'm doing a lot of mouth clicking. Sorry, I'm doing that. It's a habit that I can't stop. You watched Identity and Supremacy with your dad, so I guess you're right. I mean, it's the dad specialty, right? They're just classic dad movies. Legacy is just, it's so bland. It's such a bland movie with a real dumb premise. It's like super soldiers, but they have to keep taking the pills to remain super soldiers, or they're going to not be super soldiers anymore, or like he's going to lose his cognitive ability all the way around. I don't know. It was really weird and not very good. Your parents love Bourne, so there you go. Yeah, Daddy, what I say, Daddy Scratch movie? I don't know. Anyway, the Bourne movies. And then right after there, at the end, we have a classic film series. No, I will not be buying the version of Rocky V where Stallone is taking out the robot. We love the robot in Rocky. We are going to watch the robot. His brother has a robot. So the robot stays. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? The Rocky series, Rocky, the Undisputed Collection, Rockies 1 through 5, and then Rocky Balboa. Keep turning the mic away so I can burp. I'm just standing here. Probably shouldn't be locking my knees. Rocky 1 through 5, and then ending in Rocky Balboa, and then Creed, the more recent. I don't have Creed 2. I haven't even seen Creed 2 yet. I loved Creed. I like the Rocky series a lot. If we want to really get down into it. Rocky 1 and 2 are pretty great. I can't remember Rocky 3 through 5, except for the robot. Is 3 the one with Apollo? Yeah, 3 is the one with Apollo and Drago, right? Or is that 4? Is 5 the one with the street fight? That is actually one of the first movies I ever remember seeing when I was a kid. I saw it on TV in the rec center where my siblings were playing floor hockey in Niagara Falls, New York. I remember seeing the scene with Rocky having a street fight with a dude, and it's one of the first movies I remember seeing. 4 is Drago, 5 is Tommy. Okay. 1 and 2 is Fight with Apollo. Right. 3 is Mr. T. Okay, perfect. Thank you, everybody. Love the first 4 Rocky movies, and the last 2 were okay. Born Yesterday would have made a great title. Creed 1 was fucking great. Creed 2 is pretty boring for you. Yeah, I haven't seen the second one. I've heard from most people that it's pretty good, but I haven't seen it. Creed was directed by Stallone, right? Yeah, and the second one was not. But I love Michael B. Jordan as Adonis Creed. And I love that idea of following up with the son of Apollo. Like it's a real good story, and it's kind of like the perfect evolution of that series. And man, you just can't go wrong with Michael B. Jordan. Creed was Ryan Coogler. Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah. It was right after Fruitvale Station. Yes. Well, that makes sense then. Why Creed is so good. Man, Ryan Coogler, I still haven't seen Fruitvale Station. Has he done any other movies other than Creed and Fruitvale Station, Creed, and Black Panther? I don't think he has. I could be wrong. Either way, man, that guy is on a roll. Heard so much shit about Rocky 5, but I thought it was decent. Yeah, I don't think I hate any of the Rocky movies, honestly. And Rocky Balboa is really good. That was Stallone coming back and directing. But yeah. I don't know. I don't hate any of the Rockies. It's just the 5 is the easiest to make fun of, right? Because of the robot. It's all because of the robot. I can see why you wanted to edit that out. Fruitvale Station hits very close to home. Yeah, I've never seen it. I've only heard good things, and that's what put Kugler on the map. But yeah. Anyway, that's the top shelf. That's the top shelf. Do you think the top shelf can be topped? You know what I'm saying? Could it be topped? Is it not just some of the best, most iconic movies known to man? Did I skip over Indiana Jones? I skipped over Indiana Jones, y'all. I skipped over Indiana Jones. I didn't even read Indiana Jones, The Complete Adventures, which isn't true. There's going to be another one. That's Indiana Jones 1 through 4. It's all the movies that exist currently, but there is going to be another one written and directed by James Mangold, who did Logan. Speaking of which, Logan. Well, before we get off the top shelf, something that's just below the top shelf that honestly should be on the top shelf. And let me readjust the camera here. Yeah. Back to the Future. That's the Ghostbusters theme. Back to the Future. Who you gonna call? Doc Brown. Back to the Future. The series. It's 1 through 3, according to Robert Zemeckis and the guy who is also a producer of that series. There's never going to be another one. Don't even, it's over our dead bodies, and probably they'll make another one after we die. You think they're ever going to make another one? Robert Zemeckis has said that there will be no sequels, prequels, whatever. Back to the Future. It's a trilogy, one and done. But I mean, if we're talking perfect movies, the first one, a perfect movie. It is just a great time travel movie. It's great, like sci-fi, family movie and all that jazz. It's just a good movie. It's one of those ones that you watch a million times growing up because it's really great. 2 and 3, 2 is my least favorite, and I have an endearing, love for the third one because I grew up watching a lot of Westerns. You won't really see Westerns too reflected in my Blu-ray collection, but I did grow up watching a lot of Blu-rays. The thing is, most of the Westerns I watched were just not readily available, / listed whenever I was buying Blu-rays. So I didn't really get a lot of those. They weren't as popular, I guess, to make into Blu-rays. I'm sure now, you'll see a lot of John Wayne collections and stuff like that, and I might have 1 or 2 of those, but yeah, I just never really got around to buying a lot of the Westerns that I grew up watching. I don't know why. That's weird, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Bob Gale, thank you. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you, Quicksilver. We love the robot. It's such a cute addition. Puts in a cool era. Yeah. You'll have the third one, almost more than one. Oh, wow, Hackerhead. That is a strong take right there. My dad keeps saying I'm a disappointment because I have not seen Back to the Future. He never had a copy for me to watch, though. My dad is joking, of course. Well, it's his fault for not having a copy. Well, yeah, Liz had never, again, a lot of the movies and franchises that I grew up watching, Liz just wasn't, she was more of a horror movie person and didn't really wasn't super into a lot of the movies that I grew up watching. So I've kind of been taking her through my cinematic childhood / a cinematic journey through cinema sins. So we went through the Back to the Future movies a couple years ago, and she really liked them. I'm speaking for her, but she would probably they're okay. And if you're thinking where the hell is Bond, I have the Bond 50-year collection right over there. So those would be on the top shelf. Typically, they would be featured on the shelf, but I have them just amongst my collections, like Batman Beyond the complete series, Law and Order the complete series, because yes, I fucking love Law and Order. The Watchmen special edition, collector's edition of Zack Snyder's Watchmen, Lawrence of Arabia is over here, a special edition. I got my signed Batman the Animated Series by Kevin Conroy right there. There's a zombie with a screwdriver in his head. You know, we got a lot of things going on here. But yeah, so all those things. Hopefully you're able to hear me. I think the mic was in my mouth. I could be wrong. But yeah, Bond's over there, just in case you missed it. So yeah, Back to the Future, great movies. Crispin Glover is the man, and they did him wrong. If you're ever curious, search Crispin Glover, Back to the Future 2, and look for an interview where he talks about it. He actually created new laws around actors giving their likenesses for future movies, because he wasn't in the second movie, and they took his face molds for his old man makeup that he had made in the first movie, and put his face molds, or like put prosthetics on a different actor who was then portraying him in the second movie. Any X-Files, Danz. Any X-Files. Any X-Files. And the movies, baby. And the movies. Oh, yeah. I have everything but the new series. Anyway, quit sidetracking me. Oh, that's not correct. Bam, 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 bam. All right. How dare you? How dare you ask me questions during this stream? How dare you? You're being punished right now. Mentally in my brain. The mic was indeed in your mouth. You're so quick with that. Like it was scripted. Look, this is weird. This is a really weird setup that I have going on. So hopefully it's not too bad. You saw Back to the Future at the drive-in last summer, and it was a blast. Yeah, not Dragonborn. It's a great movie. Very great movie. The Comedian. What happened? Whenever I think of my childhood movie, my first thought is The Warriors. I don't have The Warriors, I don't think. The Synodanic universe. I like it. I like it. You have the X-Files briefcase. You lucky son of a bitch. I'm only 26, but I know more films from the 50s and 60s movies. John Wayne and Cary Grant are my top two actors of all time, and people my age actually do not know those two actors at all. I know. Isn't that sad? I have a few Cary Grant movies. I actually might be lying about that. I might not have any Cary Grant movies. Have you ever seen Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House? That's one of my favorites with crap. The lady from Mary Hart? Mary. No, her name wasn't Mary Hart. Donna Hart? Donna something. The lady from who played Mary in It's a Wonderful Life. That's a great movie if you've never seen it. Really good Cary Grant movie. Yeah, man. Yeah, John Wayne. I love John Wayne. Dude's an asshole in real life, but great actor and some excellent movies. But he was kind of on the wrong side of history for a lot of things. He was kind of a proponent of the blacklist back in the day. But yes, hi, I'm Dan. All right, the X-Men series. I have all of them except for the last one. Right? I think so. So we have X-Men, X2, X-Men United, X-Men The Last Stand, X-Men First Class, X-Men Days of Futures Past, The Rogue Cut, which I haven't watched. I've only seen the original version in the theater, and I haven't seen it since. So I haven't watched The Rogue Cut, but I own The Rogue Cut. X-Men Apocalypse. Why do I have X-Men Apocalypse? You can kind of see on there. I was not going to buy this movie. I am not a fan of X-Men Apocalypse. It fucking sucks. I really loved Days of Future Past. But it was $10 and Deadpool. They kind of X-Menerized or Deadpoolarized a lot of these. If you look at the actual case, it's just the regular case underneath. It's not a good movie. It's not a good movie. Poor Oscar Isaac, you know? I actually haven't taken this out of the wrapping because I don't plan on watching it ever again, maybe. I don't know. It was really cheap. It was $10 and it had Deadpool on the slipcover. So that's why I bought it. So, yeah. Yeah, you're missing Dark Phoenix. Yeah, that's the only one I haven't seen. It makes me so sad. I fucking love the X-Men movies. Like, I love the X-Men movies. And it makes me so sad that I don't have all of them and that I didn't love all of them. I even have all the Wolverine movies. Like I have, as you can see here, X-Men Origins Wolverine, The Wolverine, and Logan. The last two of the Wolverine series were written and directed by James Mangold. Actually, The Wolverine might not have been written by James Mangold. I could be wrong. And Logan is 4K. It's the only of the four of the movies that I have in 4K. Looks like The Wolverine is in 3D, and the rest are all just regular style. Rogue Cut is meh. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Dark Phoenix, and I kind of don't really want to, which is so sad. I love that series. Bryan Singer, not a guy with very checkered past, and seemingly not the best guy, but did a great job at directing those movies. You can love an artist, you can love the art and not the artist. That's certainly something that, as time has gone on and we found out shit about a lot of different people, which I mean, we'll see some of the actors like Kevin Spacey. I have plenty of Kevin Spacey movies, where it's just like made great movies, terrible person, unfortunately, but that's life sometimes. But yeah, James Mangold, excellent job on his movies. He hit it out of the ballpark with Logan, hence why I have the that was actually the first 4K Blu-ray I bought was Logan, before I could even watch 4K things. He did write the Wolverine. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, the Wolverine isn't the worst. It's actually a really good movie. It's not amazing, I would say. But maybe I should go back to it. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. The end is kind of bad, but it has some good elements. I think you only have the X-Men animated series on DVD. Oh man, I wish I had that. I don't have that on DVD. Up next. Sorry, I'm catching up on things. Robin Hood, Men in Tights, and High Anxiety, and The Producers are your three favorite Mel Brooks films, but not in that order. I wish I had more Mel Brooks movies. I do have some of them. Young Frankenstein, I think, is my favorite of his. I love Spaceballs, though. Look, it's tough for me to pick the best Mel Brooks movies. Anyway, moving on. Tarantino sucks, and Inglourious Bastards fire. You don't like feet? Well, Liz and I, funnily enough, you mentioned that, and we'll get to the Tarantino movies, but Liz and I have been going through his movies. We just watched Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, and Jackie Brown in the last week, because she has not seen the earlier Tarantinos. Plus, she wants to rewatch Django, so I was like, then you have to watch all of his movies. And yeah. You have a literal phobia of feet. Also, he says the N-word so much. Oh, well, that's the thing. It's like watching those first three movies of his. Yeah, the N-word is in there, used a lot. I think not. I mean, they're not supposed to be good people. And I understand, though. Like, yeah, I get it. Believe me, I brought it up when I was talking to Liz, because I usually do introductions to movies before we watch them. And she rolls her eyes at me. But I usually give her a little bit of context regarding to the filmmaker, the actors, some of the actors. I want them to be a surprise sometimes because she doesn't know who's in them. But I'll kind of give, touch on the cultural relevance of the movie and the director and like things they've done and the reception of the movie and all that jazz. So, yeah. Do you make PowerPoints too? I wish, actually, but you know me. I mean, I'm literally talking off the top of my brain on all these movies, and I'm just an I'm a trash can of movie knowledge. Haven't you seen my my pinned tweet on my Twitter? Let's see here. Reservoir Dogs all the way. Reservoir Dogs is excellent. Pulp Fiction was actually, I've only seen it the once, the first time I watched it in 2012, and I wasn't as blown away as I thought I would be. Second time around, way better. That movie is so effing great. Pulp Fiction was great. Jackie Brown, though, still is probably my favorite of Tarantino's movies. Just because it's the least Tarantino-y of them, and I think it's probably the most proficient all the way around. It's a really good movie. Listen to you, and I'm constantly amazed about the details you remember, like directors and such. Yeah, I'm a weirdo. I haven't seen Blazing Saddles yet. You have lots of movies that your dad is disappointed in me for not seeing, but he never had a copy. I mean, look, he can't be disappointed if he didn't have a copy. That's what I'm saying. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, Spider-Man, the Raimi trilogy. Speaking of Raimi, Ted Raimi, Sam Raimi's brother, was in the two Harrison Ford, Jack Ryan movies as one of the other people at the FBI. So, yeah, hi, I'm Dan. random thing, or CIA. They're not FBI. That just came to my brain. Trash can of movie knowledge. Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi trilogy, and then I have the Amazing Spider-Man in 3D and the Amazing Spider-Man 2, which I said I wouldn't buy, but oh crap. Bent Fork, who was during a time where I couldn't afford Blu-rays, when I had my Blu-ray wish list command set up, he bought me multiple Blu-rays off my wish list. And Amazing Spider-Man 2 was on there because, again, I'm a completionist. I wouldn't have bought it myself, but he bought it for me, which was super sweet. And he didn't have to do that. And he bought me multiple movies that will come around. I'll mention it when we come around to them. But I had bought the Amazing Spider-Man in 3D because, again, I was on a 3D kick around that time. It was 2012. So I had just gotten that monitor. So I wanted to watch all the movies I could in 3D on that monitor. And yeah, I mean, what can you say about the Raimi Spider-Man movies 1 through 3? Yeah. I mean, 1 and 2 are excellent. 3, it's a half good movie. Like the Sandman stuff isn't terrible in that movie. It's honestly my favorite part of that movie. I rewatched Spider-Man 3 a few years ago, and I was like a quarter of the way through, and I was like, this is actually really good. And it just really starts to fall apart with all the Venom stuff. Like Topher Grace was miscast. That wasn't his fault. And Sam Raimi didn't want to do the Venom stuff. The studio was really forcing it. And yeah, it just ended up making a bad movie, unfortunately, in the end. Plus, it's a little too recycling of previous movies with the climax of it. It's the Harry Osborn stuff is kind of awkward. It's just it's kind of a weird flick, unfortunately. You love the OG Spider-Man movies? You're also not that big into superheroes, so you're not a harsh critic. I gotcha. You know World War Z is based on the book Max Brooks, son of Mel Brooks. I did know that, yes. Yeah, Max Brooks. Writer extraordinaire. For a video major, I need to watch way more movies. Oh my gosh, yeah, do it. So you're a movie theater trash can, Dan? Yeah. Sarcastrophe, how are you doing? Love your name. You enjoy Spider-Man 3 still, even with the issues? Yeah, me too. I absolutely agree. It is definitely a watchable movie, and Sam Raimi gives it his all. Like, everybody's trying in that movie. It just doesn't succeed. That's the thing. Nobody sets out to make a bad movie. This is a thing I've heard a million times from a lot of different filmmakers, actors, all that jazz. And I absolutely agree. Nobody sets out to make a bad thing. Everybody's trying to make the best thing they can. Unfortunately, especially with large studio movies, there are a million compromises. There's a million voices. Unless you have something like a Christopher Nolan where he's given carte blanche to do whatever he wants without much studio control because he's proven himself. Although, Sam Raimi proved himself, but it's a battle with the studios a lot of the time. I mean, we've seen that with Justice League, which we're about to get the Snyder cut of Justice League. Not every filmmaker is given carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want. They have to adhere to the directives of producers, executives, studio executives who have nothing to do with the movie, who are just watching the daily footage coming in and saying, do more of this, do more of that, make him do this, make him do that, or her. Anybody like who's making a thing, they have to, with a large studio behind it, they have to, they have 1,000 masters above them that they have to please to, make a product that ultimately needs to sell to a mass market. So it's nothing's going to be, perfect all the time when you have that sort of studio system behind it. But yeah. And with the Bully Maguire meme, it has only gotten better. I love that. I love those memes of like Tobey Maguire being edited into like other Marvel movies and all that stuff. Hydrate, do you hear me getting hoarse? I'm getting a little hoarse. I think your favorite DVD they did was The Evil Dead. That was designed as the Book of the Dead. Oh yeah, I have seen that. The Necronomicon. I'm gonna hydrate now. I gotta go faster, y'all. Did you like Wonder Woman 1984? I did. It's a real goofy movie. I think it's a bit more. It's a bit cartoonier than the previous Wonder Woman movie. But I quite like it. I liked it a lot. Didn't think it was amazing, but I really liked it. Hey, Trash Maniac, how are you doing? The guy who plays Marco Finn, aka Sandman, is pretty good in that movie. Yeah, that's Thomas Hayden Church. He's a really good actor. He's a really great actor. Hey, not Dragonborn. Thank you for continuing your gift sub you got from Hanky Panky's. Very sweet. Appreciate that, bud. Looking forward to the new WandaVision tomorrow. Yeah, me too. Oh, hell yeah. I'll watch that tonight when I'm watching Cooper in the living room. All right. So up next, the Amazing Spider-Man movies. What am I going to say about those? Directed by a guy whose last name is Webb. Hellboy 1 and 2. Look, okay, Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man. I think Andrew Garfield was excellently cast. I really like Emma Stone as Gwen Stacy. I think the acting is absolutely fine. Amazing Spider-Man 2 falls off the rails. Like, my thing was, at the time, the Amazing Spider-Man was a good setup for a universe, and they had to go from there and follow through with, all these good characters they set up. It was kind of a forgettable movie. I liked the characterization of Peter Parker for the most part, but like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is, like I was just saying, movies that are directed by committee more than, when you don't have somebody behind the director's chair, in the director's chair, that's really going to stand up for the movie they're making. It's just going to be this mishmash. Like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 had on it, they were trying to, much like Spider-Man 3, where they're kind of trying to cram these extra villains in there. They're trying to set up future movies. Like it was a whole thing. If you didn't know, there was actually going to be a fourth Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. John Malkovich was going to be, purported to, they were going to be doing The Vulture, which they ended up doing with obviously the Tom Holland Spider-Man. They had this not deleted thing. They had storyboards for the Vulture. They had storyboards for Bruce Campbell being revealed as Mysterio. So like, his characters in the first 3 movies seemingly would have been connected because they would have been Mysterio all along. He was getting arrested in the storyboards. And they were like a month from shooting that, or weeks from shooting that. They were in pre-production. They had a script. They had everything. And they pulled the plug on it. But yeah, interesting. Stan Lee's cameo in the library is excellent. I agree. I absolutely agree with that. But yeah, I mean, just the second one, they try to cram too much. They're trying to set up like a Sinister Six scenario, which obviously doesn't play out because everything goes out the window. Jamie Foxx's character is he's a little weird. The writing's not very strong. They try to make him cool and badass, and that's fine, but like it's kind of undercut by Hans Zimmer's score in that movie, which has like people fucking talking during music where they're like, Spider-Man, fucking hate Spider-Man, Q, Spider-Man, you're gonna let him talk to that way to you. Like that's going on in the score for some reason. Why is that? It was so off-putting and not very good. Did you like Nocturnal Animals? I haven't seen that one. That one isn't that Amy Adams and Michael Shannon? Am I correct with that? I've never seen it, so I don't know. If I'm right about that, I would actually be very surprised. I've heard good things. Was it Amy Adams? They were so desperate for that Sinister Six movie, setting that up. Yeah. Was it Matt Reeves? No, it was the guy who directed Cabin in the Woods was going to make a Sinister Six movie. And he was set to write and direct, I'm pretty sure. And that whole universe just fell apart. Amazing Spider-Man 2 did horribly. If they don't know what to do for a Spider-Man movie, the best thing to do is make a film adaptation of Kraven's Last Hunt. Well, there you go. Drew Goddard. Thank you, Mike Evans. Yeah, you got my back on this one. Yeah, Drew Goddard was going to direct the Sinister Six movie. Oh, hold on one second. I'm going to go check on Cooper really quick, y'all. I'm hearing activity going on. Liz is in there sleeping, but just one moment. BRB. Hugo. That was a cat. And now I have hair in my beard. He's going to rub up against the camera stand. Cooper was awake and flailing around because he is a troublemaker. If y'all didn't catch at the start of the stream, my cat Cooper had surgery the other day. Watch out, fish. Now I got all the cats in here with me. He had surgery the other day, so he's recovering and being a bit of a pain giver. That's not a phrase I was thinking of. But yeah, I'm Dan. Sorry about that. Does anyone else think that Frostpunk would be an interesting movie adaptation of a video game? I don't know what Frostpunk is. It's good that he's lively. Yes, absolutely. Some Wawa. Excuse me. All right. We're back. Hi, I'm Dan. We got to go much faster. It's been like 2 hours, and I'm on the second shelf of 700 movies. I talk too much about things. Saw that on your IG, Dan. Yeah, it's really shitty, but he is doing okay. He's just been a troublemaker, and he's not. Liz isn't having a fun time taking care of him because he's a bit of a pain. He keeps wanting to take the cone off and just kind of refuses to stop. Sometimes he'll get into a little bit of a rotation where he just keeps trying. So yeah, but he's doing good right now. Getting some extra food. In about an hour, we should be able to give him more of his medication, which should help calm him down. But yeah, okay, so where do we leave off? Yeah, Spider-Man. The Spider-Man movies. The Amazing Spider-Man movies. I love the Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, but the Amazing Spider-Mans, they're skippable. They're kind of just made completely redundant by this point. Now that we have the Tom Holland movies, which we'll get to when I get around to the Marvel movies. On the next shelf. Anyway, before we breach into the DC movies, we have some non-DC movies, non-DC Marvel movies, and then some side Marvel movies, and then we're rolling into the DC universe. Oh, yeah. Anyway, okay, so Hellboy 1 and 2, Hellboy 2, The Golden Army. I absolutely like Hellboy. Hit me in my childhood, like at the right time. I was probably like 13 when that movie came out, 12 or 13. I was like the perfect age. I loved that. I have it on DVD. The DVD is in the living room, but I have like the special edition. I can't talk. Special edition DVD, much like the Lord of the Rings box set for the extended editions, where it had like a million special features. Sorry, cat hair on my face from rubbing my beard against Hugo. Twitter just announced a super follower system. I don't know what that means. Are you going to be my super follower? Who knows? Frostpunk is a city builder game set in steampunk industrial area England era. Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe. Interesting. I don't know. But yeah, Hellboy, that first movie has a million special features on it, chronicling the making of that movie, and it was super inspirational to me at a young age, much like the Lord of the Rings special features, where Peter Jackson just kind of delves into making of the entire trilogy, which, I mean, I've said this before a million times, but like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the first one that's the Star Wars of my generation for movies that came out in my lifetime. Obviously the prequel trilogy for Star Wars came out. I'm talking about the original Star Wars trilogy. It's just that influential, groundbreaking game changer that the industry hadn't seen in quite some time. So yeah, as a young wannabe filmmaker, for like those were the things that really inspired me to be like, hey, I want to make movies. This looks like fun. So yeah, Hellboy 1 and 2. Excellent movies. I don't like the second one as much as everybody else does. I need to give it one more shot, I think, now that I'm older. I tend to appreciate certain movies like that I didn't appreciate when I was a kid now that I'm older, I kind of do. But the second one's a bit of a different vibe from the first one. The first one is very fantastical. The second one's very fantastical and kind of delves more into that world. And I kind of like the grittiness of the first one comparative to the second one, in my opinion. It's a paid follower system. Oh my God, that's weird. Interesting. It's like super chats, but follower stuff. Interesting. You wish Guillermo del Toro made another Hellboy? I know. Well, yeah, and him, Mike Mignola, and Ron Perlman, I think, had a dinner together at some point before they went off and made that terrible David Harbour Hellboy movie, which some people like, but I just am not into. They had a dinner where they were going to attempt to discuss, like, you know, potentially doing a third one, but I think Mike just wasn't into what Del Toro was pitching. And I really wanted it, like, you know, something to finish out that trilogy with Ron Perlman as Hellboy, but we didn't get it. And I know, like, Del Toro's Hellboy was a bit different from the comic, but I really appreciated those movies, and I think they really built out that world very good. If not for Abe Sapien, I would not like the second one as much as the first. I mean, yeah, right? I mean, at least Doug Jones got to play the character full way around. In the first movie, in the first Hellboy, Abe Sapien is played in person by Doug Jones, but is dubbed over by David Hyde Pierce from Frasier. And it's a great vocal performance on top of the physical performance from Doug Jones, but like it's so much better with Doug, like playing the character all the way around. And honestly, should have been in that way in the first place. I think that was a studio decision because they wanted a big name on top and all that stuff. Hey, Insane Bean Dip, how you doing? How you doing? Ron Perlman is an awesome Hellboy. I agree. That would have to be the movie that put Ron Perlman on my radar. Obviously, we had Ron Perlman in Blade 2, which I fucking love the Blade movies, but we'll get to those. How dare you even skip ahead? How dare you? Where is Blade on my... I'm looking for Blade on my shelf. Where the fuck? Why isn't it like prominently displayed somewhere? We'll get around to it. I know it's there. I'm just not seeing it for some reason. Where are the Blade movies? Anyway, we'll get around to them. Listen, I watched all three of those not too long ago either. Anyway, so that. The Hellboy movies, yeah. Then we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the pre-MCU Marvel movies with Eric Bana, Ang Lee's Hulk. Eric Bana is the Hulk in that movie, and yeah, that's a movie. That is a movie. That's a movie that exists. Jennifer Connelly is Betsy Ross. Sam Mustache Man. What's the... Oh, crap, why am I blanking on his name? Mike Evans, help me. Sam Mustache Guy. Sam... Why is his name? He was General Ross in Ang Lee's Hulk. Crap. Rockwell. No. Maybe it's not Sam. Guy with the mustache who has the really deep baritone voice. He's a cowboy guy. Shit. I can't remember. He was in Big Lebowski. New Hellboy movie. Sam Fisher. New Hellboy movie is just kind of meh. Yeah, me too. I agree. Sam Elliott. Thank you. It was Sam. Thank you, Epic Player. You are the best. It is Sam Elliott. Sam Elliott. He plays General Ross. It's you know what? I like that Hulk movie. It's a very different flavor. Like it's kind of weird because if you watch it, it's trying to very much be a comic book come to life. Like literally there are panels and there are points where people turn into like comic book versions of the character, like the frame will freeze and then it all kind of goes cartoony for a second and then just cuts to the next scene. It's a very artistically interesting movie with it has a decentish plot. Nick Nolte plays a crazy man who walked onto set and started snarling and growling, and as Eric Bana's father, David, I guess it's Bruce Banner. Did they call him David Banner in that, or is he Bruce? I guess he's Bruce Banner. He would be David Banner. Yeah, interesting movie. It's better than Blade 3. If we're talking Blade 2, yes, absolutely. Blade 3 is not very good. You're talking about Hulk is better than Blade 3, or yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I like Hulk. There's a part where the Hulk punches a gigantic bulldog in the nuts. Yep. The Punisher, Thomas Jane's The Punisher movie with John Travolta as a bad guy for once. That doesn't happen. Well, that happens every now and again, I guess. But yeah, Thomas Jane's Punisher, man, I was super into that movie. I ended up like having a poster for that on my wall growing up because I just loved that poster and that movie a lot. Going back to it now, it's definitely way more it's definitely more dated than I remember it being. You know what? Like the Dirty Laundry short that Thomas Jane put out, I feel is way more in line with the kind of Punisher he wanted to portray. And that movie is kind of a bit more conventional for the, early mid 2000s when that came out. That was, I think, 2003 or something like that. You like Blade 3 because of Deadpool. I mean, yeah, Ryan Reynolds is in a completely different movie than everybody else in that movie. But yeah, the first Punisher, that movie is, I mean, I liked it a lot and I can definitely watch it anytime, but it's definitely not the best. I think going back and watching it without that kind of nostalgia goggles aspect was definitely one of the kind of eye-opening moments for watching that movie where I was like, oh, maybe this isn't as good as I remembered it being. Next up after that is Punisher Warzone. I'm trying to... Oh, the 2-disc special edition. I'm sorry, I'm balancing everything right now. This is really awkward. Punisher Warzone. That movie, directed by... Lexi Alexander. She kicked ass directing that movie. I don't know why she doesn't direct more movies. I know she's directed... At the time when I saw her at the Alamo Drafthouse, I got to see that movie presented at the Alamo Drafthouse, Punisher Warzone, by Lexi Alexander, the director of that movie. And she was really great in kind of talking about the making of that movie and the ideas that she had. And that movie is like hardcore. Like she's making a full on pulpy, like hyper violent. It's almost kind of like in a way, a statement on violence in movies by being hyper violent. That there's points in that movie where the Punisher like punches a fist through a dude's face, like just out of pure winding up and punching. Like it's just out of nowhere. He just pulverizes a dude's face. I really like that movie, especially seeing that in the theater. Like I forgot how crazy that movie is. Yeah, it's pretty great. I'm not like a crazy big Punisher guy, but so I don't really know the comics too much, but I would probably say that's a little bit more comic accurate than the first one. Hulk is better than Blade 3? Gotcha. And Blade 2 is 10 times better than Blade 3. Yeah, Blade 1 and Blade 2 are excellent. We'll get around to them. I haven't gotten to them yet. Don't skip ahead. Don't skip ahead. Don't skip ahead. Don't skip ahead. Okay. Just making a loop. Speaking of comic movies, and just saw Dredd yesterday. It was pretty badass. Yeah, well, yeah. And then speaking of ultra-violent comic book movies, for sure. Never watched that one. Is it decent? Punisher Warzone, I mean, yeah. Dredd is very underrated. If you like Dredd, you'll like Punisher Warzone. I will say that statement. Okay. After that, we have Superman the movie, Superman 2, the Donner Cut, and then Superman Returns, which is a weird triple feature there. Yeah, that's just a collection I picked up a while ago. I had never seen the Donner Cut, and I still haven't. I want to. I know it has kind of some incomplete scenes, because if you don't know the history of that, they filmed Superman and Superman 2, not back-to-back, but Richard Donner, the director of the first Superman movie. Was it back-to-back? I don't think it was immediately back-to-back, but there wasn't a crazy gap in between them. But he was filming the second movie, and he was taken off of that, and they brought in a new director and rewrote and reshot stuff. So Richard Donner, the director of the original movie, eventually, like, it was kind of one of those things where it was like whispered about the Donner Cut. And eventually the studio came to him and said, well, you know, we'll let you finish the movie with you. Like, there's like some, because they didn't like actually fully film his movie. So he had to use some of the footage from Superman 2 that he didn't film to kind of fill in the gaps of some, like, and he had some like rehearsal footage of some actual scenes. So I think they're kind of like, it's a very rough approximation of the movie that he wanted to make, but it was more in the spirit of what he was trying to do. She also made Green Street Elite. Oh yeah. I haven't seen any other of her movies, but I did know, yeah, I think I actually might own one of her other movies because it was Christian Bale, right? We'll get around to it if it's on there. Then now we're getting into the good stuff. I might check on Liz again because I'm hearing some exasperation going on in the other room. Now we're getting into it. This section right here, the DC movies. Oh yeah. One moment. I'm gonna go check on Liz real fast. I'll put on some music this time. BRB. Sorry for the abrupt little stops here, but say la vie when you have an injured cat who's recovering from surgery. BRB. One moment. All right. You shush, Miracle of Sound. We're back. Sorry for that, everybody. We got injured kitty that I'm taking care of, so every now and again I might have to pop out just to help Liz. If only the Joker was in The Dark Knight Rises. It was originally planned as Stranger, but unfortunately, due to the real-life death of Heath Ledger, didn't work out that way. Hey, random guy. All right, we're back. We're back. Sorry, I just washed my hands because I was handling Cooper a little bit. He just wouldn't calm down, so he was kind of walking back and forth. Hope Coop and Liz are doing good, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's just he's stressing Liz out because he's obviously acting against his own self-interests. Poise, thank you so much for that follow, if I pronounced that right. Oh, sorry. Catching my breath. Was tussling with Coop for a little bit, trying to get him to calm down. He's calmed down now. Hopefully he stays that way. Hope Cooper is okay. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, he had surgery and he's recovering right now. And he can't really kind of do too much strenuous, and he keeps trying to take off his cone. It's a bit of a frustration, but yeah. All right. Hi, I'm Dan. We've reached Batman, which was probably a good place to do a little break anyway. So we are back. Next time I'll go to the BRB screen as opposed to just sitting here with music playing. Yeah, I guess I'll do about there. And actually, it will go up a little bit. No. Oh, yeah, there's 300. Yeah, so I don't have room on the shelf anymore for all of my movies, unfortunately. But we do have some that are kind of crammed into the tops of some of the shelves here at some point. So, yeah, we'll get around to those when we get to them. But, yeah. Neutered? No, he had a growth. He has a potentially cancerous growth on his arm that he had removed. We won't know until Tuesday whether or not it's, worse than it seems, but hopefully everything is good otherwise. You have any shows on Blu-ray? I do, yeah, that'll be the last thing we get to. I got to go faster with these, though. We got to start going way faster with these. I spent a lot of time on the top shelf, but honestly, those are the most things to say about some of those movies because they're kind of the biggest movies, but yeah. But yeah, so, hi, I'm Dan. Here we go. Batman, the movie. That's right. You see right there, Batman the movie. That is the Adam West 1966 classic. Liz and I actually did a podcast on those first 5 movies you see there. Batman the movie, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin, along with Batman Mask of the Phantasm. We did a podcast. Part 1. We need to get around to the part 2 where we do the later era Batman movies, but like the Nolan trilogy and then Batfleck and all that jazz. Top shelf is always the best. You know it, bud. But yeah. So, I mean, what can I say? It's Batman. You all know I love Batman. God, there's a cat down here. Hold on. Oh, no, he's moved. Never mind. I was going to show Fisher, but he was down on the ground, looking under. Speaking of Batman, my Batman v Superman poster. Where did you get the Adam West one on Blu-ray? Almost all of these, not all of them, but a good majority of these I ordered off at Amazon. The thing is, a lot of them were ordered from 2012 and on. So, and I already had a small Blu-ray collection going to the first Creature House, but yeah, some of these, might not be available anymore. I don't know. There are certain times I've looked up some of these and I was like, oh, you can't even find these anymore. So I'm glad I got them when I did. But yeah, your manager told you to pick it up earlier. I'm my manager, so yeah, I told myself to do that. But yeah, so Batman. I like Batman. Hi, I'm Dan. Do you know I like Batman? I like Batman. Who told you I like Batman? You know I like Batman. Am I Batman? I'm going to stop saying this. Okay, my brain is focused now. Batman the movie. That's like the epitome of the television show. After the first season, they were like, we need to make a movie, stat. And so they did. And that's a movie for sure. Liz and I did a podcast on those 5 movies you see right there. If you're really dying to know my opinion on them individually, definitely check that out on our Patreon. Bat who? I know, right? Check out my Patreon, right? Typing on phone. Well, yeah, right there. Oh, there it is. Link is in the chat. For only $1, you can check out all the podcasts that we have on our Patreon there. If Cooper hadn't hurt himself, well, not hurt himself, but if we hadn't had to have the growth removed and all that stuff, I, in theory, would have gotten another podcast out at the end of this month, but we'll see how that goes. Maybe not. We'll get around to doing another podcast, hopefully hopefully before the end of the month, but if not, beginning of next month, because we're pretty hands-on with Cooper's recovery currently, and that might kind of throw a wrench in stuff. Batman, 1989, excellent movie. Tim Burton really kind of putting his stamp on the character, coming back with Batman Returns, where he just goes full Tim Burton. Batman Forever, handing the reins over to Joel Schumacher, who really kind of takes it back to a little bit of the campy Adam West era, with a like star-studded casts, just like the first two Burton movies. Forever has Jim Carrey as the Riddler, and I was a hyper Jim Carrey fan when I was a kid. Honestly, I had probably seen the Schumacher movies before I saw the Tim Burton ones, because the Schumacher ones were coming out when I was like 6. So, oh God, hi Fish, how you doing? He just sniffed the mic. Yeah, so I mean, I saw those first, and then retroactively went back to the Burton ones. But the thing was, I grew up with Batman the Animated Series and the Adam West Batman as like my initial Batmen. Hey, Sims Mage, how are you doing? Welcome. Batman and Robin, a masterpiece in cinema. You know it. Then we're leading into the Dark Knight trilogy. I mean, what can you even say that hasn't been said about these movies? They are excellent. They are the best. We got the Dark Knight, or Batman Begins. We got the Dark Knight. We got the Dark Knight Rises. We got Man of Steel. We got Batman v Superman. Now that's just going too far into the thing. The Nolan trilogy, I mean, that's Batman at his best cinematically. Say what you will about Dark Knight Rises. That is like as near perfect a trilogy as you can get, with amazing casting, amazing directing, amazing writing, just firing on all cylinders. You can't really say something that hasn't been said about that trilogy of movies. I'm getting more water. But yeah, so definitely, if you haven't seen them, what are you doing with your life? Immediately drop everything and go watch Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises. Man of Steel, the DCEU is dawning. Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Suicide Squad, Justice League, Aquaman, Birds of Prey, if we're going to kind of more connected movies, and Wonder Woman, which is at the top there, as you can kind of see. I just picked up Wonder Woman recently because it was super cheap. I think it was like $8. Again, I've been picking up some Blu-rays that were way cheaper. I didn't have Wonder Woman in my collection until probably a month ago or so, a little over a month ago, or about a month ago. It was after 1984 came out, so yeah, it was sometime last month. I like Man of Steel a lot. That's when I kind of think, I say this a lot, but like some movies I kind of have like a bit of a negative thought when I think about them, but then I go, like when I watch them, I'm like, that was actually pretty good. Man of Steel is one of those movies. I like Zack Snyder a lot, and like you can see just below Wonder Woman there is 300. I loved 300 and Watchmen, and Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead, which we'll get around to somewhere. That's on the shelf as well. I just really like his style. He's a very stylistic director, and have always been a fan of his stuff. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I thought I was missing bits, but that for some reason my list keeps going all the way to the top. Hey Big Hoon, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Man of Steel is a film you've liked less and less over time. Yeah, Man of Steel has grown on you so much through the years. Opposites right there. It was exactly as I wanted it to be before I went to the theater. There you go. And that had a powerful effect on me. Nice. Yeah, and like I said, like it's one of those movies I kind of think like, it wasn't that great. But no, I go back and watch it. I'm like, this is good. I don't know why I think that. It's kind of like Star Trek Into Darkness. Again, not a perfect movie, but like Into Darkness is very watchable for me. I really like that movie. So Man of Steel, Batman v Superman. Again, that's the Dawn of Justice 4K. I actually started watching that the other day and I fell asleep. I can't remember when, but I woke up and what was going on? Oh, they were doing the bullets. It was the part with the bullets. She was at the lab with the bullets. I fell asleep during that. I wanted to watch it in 4K because I hadn't seen it in 4K since I bought it, since I hadn't had a 4K TV when I initially got it. And unfortunately, it's a dual pack Blu-ray 4K, but only the extended edition, which luckily it came digitally too, so I could watch it on digital, which made it easier. But like the 4K version is the extended edition. The regular Blu-ray was just the theatrical version. So I was like, well, fuck, like I got this and I have to watch it on digital as opposed to 4K or Blu-ray, which really sucked. But yeah, BVS was something. And I know a lot of people don't like that movie. I like it. I mean, I have a poster sitting right here next to me. That's Batman v Superman. I quite like Batman v Superman. It's, much darker movie than what has previously come before it with Batman. Batman's fucking branding people. And like, there's a whole thesis statement one can write about that movie that I have not done, but a bunch of other smarter, better people have gone through that movie. And like, say what you will about it, it's not like it doesn't make sense. It just is. Some of the stuff is a little contrived in the movie, and some of the stuff isn't anything anybody would want to see in a superhero movie. But for me, stylistically, it fits. A lot of the story beats, like I appreciate even being in a Batman Superman movie. But for the most part, I think it really works. And for me, it's a good movie. I like it a lot. Ultimate Edition saves it. Oh yeah. The theatrical version is really relatively incoherent by the way it's chopped up. I just remember, because it's been a long time since I watched the theatrical edition. I've only seen it a couple times. Because when I saw it in theaters, I was like, that was good. Like I liked it, but second time around, I liked it a lot more with Batman v Superman, seeing that in theaters. But it has those weird moments where it like cuts to black. And it's like, why is there an ad break in the middle of the movie? Anyway, I like that movie a lot. A million things could be said about that movie, negative and positive. Suicide Squad, yeah, that's the extended edition as well, which I have watched. The extended edition doesn't save Suicide Squad, unfortunately. That movie is just kind of like, I know David Ayer has said, like, I have a cut of the movie, it's better. And a lot of people just want to see more of the Joker. Maybe, sure, maybe, I don't know. It's fine. My favorite part of that movie is Harley Quinn and Deadshot. I think Will Smith and Margot Robbie are the best parts of that movie. Everything else I could take or leave. Maybe cliche, but my favorite Captain America is Civil War. I mean, that's great. That's a really great movie. I really like Winter Soldier, in my opinion. Man of Steel is the only movie my uncle walked out on in theaters. Oh my gosh. Do you have the Venom movie with Tom Hardy? I do not. I do not have that. Not for the lack of, I liked that movie. It's not a great movie. And Tom Hardy's my favorite part of that movie. And when it goes full goofy is when I like it the best. But when it takes itself seriously, like the bad guy plot and all that stuff, like, But yeah, Justice League. Yes, I have Justice League. I can't remember. I think it was $10. I think that and Aquaman. I both picked up Justice League and Aquaman for $10 shortly after they came out on Blu-ray. And it was the only reason I got them. Justice League. My thing about Justice League is, like, it's a fine movie. It's watchable. It doesn't follow through on anything that came before it. If you've seen How It Should Have Ended, I mean, that kind of voices a lot of my opinions. And I'm in it. I play the Flash in How It Should Have Ended. That's right. Plug for things I'm in. But yeah. It's just yeah. Aquaman, that movie is 10 movies in one movie. It's insane. It's bombastic. I think I need to give it another shot at some point, because when I saw it, I was like, this is 10 movies in one and not as good as the 10 movies it's ripping off. I love James Wan as a director. I thought he would be perfect for, a superhero movie. His supernatural horror movies are already kind of like superhero movies in general anyway, just with scary stuff in them. And I know a lot of people like that movie, but I'm on the side where the scales just tipped the other way. And look, here's the thing is I've gone into every single one of these DC movies wanting to love them. I was so excited for Aquaman. Jason Momoa's Aquaman, perfect casting. He's my man crush, Jason Momoa. So like I wanted to love that movie. And unfortunately, I'm not crazy about the characters. I think Patrick Wilson was miscast as the bad guy, Orm, in that movie. It's just, it's too generic for me and too redundant and not very well made or paced. And it turns into Lord of the Rings by the end of the movie. Like it legit turns into Lord of the Rings. It's too much. It's too much. Good old Ocean Master. Yeah. Whose man crush isn't he? I want to hear who doesn't love Jason Momoa. You'll be banned immediately. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, Aquaman, we could debate about it a billion times forever. Up next, I guess we should say Wonder Woman, because Wonder Woman came before Aquaman, and Justice League, right? But I just got that recently, and it didn't have room on the shelf, so I just put it on the top there. Wonder Woman, a movie that I had heard really great things before I went and saw it, and then I went and saw it, and I was like, I like Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. I like Chris Pine as Steve Trevor. I like the vibe of Wonder Woman as kind of like this fish out of water thing in the 20s or the early 1910s, World War II or World War I, I'm sorry, era. And I like the kind of fish out of water aspect. I like the Themyscira stuff, but like, I just don't like any of the villains in that movie at all. And that kind of kills it for me. Like there's some good stuff in there. I love the No Man's Land sequence, and I love her character, but I just don't like the movie that she's in, unfortunately. Also, Amber Heard was met in it. Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I really do. I like Yahya Abdul-Mateen the second, but like his character, because I'm talking about the Manta Ray guy, Black Manta. I wish they would have done. Just the writing wasn't good in Aquaman. For me. But yeah, Wonder Woman, same thing. Just kind of didn't wow me, unfortunately. I liked 1984 way better, and I know a lot of people do not like that movie. So look, my taste isn't aligned with everybody when it comes to these DC movies. Weird. Joker. Again, another thing where I was disappointed with with Joker because I loved Joaquin's performance. I thought he was amazing. He was excellent in that movie. He is definitely the highlight of that film. My problem when I initially saw it was I liked it. I didn't love it. But as time has gone on, I've grown more of an appreciation for it, but I can't get past the fact that it is like a taxi driver, slash, King of Comedy, taxi driver / King of Comedy, homage, but not done as well. So that's kind of my thing with it, is it's too much of a love letter to Scorsese movies that is nowhere near as good. And it's really trying. And it really sucks because I love the score in the Joker. I love the performances in Joker. It's kind of the writing. And it's a really mean movie, but like that's what the Joker is. So it works for that character. And it's kind of like... It's a very, like, the violence in that movie is very shocking. Like, I remember seeing it in the theater and like not being comfortable. And I was like, this is probably what I like about it the most, is that it's making me uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's just too derivative for me to really enjoy it. And if you haven't seen Taxi Driver or King of Comedy, I highly recommend you check those movies out and then take another look at the Joker and tell me what you think. Has such good tension. I agree. You've been meaning to watch King of Comedy? Definitely do it. Definitely do it. That movie is great. I really, really like King of Comedy. Question outside of Marvel and DC. Have you watched Yellowstone? I absolutely love that show. I have not. I don't watch a lot of TV. Last part of Wonder Woman seems just so rushed. Well, and that was a studio thing. Patty Jenkins didn't want to do it, and they were just like, we need a different ending. Do you have the Lord of the Rings movies on 4K? Not yet. I will at some point, though. I think Batman could break that Joker's back with with a flick. Well, yeah. An Arthur Fleck, you mean? A Fleck. Anyway, Birds of Prey and the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn. My favorite DC movie since The Dark Knight. You might not agree with that, but absolutely, that was my sentiment when I saw it in theaters, and I stand by it. You might not agree with me, but I stand by that. What else is there to say? The MCU. That's right. We're blowing right by that. By that. I know a lot of people didn't like Birds of Prey, but like, I liked it. I thought it was really good. I don't know what's wrong with it. I really liked it. I liked it. Okay. The MC. You. Now, here's the thing. You would think, like, me being such a Batman fan, that you would think I am like, you know, super DC and anti-Marvel. But I mean, you know me. Like, I love Marvel movies, and I like Marvel characters. I like DC characters. I'm not loyal to any specific brand. Like, I just like things that are good. And say what you will about the MCU, but the MCU has been hyper consistent. No, let's not say that. I could sit down and watch any MCU movie. Like, I just watched Captain Marvel the other day, and I enjoyed it. And that's not my favorite of the MCU movies, but like, I could sit down at any point, watch any one of those movies, and be thoroughly entertained and enjoy the experience. I don't think there's any of them, even the worst of them, that quote unquote worst. Like, The Incredible Hulk is probably the weakest of those movies. It's still infinitely watchable. And I leave the couch feeling like, hell yeah, that was a good movie. Like, so, you know. Oh, hey, the Mark Millar films. Which ones? What are we talking about? Do you see Kick-Ass? Oh, you might see Kick-Ass maybe, or Wanted. I don't know. Hi, I'm Dan. You can watch Watchmen anytime. Yeah, and Watchmen's not like on the board here on the shelf, but I showed before. I have the collector's edition of the Watchmen movie. That movie's great. It is absolutely great. Can never pass up seeing Ewan McGregor, and he's one of the best parts of that movie. You watched King of Comedy, really liked it recently, and I of course saw the homages, but I definitely got a different vibes from them. I still have to watch Taxi Driver. Watch Taxi Driver, and like Joker is very much a blend of those two movies. Seen Incredible Hulk so many times. Have you seen Fargo? Really good movie. Yes, I did. I have. It's on the list. I swear I got to go faster. You saw Wanted and Kick-Ass? Yeah. I think those are the only Mark Millar. Oh, I know. Kingsman. Kingsman is also Mark Millar, right? Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's the MCU movies. We got Iron Man, Hulk, Iron Man 2, Captain America, the First Avenger, Thor, Avengers, Iron Man 3, Thor, the Dark World, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Age of Ultron, and Ant-Man. That's where my series ends chronologically in order of release. Then I have Spider-Man Homecoming and Avengers Endgame. That's right. I don't own Infinity War. Well, anything from Ant-Man and on, outside of, Spider-Man right there, which I have Spider-Man Homecoming in 4K and Endgame in 4K. And I have all of the Marvel movies from Captain America, First Avenger through, what is that? Ant-Man, all in 3D. Because I was collecting these all in 3D at the time. Again, 4K wasn't available because that wasn't a thing back then. But when I was on my 3D kick, I was always getting those 3D. But yeah, I don't have a lot of those movies because you can kind of tell when I ran out of expendable cash, timeline wise. And when I've been able to pick up some of the other movies at points, like I had to get Endgame when it came out on Blu-ray because it's one of my favorite movies of the MCU. You couldn't watch it by itself without seeing all the other movies, but I've been a diligent watcher of the MCU and have seen every single one of those. So, it is a Mark Millar comment. That's what I thought. Do you have it in release order? I do, yeah. It's in release order up till Ant-Man, which was the end of phase 2. And then it rolled into, the new phase from there. But I can't remember the order of those exactly from beyond there. I get confused after a certain point. Remember renting the first Iron Man from Blockbuster? Good times. I saw that in theaters, baby. Man, I've seen every single one of those movies in theaters. around their release time. And obviously we did the movie marathons multiple times with the creatures back in the day. Remember, no, I already read that. Guardians is such a rise from basically nothing. I absolutely adore both of them. I know, right? I wish I had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I have 1 and 2, the vinyl records, the deluxe editions of the records for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 and 2. I'm going to lose my voice while we're doing this. But yeah, so all those. I mean, what can I say? It's the MCU. I absolutely adore those movies. They're excellently made, some better than others, some amazing directors to come out of the MCU. Yeah, excellent. I'm not going to spend time going through every single one of those. The last, here, let's readjust here. The last section of the second shelf. There's some anomalies in here, and we'll discuss them as we come around. Obviously, I have some extra Blu-rays crammed up at the top here. Let's see what those are. Sorry, I got the snifflies. Here. We got, can you see that? Batman Under the Red Hood. Here. And Daredevil, the director's cut. Hell yeah. Look at Ben. The director's cut, actually better than the regular cut, which I still enjoy. I still enjoy the regular cut. But there's some side boob in this one, or under boob, actually. I think there's some under boob. There's a lady who's like lifting her shirt. Because it's rated R, baby. Oh, yeah. Rated R for violence and language. Doesn't say under boob, though. How dare they? But yeah, Daredevil director's cut. If you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend it. I think they used to have it on Netflix, actually, if I'm not correct about that. Sue me. Daredevil is my favorite superhero, but fuck that movie. Hey, look, I get it. Now that we have the Daredevil Netflix series, I understand. I'm not going to fault you for that. Out of Netflix Marvel series, which one did you like most? Daredevil, Iron Fist, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Punisher. I have only seen the first season and a half of Daredevil. The first episode of Jessica Jones. I've heard really good things about Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and the Punisher. First season, not the second season. Did they do 2 seasons of Punisher? That's weird. Yeah, so that's I am so far behind on those shows. One day I will watch them. One day. Colin Farrell as Bullseye. Oh, I never miss. Yeah. Excellent stuff. Look, it's very much a product of its time, which was the mid 2000s. But hey, it has, early architect of the MCU, Jon Favreau, and now architect of the Star Wars, universe on TV, Jon Favreau. So yeah. Really didn't care for the Daredevil show. I'm just a big fan of the comics. Well, there you go. Hey, look, you don't got to be into everything. All right. Looking at this shelf, we have Sin City. So this is like comic booky movies, and then it turns into a little bit fantasy because it's Harry Potter eventually. But as you can see, we have Sin City, V for Vendetta, Wanted, Kick-Ass, Kingsman, the first Kingsman, not the second Kingsman, the Chronicles of Riddick movies, which, hey, we just played the Chronicles of Riddick games on stream. If you didn't first game, Escape from Butcher Bay. If you did not catch it, check out the VODs on Twitch and or on our archive channel. I played through the entirety of Escape from Butcher Bay, and it was a fantastic time. In between 2 streams. I think it was like 13 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, something like that. It's great. So yeah, Chronicles of Riddick, Pitch Black, The Chronicles of Riddick, and I don't own Riddick, and the eventual 4th movie, Dick. So yeah, I have not. I've seen the 3rd one. I don't own it. The Lego movie, the Lego Batman movie. Obviously, I put those there because they have Batman in them. This is kind of like the animated section of my Batman collection. I have, as you can see on the top there, Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Batman Hush. It's so weird seeing the Nickelodeon logo right next to the DC logo. Oh, wait, hold on, I got to zoom out. There we go. Oh, you can see Cats. Spoilers, I own Cats on Blu-ray. I'm sorry. Do I have to apologize every single time people see that? The Lego Movie is just one of that's a perfect movie. That is another perfect movie. We have many perfect movies on this list. I keep saying list, on this shelf. And the Lego Movie is just one of those movies. Deal with it, whether you liked it or not. I have not met anybody who didn't like that movie, but maybe people exist who don't like Lego Movie. I don't know. The Lego Batman movie, also an excellent movie. I haven't watched that one in a while. I need to go back and watch that. I've seen it a few times, but my goodness, what a fucking love letter to Batman, the Lego Batman movie. It's so great. It is so great. Lego Movie 2 was okay. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I don't own it, but yeah, the second Lego Movie was just okay. I don't think it was amazing, but and they kind of tried to recapture what they did with the first one, but it just didn't quite work out that way. Plus, it was a musical, which was a little weird. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, did I point out Batman Hush? I have Batman Hush. So some of these I haven't watched yet. And when I say some of these, I think it's just Batman Hush and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think I've watched everything else. It gets a little thin here, but we have Batman Beyond: The Return of the Joker, which is excellent if you're a big Batman Beyond fan and or just, a Batman animated fan. Batman The Dark Knight Returns, Part 1 and Part 2. I don't think I ever watched Part 2. There was a period where I had lost Part 2. It got shoved somewhere else and I never got around to it. I hear Part 2 is probably better than Part 1 anyway. But yeah. What do you think is your most expensive movie? Oh, like that I paid for? I don't know. Like, I mean, the special editions of some things that I've bought were certainly pricier. Most expensive movie? I really don't know. I mean, the box sets get pricey, right? When you're buying like a multi-movie set. I really don't know. Like value-wise, I have no fucking idea. What's the value of a Blu-ray anyway? Other than a couple bucks generally when you're trying to sell it. Yeah, I don't really know, F. Gonzalez. That's a good question. Or resale value. Well, yeah, that's what... I really don't know. I mean, as far as rarity is concerned, I did have a Serbian film. I used to have it, but I pawned it at one point and I didn't get any sort of like better price. When I moved from Colorado, I sold probably like 80 Blu-rays to kind of help with moving costs / shed some of the collection that I didn't really plan on rewatching or, whatever. But that was one that was kind of like one of those random ass movies that it was just like, I probably should have held on to it, but am I ever going to watch it again? Probably not. But how rare is that anyway either? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know so much about rarity of movies. I know Liar Liar. I don't know if that's ever been printed on Blu-ray or like ever ported over to Blu-ray because I have it on VHS, funnily enough. Last time I watched it, which was about a year ago, I watched it on VHS because I don't have it on Blu-ray or DVD. But I couldn't find it I think it's on Blu-ray, but it was like $60 on Amazon or something like that. It was like hyper crazy marked up. But yeah, I don't know. Batman Hush is so far down the line in the DC AEU. Yeah. Yeah. Just take a Sharpie and change the T to an R and you're good. There should be a sensor blur on the screen above Cats. Oh my God. Cars. Yeah, I don't own Cars. That's pretty good. I was surprised when some movies going for $100, like that movie with the Olsen twins that's based in the Western movie. Oh, the only Olsen twins movie I ever watched growing up was it Double Bubble Boil and Trouble or whatever, which was on Amazon or one of the streaming services at some point. And I just watched a scene from that movie and I was like, oh my God, this is hitting me right in my nostalgic sense memory. It was so weird. I hadn't seen that since I was like 5 or 6. Dark Knight Returns Part 2 is really fucking good. That's what I've heard. Anyway, Batman Year 1, Son of Batman, Batman... What is that? Oh, Assault on Arkham? What is that? Batman, hold on. I'm trying to balance everything. And look through. Oh, yeah, that is Assault on Arkham. Right. Yeah, Batman Assault on Arkham, which is really good. Son of Batman was fine. It introduced me to Damian Wayne, which I was not aware of before that movie. We already hit the ones that were up there. We got the Harry Potter movies. I, for some reason, don't have the first one, and I don't know why. And as you can see, we have Harry Potter 8 La Coupe de Feu. It's one of the French-Canadian ones I have. For some reason, it's the only of the Harry Potters I have that has the title both in French and in English. Take that, J.K. Rowling. Yeah, I have Chamber of Secrets through Deathly Hallows Part 2. And as we all know, Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Part 2 were going to be released in 3D, but they didn't have time to post-convert Deathly Hallows Part 1 in 3D before it came out. And so they decided to abandon that and focus efforts on only making the 3D conversion for the final part of that movie. And I have that in 3D. It's not good because that movie was real dark. I saw it in theaters in 3D, and that movie is so dark. Like, just the movie itself is so dark, and you get the light loss with 3D glasses. So you lose 20% to 30% of brightness when you're watching those movies. So there were points where it was like I was straining to see the screen. It was so, yeah. I mean, but what can you say about the Harry Potter movies? First two are really good, but a much different vibe from 3 and on. You got Alfonso Cuarón coming in, taking over from Christopher Columbus. Yeah, that's right. The one who discovered America, quote unquote. Joking. Chris Columbus is the director. He directed Mrs. Doubtfire. But yeah, Christopher Columbus in Home Alone. Am I wrong about that? But he directed the first two. Alfonso Cuarón comes in for the third movie and completely just like smacks a style onto the Harry Potter series that is followed through from that point on. Home Alone. And so, yeah, I mean, the third, Prisoner of Azkaban, is probably one of the best ones of that entire series. I'm a big fan of Order of the Phoenix as well. I mean, they're all really good, but like, I definitely lean towards those two as like my favorites. Yeah. Harry Potter and where Snape kills Dumbledore. That one I kind of forget. Wait, what was it? I'm sorry. Okay, moving on. In the very dark text right there, I have the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy. The Swedish versions of those movies with Noomi Rapace. You can't really see it very well. I started watching the first one and didn't finish them. The end. That's the end of that chapter. Ooh, now we're getting around to horror movies. Hell yeah. At some point I'm going to be able to sit down in a chair, and I'm real excited for that. I'm real excited for that. Sorry, I'm moving the stand here. I do not have the stand on Blu-ray, unfortunately. I do have it on DVD, though. I don't know if it's on these shelves, though. I'm talking about the Stephen King, The Stand. Who kills who now? When what? I know, right? Sorry, did I spoil that for you? Okay, so we're getting around to the horror series. We have Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, right? Is it Revenge? Return, Revenge? It's so tiny, I can't fucking see. Let's zoom in. It is. Return and Revenge. I mean, what even are you doing, Halloween series? Obviously, Halloween 3 was the one that was kind of out of the ordinary in regards to it didn't have Michael Myers for some reason, because the John Carpenter wanted to make it like a anthology series that didn't just follow Michael Myers' character, which is weird considering you would do 2 movies with that character and then be like, now we're going to do something different. I still haven't enhance. I still haven't watched the third one all the way through. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. That's what she said. Halloween, what was the Halloween 6? The Curse of Michael Myers, which stars Paul Rudd. That's right. Paul Rudd plays little Tommy from the first Halloween movie. He was the kid that what's-her-name was babysitting. Actually, in the new ones now, which are disregarding everyone except for the first one, the guy who played the newscaster from... Oh, crap, I forget his name. In The Dark Knight, the blonde kid from Breakfast Club. I always forget his name. But he's playing young Tommy, who actually Paul Rudd played in Curse of Michael Myers. Well, not young Tommy, old Tommy, I should say. Yeah, why does the actor name on the spine look so weird? Which one? Curse of Michael Myers? Which one are we talking about? I don't see which one you're talking about. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis? Yeah, that is a little weird. First two movies, first two Saw movies were good. After that, yeah. First three, I would say, are good. Anyway, hold on. Okay, we're getting to the Saw movies. Just give me a second. Here. Okay, we're on Saw. We're on the Saw movies. Ready? Ready for this? Oh, where's Annabelle Comes Home? I just got the other day. Actually, I don't think it's on the. I think it's out in the living room. Yeah, it is. Because Michael died in the second movie. He did, yeah. Say the first three were awesome, the rest were a clusterfuck. Yeah, okay, let's get around to that. Okay, the reason why Halloween 3 is like that is F. Gonzalez. Hell yeah, welcome to the Danz Cave, F. Gonzalez. I appreciate that. Welcome. Thanks for the support. The reason why Halloween 3 is like that is because John wanted a different movie in universe each year, but they would be called Halloween. He didn't want to make Halloween 2, but the studio wanted a sequel, so he killed Michael Myers, and that would be the end of that story. Yes. There you go. Really backfired on him. But hey, look, poor John Carpenter, most of his career, he's just been misunderstood and has had to, suffer failure after failure in terms of box office and success. And now people are like, we love your movies. And he's like, where the fuck were you when they came out? But he's happy that people enjoy them subsequently. But yeah, his movies weren't necessarily regarded as the masterpieces they are today, unfortunately, because a lot of his movies are very damn good. Not all are winners, but hey, look, what is what? Saw 2, unrated edition. Saw 3, unrated edition. Saw 4, unrated edition. Saw 5, 2-disc, unrated director's cut. Oh shit. Saw 6, unrated director's cut. Saw 3D, the final chapter, Blu-ray 3D, blah, blah, blah. Look, here's my opinion. Saw 1 through 3, the best of the Saws. The start of James Wan and Lee Winnall, two of my favorite writer-directors when it comes to horror and just in general. Like, Lee Winnall is doing great. He directed the third of the Insidious movies, which is one of the best, along with the first Insidious movies. We're going to get to those. They're right there. And he also directed Upgrade and The Invisible Woman, which, again, we're going to get to because it's on the list. And when I say list, I mean shelf. But Lee Winnall is excellent. James Wan is excellent. I really like their movies generally. Typically, we already talked about Aquaman. But yeah, the movie's kind of dumber with the plot twists. I agree. Yeah, but here's the thing. I would say 4 and on, they're consistent at best. Like, they're consistent amongst each other. It becomes Saw the TV series. We're producing one episode, 1 hour and a half long episode every year, and we're going to see it through for as long as it's popular. Excuse me. And then it's done. And the final one, the 7th one, is probably the worst of them all. But then we still got Jigsaw, which I don't own, which I have seen, and it's not very good. Which technically, spoilers, if you close your ears for 2 seconds if you don't want to hear the twist for Jigsaw. It's a prequel. It's a prequel. It presents itself as a sequel, but the twist is it's a prequel, but it's a pre-sequel prequel. That's for people to unmute. So yeah. Jigsaw was cool. I'm hyped for Spiral. Well, so yeah, I mean, I'm more excited for Spiral than I am for the, sorry, I'm floundering here. I'm excited for Spiral more than I was for Jigsaw because Spiral, Chris Rock came up with the idea for that movie and he stars in it with Samuel L. Jackson. So like, I'm more excited for that. And plus Darren Lynn Bousman, who directed a lot of the later Saw movies, is coming back to direct that. So, I mean, maybe I like Darren Lynn Bousman's stuff. So I'm hoping it's good. Wasn't there always a talk about a Saw TV show, but it never came out? I think so. Yeah, I believe so. Wait, what? That. I don't want to say it again because people might have muted. Maybe. I don't know. I have the Nightmare on Elm Street. That's the entire series. It has all of the movies except for the remake, which I do have the remake. It's on the next shelf. We'll get to that in a second. I'm getting so many fucking calls today for some reason. I don't know why. A bunch of robocalls. Sam Jackson saying motherfucker just makes everything better. Can't wait for Spiral. There you go. I bet Samuel L. Jackson is going to get killed early on in that film. I think so too. I really do think he is probably not going to be in there very long, but they used him to sell the movie, which I'm fine with. Anyway, Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Those are Wes Craven for the most part. Did he direct them all? He directed some of them. He didn't direct all of them, I'm pretty sure. He came back for New Nightmare, which was okay. That movie series definitely gets... It starts off very serious, and obviously Freddy's fucking with people, but like Freddy becomes such a different character throughout those movies and definitely gets less scary, and it becomes more of a slasher series as time goes on. Yeah, like Bryan Cranston in Godzilla. Yes, exactly. Chris Rock, like everybody hates Chris. Yeah, Chris Rock. He came up with a story. He came to the studio that owns the rights for Saw and said, I have an idea. And he now is starring in the movie. I don't think he wrote the script, but the story is based on the story that he came up with. One in Seventh made by West. There you go. So yeah. And obviously, as you can see right after that, Scream 1 through 4, I am a big Wes Craven fan. I don't own a lot of his. I don't think I own any of his other movies. But there are a couple of his other movies that I'm a fan of that I just don't own. But yeah. Chris Rock has been doing a lot more serious stuff. He was in Fargo season 4. I've heard he was really good in that too. I just haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the Fargo TV show outside of the first couple episodes of the first season. I need to get back to that one. But yeah, Scream 1 through 4, man, what can I say about the Scream series? That was my introduction to horror when I was a kid. I saw Scream 2 on pay-per-view when I was like 6. My friend's mother had rented it on pay-per-view, and I saw the opening scene of that movie. Then my mom got my siblings the first Scream movie, or my parents got my siblings the first Scream movie one Christmas a few years later. Or no, it was Scream 2. It was Scream 2 on VHS. That's what it was. Not the first one. But I saw the first one on TV and like the second one over and over and over again because we had it on VHS, and I just loved those movies. Scream 3, I could take or leave. It's not amazing. It's not the worst. It continues the story, but it's definitely the worst of those. And Scream 4, I really liked. I really liked Scream 4. I'm curious to see how Scream 5 goes. Hype for the new Scream movie? Yeah, and it's not called Scream 5. It's just called Scream, which is, I hate when they do that. They did that with Halloween, and it's kind of dumb. But yes, I'm hyped for it as well. Hopefully it's good. It's directed by the guys who did Ready or Not, which was actually a really good movie, so curious to see how that goes. First 2 Scream movies are good, but the last 2 were meh. Yeah, I really like 4, but I was also really, I was craving for some more Wes Craven to come back and do some Craven directing Scream, so I think Scream 4 is fine. I quite like that movie. Beginning's a wild ride. The Insidious movies, Insidious 1 through 3. I don't have The Last Key, which was the last of those movies, which was kind of a prequel. Those movies are kind of weird because the first 2 are... Is the third one and the fourth one are both prequels, which is kind of weird how the chronology. There we go. The chronology of that series is kind of weird. Considering it's like chapter 1, 2, and 3. Well, I guess it's just Insidious chapter 2. Insidious. Why are certain letters red in these? I don't get it. Oh, I understand. For chapter 3, all the eyes, 3 of the eyes are red. Ooh, clever. Because the third one. But Insidious chapter 2, the S and the I in Insidious are red. What's the significance of that? Is there a significance? I don't understand. Is 4 the one with the voice changer? All of them are the ones with the voice changer. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is the one with the voice changer. Where they could simulate real voices of other people. Yeah, scary movie. Yeah, I don't have any of the scary movies. But yes, we also had Scary Movie on VHS when I was growing up, and we watched that a whole crap ton. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah. Then off of the Insidious movies, because James Wan, we have the Conjuring series, because James Wan. I have the Conjuring 1 and 2. I also have Annabelle. I don't have Annabelle Creation, although I really like Annabelle Creation. I like a lot of those movies, except for The Nun. I don't like The Nun. Watch my review of The Nun. Liz and I did a review of The Nun a while ago, a couple years ago when it came out, and it's definitely worth watching because it's a fun review, but also it's just a shitty movie. The Nun is the worst out of those. I also have Annabelle Comes Home, but for some reason I don't have that in this room because we watched it the other night. It's bad. It's a bad movie. Don't watch it. I mean, it's not the worst in the world, but there's a werewolf in it, like straight up cartoon CGI werewolf. It's so bad. And that movie came out 2 years ago. No excuse. Anyway, Insidious. Its significance is probably it looks cool. Yeah. I like the first Insidious. The second one's not very good. The third one is great. I mean, the first two are. The first one and the third one are my favorites of that series. Last Key was okay. I don't really remember much about it. I mean, I do remember a lot about it, but like, it was kind of just forgettable. In the sense of like, it was unremarkable for the most part. Have you got Paranormal Activity? I think I do. I tried to trade it in a million years ago. You know what? No, I don't have it anymore because I tried to trade in Paranormal Activity back in like 2014, 2013, and the TradeSmart wouldn't take it. I traded in like 200 Blu-rays and they didn't take Paranormal Activity. It was the first 3 movies collection and they wouldn't take it. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I did pawn it before we moved out of Colorado. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just double checking on the chat here. Fucking hated that one. So yeah, that is that rack. On the top of the rack, though, speaking of more of the Conjuring universe, we have The Curse of La Llorona. I never say it right. Don't worry about it. It's like Llorona. I don't know how to pronounce it. And The Babadook. I really like The Babadook. I shared that movie with my brother and my sister-in-law, and they didn't like it. But I like The Babadook. Duck. And it's actually really cool. Let me show you really quick. It's actually a really cool Blu-ray case. Yeah, you see that? The case is the book. The case is the Babadook book from the movie. Babadook, Duck. Yeah, that's a cool case. I like that case. I like when Blu-ray packaging goes the extra mile, and they definitely did for that. The Curse of La Llorona is real bad. Real bad, but I got it for Liz for Christmas last year? No, the year before last. You weren't a huge fan of the Babadook? I like it. Hey, Cass, how you doing? Thank you for the 36 months. I like the Babadook because it's an interesting contemplation on, the loss in a family. And, I think the symbolism hits pretty hard in that movie, pretty perfectly. I love the ending. I wasn't crazy about the ending at first, but the more I thought about it, I was like, oh no, this is perfect. Within the theme of the movie, that's the perfect ending. You can't defeat it, but you have to feed it because it's part of your life now. I don't know. You know what I mean? I like the symbolism in that movie. Have you seen Halloween 2018? I have. Yeah. I don't own it. But I have. Oh yeah. I completely skipped over all the Halloween movies. Well, not all of them, but, H2O it's fine. Rob Zombie Halloween. I have the first one. I couldn't watch the second one. It was so annoying. I couldn't stand the writing in that. I have a love-hate thing with Rob Zombie. I appreciate that he is a film buff like I am, but for a completely different genre of movie. But yeah, this is your horror shelf. Yeah, this is my horror shelf. And then it kind of turns into genre / extra horror as we go. But that's my main horror shelf for sure. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Friday the 13th, The Killer Cut, Nightmare on Elm Street. So that's the remake of Friday the 13th. I don't have any of those movies on Blu-ray, but I do have the remake because it was part of the pack with the Nightmare on Elm Street remake and Freddy vs. Jason. So that's that one right there. That one at the top. I got that for Nightmare on Elm Street specifically to finish off that collection. Yeah, I still haven't seen the remake of Friday the 13th. I have seen all of those movies, but I haven't seen the remake, which I've heard is good. But I wasn't crazy about the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. And Freddy vs. Jason, that's a classic, right? I think that's a classic. It's not a classic. It's not a very good movie, but it's watchable for sure. It's a lot more fun. Except for you're a sucker for slasher films. Yeah, definitely. The Thing, those aren't just the same copy of the same movie. That is the original, well, not the original, the John Carpenter remake of The Thing from Outer Space, and the prequel, The Thing, that they released, late 2000, what was it, 2011, I think. So yeah, I mean, The Thing, classic. If you've never seen John Carpenter's The Thing, stop this stream right now and try to find a copy of that, because it's excellent. That's an excellent movie. You should watch it. If you like horror, you had to have seen it. My goodness, watch that movie. It's great. It's so great. The Evil Dead series, The Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, the remake of Evil Dead. I don't have Ash vs. the Evil Dead because that's been streaming most places, but at some point I would like to pick those up physically because I never finished that series. I got around to the 3rd season and then we never finished it. Or I never finished it. Liz might have watched more of it than I had, but yeah. Looking at those John Wick spines makes me want to watch them again. Oh yeah, baby. Well, I just watched all 3 of them the other day last week when my sister was visiting. We watched all 3 movies because she had never seen them. So I got to watch all 3 John Wicks within a day. Within 2 days. But within 24 hours. It was awesome. Saw John Carpenter's The Thing as a kid. Yeah, baby. Considering that you're a Batman fan, have you seen Gotham? Yeah, I have, but I've only watched the first half of the first season when they went on winter break or fall break for that show. I just never went back to it. I've heard good things about it, typically. Terminator collection isn't complete. You're missing Genesis. Why the fuck would I want to buy Terminator Genesis? This guy right here. This guy. Why the hell would I buy that movie? I'm sorry, I'm going delirious. Look, we'll get there, okay? John Wick. I have all the John Wick movies. You know what's cool? I have John Wick 2 and 3 in 4K, and it came with, the 3rd one came with the cool little coin from the 3rd movie. Yeah. Department of the Adjudicator. Oh, what does this say? Actiones secundum fidei. So yeah, you know that shit's real. I'm an adjudicator, bitch. Get adjudicated, son. Adjudication. It's pretty heavy too. I use it as my poker, my card holder in poker when I play poker. We'll get to the Terminator series. I'll tell you what I think of the Terminator series when we get to it. Just don't worry about it. You have Dark Fate. You can't shit on Genesis. Just wait till we get there. Just wait. I'm gonna blow your mind. Next to John Wick. Oh yeah, and the Die Hard series. It's up there. I mean, do I have to talk about the Die Hard movies? Die Hard 1, perfect movie. Die Hard 2, Die Harder. Why'd they make the first one again? Die Hard with a Vengeance. Yeah, that's a good one. Live Free or Die Hard. Yeah, that's a good one too. That last one, I'll never buy. What was that last one? Die Hard again? Please, maybe Bruce Willis's career. Yeah, that one's not good. In my opinion. Okay, so Mad Max. Oh no, I skipped over Blade Runner. The Million Cuts edition. Death of a Million Cuts. I got Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049. I appreciate the attempt to make the boxes very similar. I bought this Blade Runner pack, this Blade Runner Blu-ray in 2012. This came out in 2017. So the fact that they actually have maintained brand consistency between releases, I appreciate. Thank you, Warner Brothers. Thank you. But yeah. First Blade Runner, again, like I said earlier, it's a classic. Amazing filmmaking. Amazing world building. Not a very good story. I mean, a good story, but executed very weird. And it's kind of boring. It's kind of really boring. But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful movie, but it's kind of boring. And Harrison Ford's like asleep during half the movie. I'm walking around like this. Do you know where some robots are? Apparently he's Mr. Ed. Do you know where some robots are? I got peanut butter on my lips. Blade Runner 2049, fucking amazing. That movie is great. If you have not seen it, definitely do it. It builds on the first movie perfectly. It does its own thing. It's really good. Mad Max and Mad Max Fury Road. I know I don't have Beyond Thunderdome. I know I don't have Mad Max 2. Yeah, I've only seen Fury Road all the way through. I've seen a little bit of I've seen the first 20 minutes of, I've seen the first 20 minutes of a lot of different movies. Okay. I just couldn't get into the first Mad Max. At some point I'll go through those movies, but I've only seen Fury Road, and that movie, again, perfect movie. If we're talking about perfect movies, Mad Max Fury Road is amazing. Iron Man 3 Christmas movie. Agreed. Tears and Rain. Yeah. Rutger Hauer is the best part of Blade Runner. Rutger Hauer, like any time he's on screen, it's a great movie. It's just he's not on screen a whole bunch. That's what sucks about it. First Mad Max is a little rough. That's what I've heard. Fury Road is a classic. It's brilliant. Yeah, it's excellent. Modern classic. The RoboCop collection, and then the remake of RoboCop, which I like. It's, again, not a perfect movie, not a great movie, but look, RoboCop, the first one, classic. Again, perfect movie. We're talking perfect movies. RoboCop 2, I have never seen. Alex D'Elia and I one day are going to do a podcast on it. He's been wanting to do that, and yeah, I will do it at some point. RoboCop 3 is, funnily enough, the RoboCop movie I've seen the most, because when I was a kid, I watched that a bunch. A friend of mine had it on DVD, and yeah, we watched that one a bunch. It's really not good. So yeah, RoboCop remake I fell asleep on. I saw the RoboCop remake in theaters like 4 times. Because when it came out, I traveled back home, and I like going to see movies with people, so I kept taking people out to the movies to go see different things. So I saw the Lego Movie, RoboCop, and there was a third movie in there, like multiple times that week. And so yeah, I saw RoboCop the remake 4 times in theaters, so I had to get it on Blu-ray because it's watchable. It's certainly watchable. Not amazing though, and the ending falls apart. Okay. The moment we've all been waiting for, the Terminator series. We have the Terminator T2 Judgment Day, Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines, Terminator Salvation Director's Cut, and Terminator Dark Fate. You know what? Liz and I went through all the Terminator movies because she had never seen them, including Terminator Genesis, yes. Okay, and I had not seen Dark Fate, so we ended on a movie that neither of us had seen. So we watched, not back to back in one day, but over the course of a few nights, we watched every single one of the Terminator movies. First one, obviously, you don't have the series without the first one. That movie is, certainly lower budget, and it's James Cameron kind of was that his first movie? That'd be very impressive if that was his first movie. RoboCop 2 cries at your RoboCop 3 viewing. I know, right? I've heard RoboCop 2 is insane. Haven't seen the remake of RoboCop. I have a question on Lord of the Rings. Sorry, just get off topic. Start with the Hobbit movie, or should I just... Yeah, watch Lord of the Rings first and then go to the Hobbit. It works that way. Does Dan have the Logan movie? The noir version is legit better than the color version. I have watched the black and white version. Yeah, I do. Yeah, we've already gone by that. Okay, so yeah, first Terminator, classic. Terminator 2 Judgment Day, one of the best movies ever made. Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines. You know what? Going back and revisiting those movies, T3, there's a lot of good things in T3, but the overall package of it doesn't work. it's trying to goof on a lot of the tropes. It's trying to be like self-aware of the other movies, but it just really, it doesn't like, I would say it kind of sticks the landing in a way, because the end, I like the ending of that movie. It has the balls to go all the way to Judgment Day. But yeah, I don't know. It's a very flawed film, with some weak ass bad guy. Hey, Seth Cheek, thank you for the hydrate. I will do that. Get a little hoarse. Perfect. Before Terminator, James did Piranha Part 2, The Spawning. Oh my God. I was not aware of that. Interesting. The Spawning. Hey, you got to start somewhere, and start in shitty movies. That's the best way to do it. Okay, then Terminator Salvation, the director's cut. Yeah, Terminator Salvation, again, not a perfect movie, but watchable. I don't think it's terrible. There's some good ideas there. It's pretty much, I mean, but it's not goofing on the things that the previous Terminator movies did. So, I mean, I appreciate it for doing something different. That's my thing about Terminator Salvation, is like, it's not a terrible movie, but it's also not, it doesn't hit the high mark anywhere near that series has done. But it's certain, I mean, it's McG. He's really good at, like, in general, visual filmmaking. And it's certainly a great looking movie. It definitely holds up visually. They should remake Spawn. The creator of Spawn has been trying to make his own, I almost said Seth MacFarlane. Todd McFarlane has been trying to make his own Spawn movie with Blumhouse, and Jamie Foxx was attached as Spawn, and Jeremy Renner was also attached as Cop Man, but nothing has happened with that in a while. So who knows if it'll ever get made. I think the biggest thing has been script. Salvation's biggest downfall was spoiling the twist in the damn trailer. That is true. That is really annoying. And I don't know why they did that. They did the same thing with Terminator Genesis, speaking of. The next one is Terminator Genesis. I don't have it, but look, that movie is just, again, it's trying to do the greatest hits of Terminator, and it's just real bad. Why am I getting a million calls? What is going on? Lots of robocalls today. Yeah, I don't know what is up with that. It's real weird. Genesis is just, again, some fine ideas in there, but ultimately just like miscast actors in roles and just a bad script overall. Like, some of it's fine and the rest of it's not very good. It's just one of those things. It's really weird. So, trailer spoiling shit is one of the worst trends. I agree. Terminator Salvation was going to be a trilogy. Would have ended at the start of T1. That would have been pretty cool. And I know, like, they had to change the end of that movie to fit the script, or like, not to fit the script, because the script had leaked. Initially, they were going to, which kind of defeats the purpose of the movie, but initially at the end of Salvation, they were going to have John Connor die, and they were going to put his skin on Robo, like they were going to make him, what's his name? Sam Worthington, like he was going to be John Connor moving forward. That doesn't make sense, does it? But that was what was going to happen, apparently. And they had to change it. So they did the heart thing instead, which works better, in my opinion. Imagine if Arnold asked the guy for his clothes, his shoes, his cock. His cock. Give me your cock. Okay, Terminator Dark Fate. I liked it. I didn't think it was amazing, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was good. And again, we watched all of them before, like leading up to. I thought it was, yes, it is the same thing again, but, which I think that's its weakest point, is it's the same thing again. But it's also doing something a little different. You bring back Linda Hamilton, which I love that she's back. Like, she was really good in that. I liked what they did with her character in that. I loved what they did with Arnold in that versus what they did in Genesis. And yeah, I liked Mackenzie Davis a lot from Blade Runner 2049. She was great. Like, I like the idea of an enhanced human as opposed to like sending a Terminator back. I liked the new Terminator was really good. Like, I don't know. Like, I can see the John Connor quote unquote lady being kind of the weakest part of that movie, but I didn't think she was terrible. But apparently everybody hated that movie. So yeah, I liked Dark Fate. I think Spawn is still happening, but taking its time talking to finally, for the first time ever, released the Spawn Compendium, so we can finally read all the early stuff from Spawn, which was impossible to get because it was feud with Neil Gaiman. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Interesting. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on the Terminator franchise. Dun, 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 dun. Total Recall. Arnold. Total Recall. We got the remake of Total Recall. Yes, that's a steelbook. I got the steelbook of Total Recall, the remake with Colin Farrell and Jessica Biel and that other lady. Yeah. I mean, the original Total Recall, again, Paul Verhoeven, it's the director of RoboCop. You can't go wrong. Total Recall, the remake, you definitely can't go wrong. Directed by Live Free or Die Hard's Len Weissman, who is a good director, but he directed the Underworld movies. Like, he has a very specific visual style. He can direct a thing, but he's kind of weak on storytelling, I feel. And like Total Recall, there's a lot of misgivings in that movie, but it looks great. So, I mean, hey, that's something, I guess. So many classic scenes from Total Recall. You're not wrong. I concur. We got to really roll. I've been going for nearly 4 hours and we're on the third shelf. And I keep saying this, but I'm slow. Firefly, Serenity. What else can you say? Apparently Joss Whedon's a dick, but I love that movie and I love that show. That's a weird, why is that like that? It should be Firefly and then Serenity, not the other way around. Who did this? Who organized this shelf? Me? I'm fired. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, here, let's just move this guy over here. All right, so at the top here we have Cats. Don't ask me about it. I own Cats. I wanted to see the special features. I saw it in theaters. Don't at me. Don't at me. Altered States. That's Jeff Bridges movie from the 80s that my dad once told me about, and I was like, oh, cool, that seems fun. So, you know. I'm trying to frame up here. Seemed real neat, and I wanted to check it out, and I still haven't watched it yet. One day I will. See the Simon Pegg movies? I know, right? Hot Fuzz, Three Flavors trilogy. Here we go. Yes, the Cornetto trilogy. All right, let's roll through these. Resident Evil movies. I own up to Retribution. I will never buy any of those movies. The rest of them, 6 and 7. Yeah. Look, they're watchable. They're watchable. In my Blu-ray collecting days, these movies were very early on. These were some of my first Blu-rays that I ever owned, was the Resident Evil series. So I liked the first two a lot. Extinction, like the titles get bigger as they go. That's weird. And despite it being maybe longer, no, I guess not. Extinction is where that series starts to falter for me. Resident Evil's fine. I like that movie. Apocalypse is certainly watchable and kind of fun. Extinction is where it starts to lose it for me. I just don't. I'm not crazy about that movie itself because it kind of ruins some of the characters they introduced in Apocalypse. I don't know. I liked Mike Epps' character, and then they did him dirty in the third one. Same thing with Oded Fehr's character, Carlos. And plus, that series is unrecognizable to the games. Like, it really is. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, the Resident Evil movies. Sherlock, seasons 1, 2, and 3. I don't have the last season, which a lot of people would consider the shakiest of the series. But, man, is Sherlock an excellent show, and with the show that introduced me to Benedict Cumberbatch, and I've been very happy with that ever since. Oh, I gotcha, Epic Player. If you never watched my friend Captain Logan, we'll get to the Cornetto trilogy. Hold on. My friend Captain Logan had a project called Spawn Year, where he reviews every single, well, not every single, but like 365 days worth of Spawn content. Oh, it's just geek. Oh, there it is. Cool. Check that channel out and bookmark it because he has an entire thing called Spawn Year, 365 episodes. I'm in like one of them. I mean, my name's in the credits for every single one because I did his logos back then, and I did the intro for Spawn Year. But he reviews Spawn dressed up as Spawn, and it's excellent. All right, the moment we've all been waiting for: Edgar Wright's Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End. I mean, Shaun of the Dead. Again, if we're talking about classics, that movie was an instant classic when it came out. Infinitely quotable, infinitely hilarious, infinitely actually like legit has some scary moments in it for like a comedy, horror comedy. It's real good. Like it nails some really good moments. And it's just hilarious through and through. It gave us Simon Pegg and Nick Frost and Edgar Wright, and obviously Spaced was before that, but like that really blew them up and gave them the opportunity to do like this kind of like thematic trilogy with Hot Fuzz and The World's End. Now, I won't say like Shaun of the Dead hit me perfectly when I first saw it. Hot Fuzz and The World's End had a very similar effect on me, where I watched Hot Fuzz after watching Shaun of the Dead, and I was kind of like, that wasn't Shaun of the Dead though. But then second time around, loved it. Like fell in love with Hot Fuzz. I don't know what I was thinking the first time. Like I liked a lot of Hot Fuzz, but like I couldn't get over at how different it was from Shaun of the Dead. For some reason, I was just expecting more Shaun of the Dead with Hot Fuzz, and it's like, Hot Fuzz is just one of those perfect scripts. Like Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright writing that trilogy, they're just so good at working together. I wish they would work together more often, because like when like Simon Pegg and Nick Frost got together and they made that Paul movie with about the alien played by Seth Rogen and them going to Comic-Con or whatever and them being big nerds, like it wasn't that good. And I was kind of expecting something more that flavor of the Edgar Wright Simon Pegg movies, but like when they're working together, they're firing on all cylinders. And then The World's End, like same thing. First time I saw it, I was kind of like, I don't know, I was a little off on it. But the more I've seen it, it's just one of those things. Like they're kind of perfectly written films. They establish their own world and internal logic. Well, they follow a pretty solid internal logic with the characters and the way the story progresses. Like almost every single movie tells you how it's going to play out, like at the beginning of the movie, for the most part. I mean, the World's End, they tell you exactly what's going to happen the entire time. It's just there's a million Easter eggs and there's a million one-liners that are endlessly quotable. And yeah, perfect trilogy. Hot Fuzz takes the piss out of action films so well. Yeah. Yeah, and horror movies. Like they're doing slasher and action movies, and then obviously Shaun of the Dead is zombie movies, and The World's End is like disaster movies / sci-fi movies. So it's like it's just a love letter to so many genres, and they're all great comedies to boot, with great performances all the way around. So yeah, they're all perfect, and I will indeed die on that hill. Yes, I absolutely agree. Wait, all the issues? Not all the issues, but like he reviews a lot of them, Epic Player. Those two made a TV show together recently called Truth Seekers, so they are still making stuff, but Edgar Wright is doing whatever he wants. Yes. He's split off and he's doing his own things creatively, which is cool. I wasn't crazy about Baby Driver, but like I want to love Baby Driver, but I just don't. So, it is what it is. I love Scott Pilgrim. That's on the list somewhere here on the board. But yeah. All right. Then moving on, we're moving into obviously we're at the point where it's like directors I really like. As you can kind of see, once we get past Sherlock, we entered the director zone. So that's kind of where we are right here at the end of the board. So we have Edgar Wright, Christopher Nolan, and David Fincher, three of my favorite directors. Obviously, I have more, and you will see more on the list, but that's what we got on this shelf. Okay. So up next, we have the Nolan collection. These are all of his non-Batman movies. So we have The World's End. We have Following. That was his first movie. It's not quite feature length. It's definitely more than a short, but I think it's only like an hour long. It's not very long. So we have Following, Memento, Insomnia, The Prestige, Inception, Interstellar, Tenet. I like all of his movies. I don't think any of them are bad. I don't have Dunkirk. Dunkirk is the only one I don't have in between Interstellar and Tenet. But I don't think there's not one in that group that I don't like. Following, I need to watch that again. It's been a long time. I've only seen it the once that I watched it back in 2012 when I got it on Blu-ray. It's the Criterion Collection copy as well. Prestige, my baby. I mean, you don't know? Got to do it, Dan. You don't know? He says it multiple times in that movie. Falling, really great start. You can kind of see all the seeds that Nolan's planting in as far as like the things that will be in his career in the future, including literally Batman. There's some Batman comics and there's also a Batman sticker in Following, which is really funny. Memento, I mean, again, Following has like non-linearity as well. It's a bit of a heist thing. So it's like it has all those things that will be in later Nolan movies. Memento, famously told a movie that's told backwards and forwards. It's really interesting. Man with short-term memory loss, which is like an interesting way to present a movie by going backwards and slowly spoon feeding out information to the audience and kind of having that unreliable narrator aspect to it. It's a really good movie. You should definitely check it out if you have not seen it. Memento, the coolest movie we ever watched in school. You saw Memento in school? I mean, maybe for like film school. Started watching Dunkirk and got like halfway through before it's stopping it for whatever reason. I saw Dunkirk in IMAX and it was great. I think it's really good. I don't think it needs to be told non-linearly. I would say that. Like it didn't need to be told out of order, but that's what Nolan do. But otherwise, I think it's a really great movie. I would say the non-linearity kind of is not the best part. Can anyone else open YouTube channels, or am I the only one who can't? You can just go on YouTube and type Geekvolution if that's what you were looking for. If you were looking for that link, just Geekvolution, like evolution, but with geek. The Prestige. Oh no, Insomnia. Insomnia is like the most straightforward of Nolan's movies. It follows Al Pacino's detective character in Alaska during a time where the sun isn't setting and he just can't sleep, and he's on this case, looking for a murderer. And I don't want to spoil anything that happens in the movie, but there's an accidental death that happens that's his fault. And he's kind of dealing with that, and he hasn't slept, and he has like the other shit that from his past that's weighing on his conscience. And Robin Williams plays, the bad guy in that movie, and he is chilling. Like it's one of Robin Williams. I mean, Robin Williams has so many great performances in comedies and serious dramas. And if you have not seen that movie, watch it. It is really good. It's just a solid crime drama. That's all it is. No linearity. No linearity. Oh, Hackerhead, that's fantastic. Hey, Dola thank you so much for the 3 months, Dola. How are you doing? Hell yeah. Okay. We're all good, right? We're still going? Okay, perfect. Next up, Inception. No, The Prestige. I keep skipping ahead. The Prestige, my favorite of Nolan's movies. I don't know if it, like, obviously The Dark Knight. Look, take The Dark Knight out of the equation. The Prestige is my favorite of Nolan's movies otherwise. The Prestige is just, it's peak Nolan. It's Christian Bale, Hugh Jackman, Michael Caine, Scarlett Johansson, Rebecca Hall, just a million actors where you're like, oh, that guy, that gal, that guy. Like, it just, everything is like great cast, great writing, great cinematography. Wally Pfister, just beautiful cinematography, beautifully written script. It has just such a great ending. I get goosebumps so many times throughout that movie. It's just about two rival magicians one-upping each other over and over again, like at a deadly cost. It's just one of those great movies. If you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend it. Have a good one, Viking Hell Knight. Thank you for hanging around. I appreciate you, bud. Sorry I've been talking for so long. Enjoy Breaking Bad. It was for like mother tongue, and I was studying storytelling. Oh, okay. So the nonlinear storytelling was the point. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. No one's final form, no linearity. I love that. That's such a good. That's coin that hacker hat. I'm gonna steal that from now on. After that, Inception again. I mean, Inception's a perfect movie. It's just another one of those perfect movies. I've said it so many times on this shelf. We got a lot of perfect movies, but that is just a perfect movie. We all know Inception. Do I have to say anything about Inception? Interstellar. I think a lot of people saw that as one of Nolan's first whiffs in regards to filmmaking. I don't agree with that. I mean, I certainly see the weaknesses and the faults in it, but I really like that movie. I still really like that movie. So yeah, I can't really kind of dog on it because I like it a lot. Tenet, same thing. I really like that movie. I've seen it twice now. First time I saw it by myself with subtitles on, so no audio issues. I know people complain about the audio. Excuse me. I get what people were talking about with the audio in that movie. There's one scene where the music's playing really loud and a couple characters are talking and it seems like it's really important for the thing, but I don't think it really, like that part, I think it's because there's narration also happening during this scene. So there's narration, then there's music, and then there's people talking within the scene that we're seeing. I don't think it's meant to be 100% deciphered during that moment. So that didn't really have an issue with me because before I saw that movie, people were like, I can't hear anything. The music's too loud. Interstellar soundtrack. Oh, fuck yeah. And Inception soundtrack, honestly. Look, there's one thing Nolan's movies, if there's one thing they don't have, it's bad soundtracks. Like they have, like a lot of the time he's working with Zimmer, or more recently with why do I always blank on his name? Ludwig Göransson. Like, dude's an excellent composer. Zimmer's an excellent composer. It's great. Interstellar is decent in my opinion. Yeah. Again, not the best in the world, but like it's still a really good movie. Really well made film too. And then moving on at the end of our list here, at the end of our shelf, our third shelf of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, and we have a lot more movies to go. I'm gonna die standing up here. Fight Club, Zodiac, Director's Cut, The Social Network, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Gone Girl. That's right. It's the movies of David Fincher. Yeah, David Fincher's movies. Those are all the ones that I own. Obviously, it's not all of his movies, plus Alien 3. We already passed that on the list over earlier. I don't think that's all of his movies. I think I might be missing a few or a couple. Am I missing any? Fight Club, Zodiac. I mean, obviously the more recent ones. Yeah, I'm probably missing some other ones, but 7. I don't have 7. Panic Room. Oh, I do have Panic Room. Why is Panic Room not there? Good call. Panic Room, I do own it, but it's not there. Wow, good call. I always forget that's a David Fincher movie. I really like that movie too. Jared Leto with cornrows for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. I have that somewhere. And 7. I don't have 7 either. Enter Matt Damon as Evil Space Guy. He was man, get it? He was Dr. Man. Because the hubris of man. Huh? Yeah. Symbolism. Look, no one's not subtle. Okay, so yeah, okay, Fincher movies. Fight Club, classic. Zodiac. I haven't seen it. We're now entering the phase of movies on the shelf that I have not seen. And believe me, this is going to become a regular thing for the rest of the shelf. You haven't seen your own movies, Dan? No, I haven't. You can't see I'm changing my position. You're missing Fincher stuff? House of Cards? No, I'm not talking about TV shows. I do have Benjamin Button. Why isn't that up there? I do have Benjamin Button on Blu-ray. Why isn't that up there? I might not have had space. I do own Benjamin Button. But yeah, I'm not talking about shows. I'm talking about movies. This is a movie shelf. I know you're looking at Sherlock right there, and there was Firefly on there, but this is a movie shelf, damn it. Mank. Yeah, Mank was recent. I'm pretty sure Panic Room is in here. We'll find it when we come around. That's me in video games. I have a number of games I've owned for years and never played. Come on, Dan. Get your sorting together. I know, right? Look, I do actually need to completely resort all this anyway, so let's do it at some point. Okay. Social Network, great movie. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Yeah. It was a really hyped movie, and I think it was primarily the marketing campaign, plus, it was David Fincher doing The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. It's fine. Gone Girl's good. I liked Gone Girl. Tyler Perry was really good in that movie. So was Ben Affleck. And Rosamund Pike. And hey, did you know that Neil Patrick Harris was in that? He is. Moving on. Speaking of sorting, and we already had this before, but here, let me just. I think I can sit down here soon. I think this is the shelf I'll be able to sit down. Let's lower the temperature in the room a little bit here. Oh yeah. Here, I'm gonna drop my microphone for 1 second. That was a joke, but I am gonna set it down for a second. Hold on 1 second. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. It's getting hot. It is getting hot. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm trying to. I got my chair. Y'all, I'm sitting down. Oh, this is lovely. This is absolutely lovely. I'm not moving now. Oh. Actually, can I raise this anymore? Let's find out. Oh yeah, I could. Just one little spot. I guess over time, slowly it lowered. Okay. We got it going on now. Now we're getting into pure cinema here. This is my cinema verde. I don't know what that means. This is, we're getting hot. We got your Men in Black International. We got the 1917. We got Hell or High Water. We got the Manchurian Candidate, son. We got Invisible Man. Why are those 5 movies there? Well, because recently I got Men in Black International on Blu-ray because Liz was really curious about that one. And I hadn't seen it and she hadn't seen it. And so we watched it and it was all right. It was all right. Yeah. That I saw 1917 in theaters and I really loved that movie. I just watched it on 4K on my 4K TV about a little over a week ago. That movie is so fucking good. That is an excellent movie. That's directed by the guy who did Skyfall and Spectre, less successfully than Skyfall, but yeah, great movie, man. Just a really, really damn good movie. Sam Mendes, excellent. It's just an excellent war movie. If you haven't seen it purely on the sound design, sound design, the cinematography, man. The cinematography of that movie is classic. I'd consider 1917 a horror movie, honestly. I absolutely agree. I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah, just a fantastic movie all the way around. Cinematography, sound design, acting, just every cylinder is being fired. And it's great. Yeah, it's harrowing. It's a harrowing movie. It's a lot like Dunkirk, but I mean, done way better. Obviously, different war as well. But Dunkirk puts you in the shoes of these soldiers, and 1917 literally does that. Like, you are in the shoes of these soldiers, and it's fantastic. Yeah, Roger Deakins doing what he does best. Absolutely. The dude's my favorite cinematographer, hands down. Like, there's a lot of different, composers I'm a big fan of, and a lot of different directors I'm a big fan of. It would be tough for me to say who my favorite director is. It's so easy for me to say who my favorite cinematographer is, just because Roger Deakins is just bar none the best modern cinematographer / his entire filmography is amazing. It's really incredible. And I just, it boggles my mind how great he is. God, I aspire to even showcase, 1/100th of the talent that guy oozes in the work that I do in the future, hopefully. So, yeah. If you didn't know, I'm the cinematographer of Kamisato, the event series. You know that at this point. It's never coming out. No, I'm kidding. Tom's actually been rewriting that. So he's been writing furiously Kamisato. So we're going to see how that goes in the future. But I don't know what the plans are with that yet. Yeah, 1917, great. Hell or High Water. Yeah, I hadn't seen that until recently. I picked it up for real cheap on 4K Blu-ray. And goodness gracious, that movie is really great. That's a really good movie. That's just one of those solid movies. I don't know what else to say. Just great performances, great little story, and nothing amazing, like nothing incredibly bombastic. It's just a straight, bank robbery movie with some really good characters. It's really good. Did amazing work on Rango. Oh yeah. I mean, as far as like an animated movie, making an animated movie look like that, it's incredible. Anyway. The Manchurian Candidate, I had that pulled out because Liz and I watched that. She had never seen it before, and it was around election time. And around election time, we watched The American President, and then around inauguration time, we watched The Manchurian Candidate. So that's why that's there, because those are my most recent movies that I've gotten. And The Invisible Man was a Christmas/birthday present for Liz this year. Which The Invisible Man, Lee Winnall wrote and directed, starring Elizabeth Moss and Charlie, what's his name, from Haunting of Hill House and Haunting of Bly Manor. I don't really know anything else he's been in. But man, excellent movie. The Invisible Man has one of the most surprising moments in a movie I've seen in a while that actually got a gasp reaction out of an audience. It probably hasn't been since like Hereditary, where I was in a movie theater where it was relatively silent and then all of a sudden something happens and the entire audience reacted to it. It was great. So good. Rango's good. I haven't seen Rango all the way through. I've seen documentary, like a little featurettes on the making of Rango, which is fascinating. And I've seen the stuff on the cinematography and on the way it was made, which was interesting. Yeah, the Rango was directed by Gore Verbinski, the guy who did the Pirates movies. But yeah, definitely. Need to check that out all the way through at some point. Okay, now, those were the newest movies. Now what we're going to move on to is... This is kind of the essentials shelf to a certain degree. I mean, we got some class. That's where the Blade movies are. I was trying to find them. Okay, well, yeah, these are the essentials. I mean, this is like, yeah. I mean, look at this shelf. We have Citizen Kane. Never seen it. Classic Universal movie monsters. Haven't seen a lot of those. I've seen the original Frankenstein, but it's been a million years since I've watched that. I don't think I've seen any of the other movies. That has like The Invisible Man and Bride of Frankenstein and The Wolfman, and it has all those movies. And I haven't seen a lot of those. Big Affleck fan, huh? I mean, yeah. As you can see, I don't have Live by Night. I started watching it at one point, and I think I fell asleep. But yeah, Taxi Driver, classic, Scorsese. That's the collector's edition. A lot of these are and the rest of those from The Green Mile to Driving Miss Daisy are all what are known as like Blu-ray books. It has the Blu-ray obviously, but it's like the spine and the case is like a book, and it has pages inside that discuss the making of the movie and stuff like that, and has pictures. And yeah, it's an interesting little trend. I haven't seen a Blu-ray book in a while, but these were popular for a period for some reason. So yeah, The Green Mile, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Doctor Strangelove, The Big Lebowski, JFK, Driving Miss Daisy. Those are all classics. I mean, Green Mile, this is a really sad story, and I've told it before. But I had never seen The Green Mile. I love Shawshank Redemption, directed by Frank Darabont, adapting Stephen King. Same thing with The Green Mile. It's another prison story by Stephen King. that's adapted by Frank Darabont. Frank Darabont went on to do The Mist as another adaptation of Stephen King, as well as the Walking Dead TV show. He was the showrunner and creator of that show, obviously based on The Walking Dead by Robert Kirkman, but he was the one who adapted it for television for the first season and a half, and then he was taken off the show. So you have to watch it. I have. Well, unless you're talking about never seen, unless random guy was saying that. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Green Mile. I had never seen it. But my grandmother suffered from Alzheimer's, and towards the end started not being able to trust my grandfather. She thought he was like stealing money from her, and like she started hiding money in the mattress, and it got to the point where her health was deteriorating fast, and she was admitted to the hospital, and the only thing she took with her was her copy of The Green Mile, and she watched it repeatedly until she passed away from complications due to her Alzheimer's. And I had never seen it until after she had passed. And when I sat down and watched it, it's tough for me not to get emotional now, but watching what the movie contains, it's about a man in prison who was wrongfully, I believe, unless I'm remembering correctly, wrongfully imprisoned, but had the ability to heal people, like take people's sickness away. And when I saw that movie, I was just bawling my eyes out. One, it's already a hyper emotional movie, and it's already even without that extra added like on top of real life thing. I can't watch that movie and not think about that. And it's just heartbreaking to me, thinking that like, that's what she was watching towards the end. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah. Anyway, he was wrongfully imprisoned. That's what I thought. Yeah. Michael Clark Duncan, amazing in that movie. He passed away really young as well. Like, yeah, really sad. But yeah. Tom Hanks, Michael Clark Duncan, some of the regular people that Frank Darabont has in his movies, like William Sadler and stuff. Anyway, hydrate, Kay. My eyes are hydrating. Ugh. And he could cure death. That was the big thing. He could reverse death. Oh yeah, Mr. Jangles, right? The mouse. Oh, he gave me a big hug. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to, make everybody cry. But that was just so sweet and sad and just very melancholic experience with that movie. And yeah, I had never seen it until I think a couple of years after her passing. But yeah, love you, Nana. But yeah, so she was that's my grandmother who had the camera and was always recording the home videos and stuff. And yeah, very inspirational in regards to me wanting to be a filmmaker / cameraman. Anyway, Green Mile, Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, Tim Curry, come on, that fucking movie is amazing. That is, if you've never seen that movie, please watch it. It's great. Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Relax and what is it called? Or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. There you go. A movie about, atomic bomb fears and all that stuff around that time, a lot more prevalent. What was that movie? That movie was the 60s, right? 60s, 70s. Young James Earl Jones in there. Peter Sellers, classic Stanley Kubrick movie. I don't really have like a Kubrick section, but I have a lot of Kubrick movies. Kubrick, who says it? When I say a lot of movies, I mean just that one. Do I not have 2001: A Space Odyssey? That's ridiculous that I might not have that movie. I would think I would, but it's maybe not on there. That's sad if I don't have that. Mortal Kombat looks good. What do you think? I think it looks good too. I think it looks really good. Mortal Kombat. I don't have any of those on this list though. I keep saying list, shelf. The Big Lebowski, obviously the dude, man. You can't go wrong with the dude. Jeff Bridges, effing absolutely killing it. Coen Brothers, fun firing on all cylinders like they do. That's one that I think grows on you more and more over time, especially like that movie hit me when I first saw it. But then like every single time I go back and watch it, I'm always like, yeah, this is great. I think it has some pacing issues, but I mean, it's not perfect, but it is just one of those greats. It's just a hang movie in a lot of ways. You're just hanging with the dude, man. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Endlessly quotable. Really great movie. Shut the fuck up, Donnie. Shut the fuck up, Donnie. Mark at zero. Yeah. John Goodman and Steve Buscemi and fucking John Turturro and Philip Seymour Hoffman and oh crap. I'm picturing her in my brain. Julianne Moore. God. Great movie. Anyway. And Pappy O'Daniel. Pappy O'Daniel's in there somewhere. Or the other guy from Oh Brother Where Art Thou. I wish I had that movie. I don't think I have Oh Brother Where Art Thou. It's one of my favorites. We watched that on Twitch. JFK, classic Oliver Stone. That's a really good one. When I saw that one, I didn't really know much about the JFK assassination outside of, cursory knowledge. And that movie is very conspiratorial, but certainly, I mean, there's a million questionable things in regards to that assassination, and nobody really like definitively knows, but there's plenty of evidence towards stuff. And I know there's a million conspiracy theories regarding that. So that movie definitely kind of picks at that scab a little bit, and kind of gets you going like, oh, that is a little weird. But at the same time, it's just a really good movie. If you've never seen it, it's like, it's just one of those movies, even like just looking at it as like not a fictional movie, but because it's based on real events, but it is just one of those movies that kind of gets you going like, man, this is crazy. It's just absolutely nuts. Well, there you go. Yeah, fatalism regarding the bomb. Yeah. Hey, Calix, how are you doing? Green Mile kills me inside when I watch it, but I love it. I know, right? Well, it's just one of those movies. It's like, you're going to cry, but at the same time, it's cathartic in a lot of ways too. Driving Miss Daisy, classic. Dan Aykroyd, Morgan Freeman, and the lady who plays Miss Daisy. I don't know her name, but yeah, Driving Miss Daisy. Yeah. What else can you say about that movie? He drives Miss Daisy a lot. The Godfather trilogy. That's Godfather 1, 2, and 3. I know they recently Francis Ford Coppola released the third movie. I haven't seen the third movie. I've only seen the first two, and mainly on television. So I've never seen them like really like super uncensored. AMC didn't cut out much. Like they showed the violence and stuff. But yeah, one of these days I'm going to sit down and rewatch the first two and then finally get around to the third one. I've heard the third one is not as good, but who knows? I'll see how that goes. But I really should watch those as an adult. I was a kid when I watched those. It's been like legitimately 15 years. What is this? The Danzarian collection? Oh yeah, you know it. Yes. And then the Ben Affleck movies. Gone Baby Gone, all of his directorial debut. I have all of Ben's movies except for Live by Night, his most recent one. Which I have not seen. I fell asleep when I started watching it. Gone Baby Gone's really good. He doesn't star in that one, but he does star in The Town and Argo. His brother, Casey Affleck, stars in Gone Baby Gone. Gone Baby Gone's really good. It's Casey Affleck, Ed Harris. I don't really know who else is in that. I can't remember who else is in that movie. There's a lot of people. Michelle Monaghan's in there. Yeah, some really great actors in there. And just a really well-written, performed and directed movie, and shot really well too. Like that one's very kind of gritty, handheld, all that stuff. But The Town, man, The Town is a great heist movie. And I had the misfortune of watching Heat for the first time. One of the best heist movies ever. The day before I went and saw The Town. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot for doing that. It was just like great movies overload, because I went and saw The Town the day after, and I was just like, how have I done this? Like, why did I watch Heat and then watch the movie that is like aping Heat, but doing its own thing at the same time? It is very much doing its own thing. That's what I appreciated about it, is like The Town is great. Like it's on that level. I don't know if it exceeds it, but I mean, that's a great cast too. You have John Hamm, Ben Affleck, Rebecca Hall, Jeremy Renner. Jeremy Renner is great in that movie. Like, Jeremy Renner steals the town. He is just so fucking good in that movie. He does great. I agree. Watched Gone Girl last night, actually. Wild. Nice. Apparently the new out of 3 makes it better. That's what I've heard. Well, I haven't really heard too much about the reviews, but yeah, I know there was a re-edit of that. Never watched the movies, but I've played all the Godfather video games. That's crazy. Yeah, I know they did have that Godfather game, didn't they? Well, I guess they would have had more than one. Anyway, the town's great. That's the extended cut. I don't think the extended cut necessarily adds much to the movie. It just has some extra things in there. Man, Blake Lively is really good in the town too. Yeah, that's a great movie. Argo, really good movie. Again, his third one, following the Iranian, what is it? The hostage crisis, and where the people from the American embassy were hiding out in the Canadian embassy, and the previously undisclosed story of the CIA smuggling the American embassy workers out of Iran, which was it's very interesting. If you haven't seen that, it's a very good movie. The thing I liked about the town is that his character wasn't blinded by love at the end and acted smart and ran away. Spoilers, but yes. Batman, the complete animated series. That was Liz's birthday present for me last year. She got me the Batman animated series collection on Blu-ray. I have it on DVD, but when it released on Blu-ray, I was really excited to actually finally get around to watching them in full HD, which I was watching them on DC Universe, but like, my goodness, it looks so good on Blu-ray. It is so it's a gorgeous show already, and seeing it in high definition, man, after watching it DVD quality for the longest time, just like interlaced DVD quality, it looks so fucking good in HD. But yeah. And then the Omen collection. So that's all of the Omens. Wait, hold on. The Omen collection. I don't think that has the remake, does it? Oh, fuck. I dropped my phone. I can't read your guys' comments. Oh, it does have the remake. So it has the Omen 1, 2, and 3, and then it's a 666 for the last one. It has the remake as well. Wow. Well, speaking of, I guess that's Gregory Peck. I was going to say, we were talking about Cary Grant earlier. Cary Grant isn't Gregory Peck. Man, the first Omen's great. I haven't seen the others, and the remake is not that great. But I really like, what's his name? Ray Donovan, Liev Schreiber, and Julia Stiles. I'm a Julia Stiles fan. Remember the British and New Zealand embassies were pissed off because they didn't turn away the Americans, and the Canadians were pissed because they did way more than what the movie showed. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, that's fucked up. Well, yeah, and I guess historical accuracy comes into a certain play at some point. It's kind of like what we were talking about with JFK, and also there's a different movie I was talking about historical accuracy before. Oh, the Titanic, I guess. Boobs. We were talking about boobs. Titanic. Yeah, historical accuracy. I mean, look. When you're when you're making other nations look bad, in the sense of like adding extra things that don't need to be added just for the sake of drama. Like, yeah, you can add things like, because hey, it's a dramatized version of events, but yeah, you wouldn't want to add unnecessary things like that. That's interesting. Basically, Ben showed all the other embassies that weren't the Americans to be useless. Interesting. I haven't seen it in a while. Hey, Ginger Struck, how are you doing? I hope you've been well. Yeah, anyway. Hi, I'm Den. The Omen movies. Blade 1, 2, and 3. What can I say? I love Blade. Fucking great movies. Stephen Norrington directing the first one. Guillermo del Toro directing the second one. All of them are written by David Goyer. David S. Goyer. And he wrote and directed the third one, and the third one's the worst one. But also Wesley Snipes is kind of checked out by the third one. Ryan Reynolds is just stealing the show because he's the only one who actually gives a shit. Like him and Jessica Biel definitely like legitimately seem to give a shit in that movie. And Wesley's there a little bit. Like, I mean, like you get some of the like Wesley charisma every now and again, but like mostly it just seems like he's checked out by that point. And by all accounts, he relatively is. I know Patton Oswalt famously has some stories he's told about the experience of working with Wesley on set. And Wesley has pretty much said, man, fuck that guy. He doesn't know what was going on. So who do you trust? All art is interpretation. Wasn't a documentary. Exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing. Also, just to correct you, because I'm a nerd. Wasn't the Canadian embassy they hid in? It was in the house of the Canadian ambassador. There you go. Perfect. It's been a while since I've seen the movie. And you're absolutely correct. And the CIA concocts and this really happened, a fake movie location scouting thing. So like a fake kind of like Star Wars knockoff sort of movie called Argo, hence the whole thing. They keep saying Argo, fuck yourself in the movie. Where they're location scouting. They're pretending the CIA crew is tending. Well, no, the CIA is making it to seem like the Americans in the Canadian ambassador's house is their covers are to get them out to that they are a location scout / producers for them. Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. I'm just off the top of my head trying to remember that shit. In the film, yes. In reality, Canada did 90% of the work. Hey, there you go. Have a good one, random guy. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic of Argo. Blade. I love the Blade movies. The end. All right. And there was that section of that. Bam, 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 bam. Perfect. Let's start off with the top movies first. Let's get a little zoom in here. Let's frame both these since I'm not. It's fine. It's fine. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, look at that. There's some movies on here that I haven't seen. This will be interesting. Jay and Silent Bob reboot. I haven't seen it, and I'm honestly waiting. The only reason I bought it is because it was $6. It was $6 at Walmart. I mean, I guess they're just trying to get rid of the stock they have. I know it's on Amazon. I think it's on Amazon. I could watch it on Amazon. Did you know it's on Amazon? It's on Amazon Prime. I could watch it if I wanted there. But it was like $6 at Walmart, and I was like, okay, I'll buy this. I like Kevin Smith a lot, and you'll see right below it I have more Kevin Smith movies, but I wish I had Red State. I don't know why I don't have Red State. I haven't seen all of his movies, and it's one of the reasons. Like I've seen Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, and I've seen Clerks, and I've seen his later movies, but I haven't seen a lot of his earlier movies. Like your Chasing Amy's and your Jersey Girls and your Dogmas. I haven't seen those. So I really want to see those before I get around to reboot, because as I understand it, it's kind of a celebration of his entire universe of movies, because they all take place in the same universe as far as I know. And yet Ben Affleck plays like 5 different characters and himself in there. So, that. But yeah, the View Askew-niverse. I have not watched all those, so I would rather wait so I can actually kind of fully appreciate all the references and everything, because I think it's just a series of references and people coming back. But yeah, hi, I'm Den. Perfect. Wait, were you talking about cum? I Guttural brought it up, not me. How you doing, Quad? Holy shit, I'm got a Tron. All right, so Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1, 2, and 3. You got 1, Secret of the Ooze, and then 3, which didn't have a subtitle for some, or did it? Turtles Back in Time or something? Turtles in Time. I lied. Uncut Gems. That's why you said, holy shit, I'm going to come. Holy shit, I'm going to come. Have you seen Uncut Gems, Quad? It's a great movie. We're going through my list. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I'm only 4 shelves down. I have 4 more shelves to go after this. Well, and then I'm going to blow through the TV stuff. This is taking too long. I need to sleep at some point. Yeah, I wouldn't do it unprompted. That's why I was so confused, but I didn't look at the list. Okay, the Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Excellent movie, Edgar Wright. I don't know why that's not what the Edgar Wright movies. I guess it's the the Cornetto trilogy, so that's why I didn't put it next to it. But it really should be next to those. I guess there just wasn't space. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work out space-wise. Repo, the genetic rock opera, that's Darren Lynn Bousman, the guy I was talking about earlier. He's directing Spiral, the story from Saw, or whatever the fuck that's the movie's called. I've came unprompted a few times, kind of embarrassing. You're the best, Quad. Never change, Quad. Yeah, Repo, the genetic rock opera. If you've never seen it, it has Paris Hilton in it, and she's not terrible, and she sings. Yep, it's a musical. That's why it has the little girl from Spy Kids. She plays kind of the mainish character. It has Giles from Buffy. Is it Giles or Niles? Giles from Buffy. He sings Night Surgeon. It's very it's a very sing-alongable movie. Really good cast. Paul Sorvino's in there. Bill Moseley. So many peeps. And it's just kind of a weird musical if you've never seen it. Alexa Vega, thank you. Yeah. And she's a good singer too. I actually have another one of their movies, which I don't know where it is. I ripped it to show Chaos once, and here it is. I think it was supposed to be right here. The Devil's Carnival, also. The Devil's Carnival, also directed by Darren Lynn Bousman, and a musical about the Devil's Carnival. Who knew? Yeah, Alexa Vega also in that movie. The Devil's Carnival. Yeah. Didn't I send that to you, Chaos? I sent that to you. I really enjoyed that. I was about to say, I thought you were going to be like, what's the Devil's Carnival? It's like, I sent that to you, Chaos. Really think if there is no Repo Man, there would be no Pulp Fiction. Seems very proto-Pulp Fiction. The dialogue is similar. We're talking about a different movie. We're not talking about Repo, the genetic rock opera. You're talking about a different thing. But yes, maybe. Also, Pulp Fiction, really good. We're going to get to the Tarantinos here in a second. I can see glimpses of my favorite George Clooney character named after a body of water. I'm looking on here. George Clooney. Body of water. I don't see it here yet. But yes, maybe. Maybe. We'll get to it. Okay, Gangster Squad. That movie's not great. Maleficent. Now we're on the Disney side. That's the Disney rack. We'll get to more of that soon. Maleficent. I haven't seen that in a long ass time. I don't know why I own it. John Carter 3D. I had never seen that before I bought it. Tron Legacy. That's a good one. Tron Legacy. Daft Punk. Oh no. Oh, I'm sad now. I'm instantly sad from that. Yeah, Daft Punk broke up. Well, breaking up. They ended Daft Punk, and they're going their separate ways, which really sucks. But man, one of the best soundtracks ever, and actually a pretty damn good movie. Nothing amazing, but it's real. It is a good movie. It is a solid ass movie. You really like Maleficent? Me too. I thought it was fine. I don't know why I own it. I don't know what kind of mood I was in when I bought it. Mary Poppins. I've never seen Mary Poppins. Now look. Now you just look here. I've seen parts of it on TV. We used to have a spoonful of sugar on if you like the Disney sing-along songs. Does anybody remember that? Disney sing-along songs. We used to have a VHS that was Disney sing-along songs that had classics like Under the Sea, and that one song, Zippity-Doo-Dah, from that movie that they will never put out ever again, Song in the South. It had that on there, and it also had Spoonful of Sugar Helps the Medicine Go Down. It had all that stuff, and I haven't seen the movie all the way through. Michael Rooker starred in that, right? What are we talking about? What are we talking about, Michael Rooker? Sound of Music? Are you talking about The Sound of Music? The Sound of Music is Christopher Plummer, if that's who you're thinking of. Christopher Plummer, Julie Andrews, and nobody else I know. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Oh, I get it. I literally said it. I literally said it out loud, not realizing you were right. I quoted Michael Rooker saying that because that's the first thing that came to mind. And then look, I'm tired. I've been awake for, I don't know, 15, 16 hours. I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I thought this would have gone much quicker. Yeah, Christopher Plummer did just pass away. Oh, man. You saw some horrible ripped version of Song of the South? Yeah, they're probably never going to put it out. Because, racism. But yeah, I think there's a kid named Daniel in that movie. Anyway, bum, 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 bum. Oh, yeah, now we're getting into the good shit, y'all. We're getting into the fine wines of the collection here. Yeah, this shit's aged. Barrel aged. Some of them have feet stank on them still. So Liz and I this last week, Liz has been wanting to rewatch Django Unchained. And the deal I struck with her was, we'll watch Django Unchained after we watch every single one of Quentin Tarantino's movies, because she's never seen his first few movies. She never saw... it's out of order. Oh, no. Look, this is out of order because I just put these on here so I could include these. These were out in the living room. It's okay. Nothing to see here. Now, she had never seen Reservoir Dogs. She had never seen Pulp Fiction, and she had never seen Jackie Brown, which Jackie Brown is my favorite. They did have a disc. Oh my God. Yep. I've been misspeaking so much today. You thought talking about movies in Dancecave was going to have my fast day. I know. I thought I'd be fine. I started at noon. Out of order and missing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, for shame. Well, look, that's a new one. And yeah, I haven't had a chance to get it yet. Okay. I put you in my mouth. Ew, I haven't washed this microphone. Reservoir Dogs. Excellent movie. Like, straight up, just excellent movie. Pulp Fiction. Excellent movie. Just straight up excellent movie. Jackie Brown. Excellent movie. Just straight up excellent movie. Kill Bill, Volume 1. Excellent movie. Just straight up excellent movie. Kill Bill, Volume 2. Excellent movie. Just straight up excellent movie. Grindhouse. Never seen it. Inglourious Bastards. Excellent movie. Just straight up excellent movie. Django Unchained. Excellent movie. Just fucking excellent movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. This is excellent. Yeah, if we're talking about the Tarantinos, look, I know everybody loves the Reservoir Dogs. Everybody loves the Pulp Fiction. Jackie Brown. Nobody fucking talks about Jackie Brown. Let's talk, please. Let's talk about Jackie Brown. Pam Grier. Samuel L. Jackson. Robert fucking De Niro. Bridget Fonda. Michael Keaton. The list goes on. Chris Tucker. It's an excellent cast. Excellent cast. Robert Forster. I didn't even mention. Look, when Robert Forster pops up, yeah, Robert Forster from Breaking Bad and a million other things. But it's just so fucking good. It is one of the best. Sid Haig, yeah, he's the judge. It's perfectly splendid. This Tarantino guy sounds like a pretty excellent filmmaker. That's Jay's favorite Tarantino movie for RLM, really? Interesting. I mean, look, it's the least Tarantino-y of the movies, but it's the most... It's the most proficiently... I don't want to say proficiently told story, because that's not the case. Like, his movies are very well told. But it is just, I mean, it's not, he's adapting. It's the only one of his movies that's an adaptation of a book by, what is it, Elmore Leonard or whatever the guy's name is? Something like that. I got it half right. I think it's based, I can't remember the name of the book it's based on. Shit. I can't remember. But Sweet Baby Jesus, that movie is just so fucking good. It's relatively straightforward. It's just, fucking like an arms dealer, and him trying to move money, and this airline stewardess that's caught up in it all, and she's a part of it, and the feds cracking down on her, and This bail bondsman that gets mixed up in all of it. And it's just like this crime drama that is splendidly Quentin Tarantino mixed in there. Like it's just like that's why I say it's like the least Tarantino-y movie of his. It has all of the hallmarks, including lots of feet, but it is just pitch perfect all the way through. Amazing performances, amazing cinematography. I think he was. I was reading trivia the other day, and if this trivia is true, Tarantino has said he felt like it was his first real movie. His first real movie as a filmmaker. Pam Grier kicks ass, absolutely. Now, I was saying that yesterday to Liz, or yesterday, the other day when we watched it, like Pam Grier and Robert Forster are so perfect in that movie. Like, yes, Samuel L. Jackson is amazing, and it's like Samuel L. Jackson has said it's his favorite. It's his favorite Tarantino movie, and I absolutely agree, because it's the most straightforward movie of his. It's like a movie. I don't know how to really explain it. It's just so well written, so well directed, so well shot, so well acted. The music is fantastic. It's just really. I've said it multiple times, a lot of perfect movies on the shelf. That is a perfect fucking movie. If you've never seen it and you're a fan of Tarantino, watch it, hunt it down. It is so good. You will not be disappointed. It's just great. Triumphant filmmaking. Hi, I'm Dan. I mean, the least Tarantino, I feel, can be a bit hard to say when looking at half his films. You compare Reservoir Dogs to Kill Bill; those are totally two very different films, but they are unmistakably Tarantino in dialogue and in presentation. Obviously, the presentation's way different, but he's channeling. Tarantino filters film genre through his work. Reservoir Dogs is Tarantino doing a heist movie. Pulp Fiction is Tarantino doing a crime movie of multiple different stories, seemingly unconnected, that are all connected, and he's doing it perfectly. Jackie Brown is him doing a straight crime drama, again, through the lens of a Tarantino thing. But I'm just saying, like, presentation-wise, it's the most plain, it's the least gaudy, but it still has those flares, but not as much as his other works. He works in non-linearity a lot, just like Nolan. In his films, and Jackie Brown does dabble in that towards the end, but it's a straight told story until towards the end of the movie. All of his other movies are told for the most part non-linearly, and very well done. Hateful Eight's not on this either. Yeah, Hateful Eight I didn't like when I first saw it. I saw it and I was just kind of like, yeah, that was fine. But I don't know, that one didn't hit me the way his other movies did. And then I watched that Netflix version that he put out, the extended version, and I liked it way better. I liked that a lot better. And it had some extra stuff in there, and it kind of can take its time a little bit more. And I don't know, maybe I was just sometimes I get this thing where it's like I try not to have expectations going in, but I had an expectation for that to be something completely different than it was. And maybe it was just I wasn't following it properly either. So yeah, I liked it a lot better the second time. Dialogue's probably the first thing that comes to mind with Tarantino. Yeah, exactly. And and Jackie Brown in that case is certainly unmistakably Tarantino in dialogue. But I don't know. There's just a few things that I feel kind of set it aside. Like, it just seems a little bit more tempered. You know what I mean? His movies have a lot more flash and style, and Jackie Brown is a lot more straightforward than his other movies. And again, Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction have that flashy style. Jackie Brown a little bit, but a lot less so, in my opinion. And the Kill Bill movies, yeah, those are on a completely different level. And then I think once he enters the Inglourious Bastards, Django, Hateful Eight, like that era of filmmaking, I feel like those are all very of a piece as well. Like, those feel kind of more thematically and also visually linked. I don't know. I like those have a very similar style, and I think it's because he uses the same cinematographer. Maybe we should rewatch it. Yeah, Epic Play. I liked it a lot better the second time around. I don't know if that Netflix is still up there. Version is still up there, because that's broken up like a TV show almost. And and it's really good. It's really, really good. I liked it a lot more the second time around. Kill Bills, yes. I mean, the Kill Bills are the Kill Bills. Liz and I started watching that the other day, but it was the night that we brought Cooper home, so we weren't able to watch the movie because we had to really keep an eye on Cooper. But yeah, Grindhouse I still haven't seen. I know that's like there are 2 movies in that. There's Planet Terror, which is Robert Rodriguez's movie. Like they were just trying to do throwback Grindhouse style movies. Robert Rodriguez did Planet Terror with crap. Trying to think of the lady's name, the actor's name. Crap. Why am I blanking on her name? She was in Charmed eventually. I'm sure somebody might be yelling it in the chat, but I'm looking at it back here. Oh yeah, Josh Brolin's one of those. Rose McGowan, Jesus Christ, Rose McGowan and other people, and then Tarantino's movie with Kurt Russell in there. Kelly Cuoco, no, yeah, Rose McGowan was who I was thinking of. Once Upon a Time has one of the most satisfying climaxes ever. It certainly climaxes all right. But yeah, I haven't seen Grindhouse. And now I will, hopefully, after we got Cooper all settled and we can actually sit down and watch a movie. Inglourious Bastards, excellent. That was the first Tarantino movie I saw in theaters. I missed Kill Bill because I was too young at the time to go see those, but I watched them when they came out on home video. I was very excited for the second one to come around because I had seen the first one before the second one came out. My brother was like obsessed. He was like, "You need to see this," and shared it with me. I love Kill Bill 1, but do not care for Kill Bill 2. They're different. They were filmed at the same time and split up. I think that was a studio decision, but he's since put them together and like he did a tour. Like it was like the Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair, where it was both movies put together. But I think that kind of gets rid of the cliffhanger aspect of the part 1, part 2. Because obviously you don't have that when you're watching it all together. But yeah, no, they are very different movies. And they're different paces too. The first one is like a direct line, and obviously it's a little nonlinear, but like the second movie kind of takes its time. It's slower paced. There's you kind of, it's like a video game almost, where it's like something like Prototype, where you start off and you are just this big badass character and you're going through and you're ripping shit up and you're getting shit done and you're doing all this stuff. And then Kill Bill Volume 2 like goes back. It's like, okay, let's take a moment to breathe. Let's show how we got to that point. So it definitely kind of kills the pace of it, and kind of throws it around. Also, Kill Bill is that old? Weird. Yeah, it was mid 2000s. It's old at this point. 15 years old or so. Xbox Live is apparently down, so I can't play DC Universe Online. So how's everybody doing? How you doing, some Mage? Rob Zombie also makes really good movies, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Look, we'll get to the Rob Zombie movies, okay? We'll get to the Rob Zombie movies. We're a couple shelves away. Although we already did cover over Halloween. Plus, I think we've had this conversation a little bit before Crazy Horse. I could be wrong. So, yeah. Django Unchained. Excellent movie. Yeah, Christoph Waltz coming back. Jamie Foxx. Kerry Washington. Samuel L. Jackson. Leo, obviously. Like, that movie is just, it's great. Don Johnson, like, what a fucking cast. And I kind of skipped over Inglourious Bastards, but like Inglourious Bastards, also excellent. Again, first Tarantino movie I saw in theaters. I remember watching that opening scene and just not, like, it just flowed so well. That movie starts off with such an engaging moment. Just an entire scene stretched out. And I remember watching that again when I got it on DVD at the time, I think, or like I rented it or something, or maybe I did buy it on Blu-ray by that point. I can't remember how old I would have been. Maybe I did have it on Blu-ray. Either way, I remember watching it and looking at the our DVD player had a little timer on it, and I was watching that scene, and I was like 15 minutes. You're 15 minutes into that. That scene is like 15 minutes long, and it just goes and goes and goes, and the tension just keeps going, and it's so good. The dialogue is just oozing out of that movie. I know it's sounding like sex right now, but it really is. Like, it's so fucking good. It's really, really good. Django's your number 2. I fucking love it so much. Stuff you hear about Tarantino on set are great. And also giant dildo the crew sticks in front of people's faces when they sleep. I heard about that recently. I didn't know about that one. I know, like, when they're in between takes, like when they're going to do another take, every single time Tarantino has them go, we're going to do another take. And why? Because we love making movies. He has like the entire cast and crew say that. Like, that's really cool. I appreciate the love that he brings to making movies. Like, he doesn't take it for granted. Yeah. The only thing I like about Inglourious Bastards, or the only thing I didn't like about Inglourious Bastards, is the subtitles. Subtitles don't bother me. So, like, I watch a lot of non-English movies. A lot of non-English movies. That's a little exaggerated. I've watched, a good many handful of non-English films. So subtitles don't really bother me. I can kind of bounce between subtitles and still, watch what's going on screen. I think that's a personal thing more than anything, but I understand. Down for some and not for others. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. And so, like, I mean, a good portion of Inglourious Bastards is subtitled. But a lot of great movies are subtitled. But I know, Americans typically, would rather see like an American remake of a foreign film, but sometimes the foreign film is better than the American remake. Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. Okay, so moving on, now we're getting around to the master himself, Steven S. Spielberg. Steven Spielberg, Schindler's List, never seen it. E.T. the Extraterrestrial, never seen it. Saving Private Ryan, saw half of it once. No, I'm lying. I haven't seen Schindler's List. It's on the list. It's on Daniel's list. E.T., I've seen it. Of course I've seen E.T. Don't worry about it. I've seen E.T. Yes, of course I've seen E.T. One of my grandfather's favorite movies, if not my grandfather's favorite movie. When that movie came out, he took all of his friends to go see that movie individually. Like, he just kept taking people to the movie theater. Reminds me of me. Because I did that with RoboCop, the remake. Remember when I talked about that? Yeah, I usually have subtitles on too. Yeah, Liz and I most often with the Tarantino movies, we've been watching them with subtitles. Full circle, exactly. E.T. is the extraordinary terrestrial. No, it's an excellent movie. Saving Private Ryan, excellent movie. War Horse, I actually really, really, really like War Horse. It's been a while since I've seen it, but when I saw that movie, I was like, man, that's actually a real, like, I thought Spielberg by that point, like, he hadn't been regularly making movies by that point. I don't understand the order I have these in. Anyway, like, it's like Schindler's List, E.T., Saving Private Ryan. I guess it was relatively chronological order until we get to Jaws in front of everything. I don't know why. That's weird. War Horse is a really good later Steven Spielberg movie. I think he's a little hit or miss in his later years, but still, some of his movies still hit that mark, and War Horse was probably the last one that I saw. I never saw Bridge of Spies. I don't have any interest in seeing the BFG. I saw Ready Player One. But yeah, it's still nuts to me that the kid from E.T. is the dad in Hill House and also in Bly Manor. Yeah, Henry Thomas. Henry Thomas is an excellent actor. Yeah, he's a regular with Mike Flanagan, the director of Hill House, and like he's in Dr. Sleep. I don't want to spoil who he is in Dr. Sleep, but he's good in Dr. Sleep in the one scene that he's in. That's the follow up to The Shining. But yeah. Really good actor. Henry Thomas is excellent. Warhorse here. Yeah. That's a Peter Rollis reference that I used to say all the time. Shout out to Peter Rollis. There's literally no order to the Spielberg films on your shelf. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why they're like that. I really don't. I mean, it is in order, right? It is in order. Yeah, Schindler's List was before E.T., right? Or was it the same year? No, Jurassic Park and Schindler's List, right? That came out the same year, I think, 92. Close Encounters. Yeah, I don't have Close Encounters. Again, I don't have all of every director's movies, and I love Close Encounters, but I don't think I have that. I don't have every movie, unfortunately. But yeah, it's pretty funny, Epic Player. But yeah, Spielberg. Can't go wrong. Then I have, oh crap, Inarritu. I can't remember the guy's full name. Alejandro Inarritu. I think he has a middle name as well, but I don't know all the words in his name. The guy, director of Birdman and The Revenant. I still haven't watched all of Birdman. I watched like probably 70% of that movie, and I never finished it. Liz and I started it, and then we didn't finish it. And then I just started it back on a plane once, and it got kind of awkward because there was a scene with Edward Norton being kind of weird, and I was like, oh, I'm uncomfortable watching this next to somebody next to me. Not that they give a shit, but I'm just so self-conscious, and so I haven't finished that movie. But I liked what I saw. The Revenant, excellent. That's a really great movie. That was one of the first movies that I watched on my projector screen way back when. But yeah, we already have Jurassic Park at the top of the thing. There's about 12 years between Schindler's List and E.T. The fuck are you on about? Oh, wait. It was E.T. the 80s? Look, I don't know things. The fuck you on about? Was it the 80s? Look, I don't know fucking shit. I wasn't alive if this was like... I thought this came out when I was a kid, but I guess I'm wrong. 93. Schindler's List was the 80s. Was that the 80s? What are you talking about? Was that later? 93. And when was Schindler's List? Let's see. It says 2013, but that's obviously the Blu-ray. 93. They both came out in 93. What the fuck are you on about? Am I wrong? This says 93. Unless this is unless I was looking at that was Schindler's List. It says 93. Look, I'm a dumb, okay? I hate when they don't have like the original date on here. It said it had the 93 was the best director for Schindler's List on the back. Look, I'm a dumb. I'm sure you're telling me in the chat right now, but I'm looking at it. I want to see it for myself. Tell me the years. Was it E.T. first? Schindler's List was obviously 93. I for some reason thought E.T. was like late 80s. 82. Holy shit. Okay, I thought it was late 80s. Yeah, don't have every movie, unfortunately. Me 24/7. The fuck are you on about? Sugarland Express was Spielberg's first movie, I believe. I do have more Spielberg movies, so I don't know why. I have Empire of the Sun somewhere, unless I traded. I actually might have sold that. I used to have Empire of the Sun. I watched it once, and then I was like, that's fine. That's a good movie. But I didn't know if I would ever watch it again, because I think it was one of the books I had. Yeah, I guess I don't have that anymore. Interesting. Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. Spielberg has directed some great movies. I don't own them all. The Oceans movies, Oceans 11, 12, 13. I at some point had lost one of them, but I guess one of them turned back up. Again, Liz had never seen those, so we watched through those all about a year ago. First one is, the first one's the first one. It's great. Second one, third one, yeah. Cool. And that's the Oceans trilogy. I've never seen the original. I've heard it's boring as hell and not very good, with the Rat Pack. Let's see. Will I get my payoff? I heard $12 or 12 sucks, but 11 and 13 are great. 12 is so weirdly cool. Look, okay. I could watch all three of those movies. The 12 kind of throws me off with Bruce Willis playing himself and Julia Roberts playing Tess Ocean, who is pretending to be Julia Roberts because Tess Ocean kind of looks like Julia Roberts. That throws me off. And like subverts my expectations in a way that I don't like. So, yeah. It brings Eddie Izzard into the Oceans movies, which I fucking love. Eddie Izzard all day. So all day, every day. But yeah, that's about as good. It goes meta. It goes too meta, in my opinion. It shouldn't have breached that. But I don't know. Look, they're all watchable. There are really great elements to all three of them. I love the filmmaking behind all three of them. I think the first and the third are definitely the strongest, and 12 it has some really great moments. And really great filmmaking. I love how it looks. Like that Ocean's 12 looks amazing. Same thing with 13. And the first one too, but like the other two have a much more film like quality to them. The first one feels a little bit more conventional visually. And the other two, Ocean's 12 is trying to do like a pseudo like 70s, like it's trying to do like a full on 70s movie with Ocean's 12, like visually, in my opinion. Seems I won't get it. Dan, sorry. Ocean was what I was referring to earlier with the body of water. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. I knew you were waiting for something and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to disappoint him. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking George Clooney. I mean, obviously stacked casts in those movies. For sure. And I love those movies a lot. That's why I shared them all with Liz. Do I see Repo the Genetic Rock Opera there? Talk about a weird movie. I love that movie. Night Surgeon. Yeah, that and Devil's Carnival. Yeah, I love those movies. Liz shared me Repo the Genetic Rock Opera. I like Devil's Carnival more. And I know Repo came first, and I think Repo has probably a larger fan base. But yeah, Devil's Carnival is really good. I'm slowly losing my voice. We're fine. So many movies I haven't watched, so I'm just sitting here going, what? Yeah. Look, I've seen over 1,900 movies in my lifetime, and I own half of them. Well, less than half, but I own a lot, and I own a lot of movies that I haven't seen. So we're getting to more of those here soon. Clerks 1 and Clerks 2. We're getting to the Kevin Smith section. I really wish I had Red State. Red State is my favorite Kevin Smith movie. I think it's its most mature, and with plenty of immaturity still within it, but like it's his most mature movie. I like Red State and Tusk have a really similar vibe in regards to him taking it a bit more seriously. Obviously, again, there are still jokes, and it's Kevin Smith. He's gonna be a bit more lighthearted in some moments more than others, but he does like kind of suspense and horror. Like Tusk has one of the most fucked up things I've ever seen in a movie. And it's good. Like outside, I think once Johnny Depp gets in the movie, and yes, Johnny Depp is in Tusk. He plays Guy Lapointe. He plays a French Canadian in that movie, and he's just doing this wacky character that comes in and kind of midway through the movie and kind of takes over the movie in a way. And look, the first time I saw it, I was absolutely loving that role, but in subsequent viewings, it does kind of kill the tone that was going on before that. And it's like, hey, Johnny Depp's here to do a wacky character in the middle of this movie. But yeah, I don't know. Tusk really screwed up at points. Yeah. I think I didn't saw Tusk. Yeah, Tusk is good. I really like Tusk. Oh, Grozgaz. Thank you. Grave. I'm sip some water. I'm going to have no voice by the end of this, by the way. How many movies did Spielberg have? A lot. He's made a lot of movies. Legacy is underrated. What are we talking about? Oh, Tron Legacy? Yeah, Tron Legacy is great. That's Daft Punk. Okay. Clerks 1, 2, Tusk. Then we're moving on to the let's zoom in because these are. I mean, it looks like the Sixth Sense is so tiny. Ding, 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 ding. The Sixth Sense. You can hardly see that. It's so tiny. Look at the Sixth Sense right there. Look at it. Where's my finger? There it is. Oh my God, I went too high. Yeah, my big fat finger. Look at the Sixth Sense right there next to Tusk. It's so tiny. We're getting on to the M. Night Shyamalan movies. The Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, Signs. Yeah, that's the only three I have because those are the only three I like. I mean, that's probably true for the most. No, I liked The Visit well enough. I didn't think it was amazing, but I didn't hate it either. And hey, Catherine Hahn. You know, she's in it a little bit on Skype most of the time. Yeah, I mean, Sixth Sense can't go wrong. Unbreakable can't go wrong. I was a big fan of Unbreakable well before, you know, Split and all that came around. Like, I missed Unbreakable. I saw Sixth Sense, obviously, because, you know, it was a sensation when it came out. And we had it on VHS, so I watched that movie over and over and over and over again. And I had seen Signs. That was one of my birthday movies for my 13th birthday. It was my first PG-13 movie, going to see that when I turned 13. Way back in 2003, I would assume. Or no, I guess that would have been 2002, right? I turn, like, my year, the last number of my age corresponds with the year for most of the year, because I'm born in September. So, like, now it's 2021. I'm 31. So I would have been, if I was just turning 13, it would have been 2012. Or not 2012, 2002. So Signs. So I had seen those two movies, and I hadn't seen Unbreakable because I missed it in the theater, and it like didn't really make that big of a splash. And I rented it at some point at the Premieres Video I used to go to all the time, where I would rent movies, and fell in love with that movie. I was like, my goodness, this is great. Obviously, Samuel L. Jackson and Bruce Willis and Robin Wright, who I think at the time was Robin Wright Penn, and just such a fantastic movie. I really like Unbreakable. It's a slow burn, and it's like, it's a take on the superhero genre well before superhero movies were like a regular, like, obviously they're huge now, but like going back and watching that now is really interesting. And then Split came out, and I got fucking spoiled in regards to the twist at the end of Split, and it being within the Unbreakable universe. And so I had seen it on Twitter or something, and then when I finally sat down and watched the movie at the end, I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome. But yeah, somebody had said something somewhere. But yeah, I was so surprised when I had first seen Unbreakable. Like, it was kind of like Jackie Brown, where I was like, why isn't anybody talking about this movie? And then I know that was supposed to be the start of a trilogy at the time. It's in, like, I think it's in the special features, and I had read about it, about how Shyamalan wanted to do, it was supposed to be the beginning of a trilogy, and then obviously he got to complete it eventually. I still have never seen The Village, and I saw Lady in the Water in theaters because I was a big fan of him. I loved Signs, but man, Lady in the Water was real disappointing. And I thought a little bit ego stroking all the way through. But yeah, Lady in the Water was a real mess. He got very up his own ass, I think. And I think it took a few failures for him to really, and I do have The Happening, not on the main shelf, but on the TV shelf in my multi-movie pack. I do have The Happening. So that is, I do own that. Village is really neat. I've heard good things about Village, but I never saw it. Mr. Trucifer, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Hell yeah. I hope you're doing well. Curious, have we passed by the amazing film that is Rubber? We have not. Rubber is coming up. We have been talking for 5 hours. I don't know why I'm so hoarse right now. Maybe because I keep doing that. All right. Thank you, M. Night Shyamalan. I'm going to stop giving my dissertation on all of these movies here soon and start going through that one. No, I wouldn't do that to you, or would I? You can't tell me what to do. I don't even know who you are. Okay, so this is my Disney section, featuring not a couple non-Disney movies. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Looks like we're a little off here. Let's center a little bit better. This thing auto adjusts, so pardon me if it's a little. Like, there's a stabilization feature that kind of like shifts the image around at points, which is a little weird. So yeah, we have the Pixar shorts collections. I have 2 of those. I have the first 2 volumes. A lot of really great shorts. If you haven't seen them, they're on Disney Plus. So definitely check those out. Plus, I mean, Pixar makes amazing shorts. Hydrate. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I've hydrated. The reason why I've heard Split is good is because the script and everything was written years before he became shit. Well, there you go. Yeah, Split was pretty good. I didn't think it was amazing, but it was pretty good. I mean, I think it's really that performance, James McAvoy's performance, that's really good. Glass, on the other hand, yeah. You know what? I liked Glass. I don't like all of Glass, but I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's dumb. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say about it. Decipher what you will from that. I'm not defending anything else. A Bug's Life. So yeah, we got some Pixar's here. We got A Bug's Life, Monsters Inc. Man, I'm actually surprised by some of these. I have Monsters University. What the fuck? All right. Hey, look, I'm pretty happy with my collection here now. Every single time I get around to the Disneys, I always get happy for some reason. A Bug's Life, excellent movie. That was the first Pixar movie I ever saw. No, that's a lie. I've seen Toy Story. Toy Story was the first one. I saw that in theaters. So never mind. I lied. A Bug's Life, Monsters Inc., Monsters University, which I really like Monsters University. I know that's not everybody's favorite, but I really like Monsters Inc. and Monsters University a lot. Jerry's Game, yeah. The Incredibles, Finding Nemo, Up, Toy Story 3. The reason why I don't have all three Toy Stories is because Disney never sells their Blu-rays cheaper than $20 for any of their movies ever. There's never a sale or deal from what I've ever seen. And so at the time, I think they were marked up. They might have been even more than $20, but I was just like, I couldn't justify buying all three Toy Stories. And maybe because they were all 3D too, they might have been even more. I don't know. But at the time I was just like, and I didn't get all these at the same time, but a lot of them I did. So yeah, for some reason I didn't get all three of them. Plus they also might not have been available at the time either. Haven't seen A Bug's Life in years. I know, right? I need to get back to that at some point too. Disney's bring back some memories of happiness. Well, it's just like, I'm just like looking at that. I was like, oh man, I have Monsters University. Oh, The Incredibles. I fucking love that movie. Finding Nemo. Excellent movie. I don't have Finding Dory, although I do love Finding Dory. And I like The Incredibles 2 as well. I just haven't gotten around to buying that at some point. I mean, one of these days. Look, if I'm ever like feeling like completing a lot of this set and I'm a millionaire, I'll do it. Okay. Up. I mean, I ugly cried. Up. If we're talking about ugly crying. That movie is just so fucking good. I saw most of these in theaters. I missed Finding Nemo in theaters. That was one I saw on DVD. That was one of my first DVDs way back in the day too. So I was like obsessively watching all those special features. And speaking of the Oceans movies, Peter Gould, who plays what is it, Saul or whatever? No, not Saul. The guy who gives them the job in the first movie and then he gets sick in the third movie. That guy, I can't remember his name. Shit. But Peter Gould is the name of the kid who voices Nemo in Finding Nemo. So there's two Peter Goulds, which really threw me off as a kid. Treasure Planet is underrated as fuck. Yeah, I never watched that movie. I've never seen that one. Haven't seen Toy Story 4 yet. It's good. I really like Toy Story 4. All four Toy Stories. You mean? Yeah, you're right. But I was just talking about specifically the first and because I mean, when I was getting these, the fourth one wasn't out, obviously. This was like, 9 years ago, I was buying all these Blu-rays. Anyway, Toy Story 3, don't have the first two, don't have the fourth one. Obs. Wow. Excellent movie. I haven't seen that all the way through since Christmas Day, the year it came out. Or the year it was available on home video, because we watched it all at my parents' house when we were younger, when it came out. And my goodness, what a great movie. I own it, but I haven't seen it in quite some time. I really should watch that. The fact that I even have that is like, look, I don't look at the Blu-ray shelf too often. I bought a lot of these a long time ago, and I don't too often, like, it's unless it's like I think of a movie that I'm like, oh, you haven't seen that? Let's watch that. Some of these I'm just like, ooh, nice. I own that. Cool. I'm going to watch that at some point. Brave. I've tried to start Brave probably 3 times, and I haven't gotten farther than that. I can't. Like, I've watched the first 20 minutes of that movie so many times, and I haven't gotten through it. I really need to lock myself in a room and watch it. Wreck-It Ralph has to be one of your favorites. Alan Tudyk is amazing in it. Who is Alan Tudyk in Wreck-It Ralph? I'm still here brings out the rebellious emo kid in me. Wally's so beautiful. I agree. Wally's great. Let's see here. Then we got Frankenweenie, which I haven't watched Frankenweenie. I still haven't watched that movie. Tim Burton's Frankenweenie. Wreck-It Ralph. Big Hero 6. Beauty and the Beast 3D. Lion King 3D. Lion King 2. Simba's Pride. I've never seen Lion King 2. I've heard good things. It's one of the reasons why I bought it. Plus, it was a related item to Lion King. I saw Lion King 3D in the theaters, which was fucking amazing. Like, that movie lends itself to 3D a lot. The way it was made was very, like, there's a lot of kind of shifting layers, and like that's just a really good movie in 3D. I'm a big fan of 3D. I know a lot of people aren't. A lot of people can't see 3D. A lot of people have problems with 3D because of glasses, and some people just don't give a shit about 3D. Some people it gives them a headache. Like, I completely understand, but for me, it's a non-issue, and so I quite like it. It's a novelty for sure, though. Hey, Shadow Blood, how you doing? Out of all the Batman movies, which is your favorite? Oh, you can't even hit me with that. You can't even hit me with that. I like them all for different reasons. If you put a gun to my head, Dark Knight for sure. The Dark Knight, hands down, probably. But I mean, come on, you gonna do me like that? I mean, it is The Dark Knight, though, right? Yeah, it's The Dark Knight. Either that or Mask of the Phantasm. If we're talking theatrically released Batman movies. Okay. Disney's A Christmas Carol. That's Robert Zemeckis, the guy who did the Back to the Future movies, and Jim Carrey, OBS. That was a good one. I really like that adaptation of the Christmas Carol because it wasn't what I was expecting. It was actually like a straight up adaptation of A Christmas Carol, and I was really surprised by that. Obviously, it has like some extravagances here and there, but like, and it's like this kind of 3D animated movie, but it's really interesting, and it's kind of made in that Beowulf style that Zemeckis coined, which was really weird and kind of looks strange. He did that with Polar Express and Beowulf, and he had that weird era where he was just doing those weird motion capture movies, which is cool. Hey, look, pushing technology and all that jazz, but it was a weird phase or era, I should say. He's the Candy King. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. It was this guy. He was just doing that voice. Gotcha. He's so great in those. Yeah, he's in all of the Disney animation studio movies. He's the chicken in Moana. I haven't seen Beauty and the Beast in like 15 years. That movie's excellent. Beauty and the Beast is so good. Saw part of WALL-E, but don't think I got halfway through. I think I was tired watching it the first time. Yeah, if you're watching that and you're really sleepy, I'd imagine that'd be a thing. You saw it last Christmas. It was cool enough. Could I ask if I should ask Dan about my shout out in a future time, or should did I miss a shout out? Epic Player and before the M Night bullshit shout out time. Oh, sorry, I'm not. I wasn't looking at that. I missed it. Hold on, I gotta scroll over to my desk. I gotta put in my earbuds so I can hear. Okay, I can hear myself now. Have I been sounding good? Hopefully I've been sounding good. I got a different mic going on here. All right, shout out to Epic Player. Good, yeah, yell at me next time. Yell at me. Epic Player, here you go. God, my voice is going. Yeah, I can do like full on, like beatbox style. Right? No? You're going to get beatbox because I have a hand microphone now. That's bad. Nah, it's a little off. Too fast. Epic Player. Epic Player. Epic Player. Epic Player.
62.
Epic Player.
62 epic player 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 62
Epic Player 62, shout out to you. Thank you for spending the 5,000 map points on that shout out. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, that was my first time doing it with the hand mic. Right. All right. Anyway, let me take off the took off the little fuzzy there. I accidentally clicked out of the chat. How do I get back to that? Doodaloo-doo. View dashboard. There we go. Alrighty. Sorry, I missed that, buddy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was a little bit ago. Apologies. Just watched Journey to the Center of the Earth. Kind of cheesy, but good. Which one? The original or the Brendan Fraser one? Okay, we got to get rolling. What next? Rescuers and the Rescuers Down Under. It's like a dual pack here. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can get a little bit closer. It's a dual pack. I am a huge fan of Rescuers Down Under. We had it on VHS when I was a kid. I had never seen the original movie, which is kind of weird because Rescuers Down Under has a lot of kind of like return references to the original movie, but it certainly works on its own. So I still have yet to this day seen the original Rescuers. I know there's one frame of nudity in the movie that's probably been, there's a part where they're like flying by windows and one of the windows has like a naked lady in it. That one of the animators snuck in there, but I think it's been subsequently removed from home video releases. So it's probably not there anymore. Anyway, fun fact, a little bit of a trivia there. You had it on VHS. I think that would still have that frame of nudity in there if you want to look that up at some point. Just go the super slow motion. Just like the dust being kicked up in Lion King that says sex. Anyway, Rescuers and Rescuers Down Under. I've never seen the original. Rescuers Down Under is incredible. Really great movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, though, so maybe I'm absolutely wrong. James and the Giant Peach. What does that say? What edition? Special edition. Nice. James and the Giant Peach. I love it. My name is James. That's what Mother called me. Yeah. James and the Giant Peach. Excellent movie. Henry Selick, the director of Nightmare Before Christmas. Really great director, stop motion director. And he also did Coraline as well, which I have not seen. Well, I've seen a good chunk of Coraline. I just haven't seen it from beginning to end. I've mainly seen it from like the weird part on once she's in like the alternate realm and stuff. And I've definitely seen the ending of that movie, but I've never seen it from beginning till end. I mean, we have the Little Mermaid VHS cover with the dingling on it. Yeah, that's true. Pretty sure it was a real photo of a naked woman. Yes, it was. It was. Glad to see 70s animation film supporting homemade porn. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a lady in a window. Anyway, hi, I'm Dan. Paranorman 3D. Paranorman's a good one. Paranorman's just a good one. Yeah, I haven't seen that since 2013 was the last time I watched it. We watched it down in the basement at the Second Creature House. Yeah, it's a good one. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, classic. That's a good one, huh? I saw the second one in theaters and started to fall asleep during it. We also saw the panelette in Hall H for Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, too. It was good. The movie was all right. Either that's Cooper or that's Liz opening the thing. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a brief break. And when we come back, more stuff. I'm going to go check on Cooper. Cooper's had surgery recently. And I just want to make sure he's okay. And everything. I think that's just Liz opening up his crate. If not, that's him clanging around in there. So I want to go check on that. BRB, sit back, chillax, enjoy some music.
shine. Yearnings intertwined, the golden age in ashes once again. Under stirring stars, in the burning shards, kindle fragments of the falling rain. So look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn. Stronger together now, we were never gone, gone, gone. Look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn, my friends. Come on, come on, come on, light up the flame. You're gonna bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. Bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. Through coronas wide, supernovas die, fractured in the fateful fall of man. Feel the heart raging of a strength unseen, unity will bring the upper hand. So look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn. Stronger together now, we were never gone, gone, gone. Look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn, my friends. Come on, come on, come on, light up the flame. You're gonna bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. Bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. Fly into the path of sacrifice, place another bullet paradise. We were never gone just down and down. Just another silent prison, right into the cataclysm. Find a way to panic and the doubt. Look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn. Stronger together now, we were never gone, gone, gone. So look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn. Stronger together now, we were never gone, gone, gone. Look to the break of dawn, to the break of dawn, my friends. Come on, come on, come on, light up the flame. You're gonna bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. Bring the light back, bring the light back, bring it right back. shrouds of history. I've walked the hidden hallways. I've braved the bleakest cold.
Hello, hello, we're back. Bloop. Whoop, whoop. We're back to the collection. All right. So, Cooper was misbehaving. Sorry about that. But we have a sick kitty and, well, not sick kitty. He's recovering from surgery. and he got his cone off apparently briefly. Liz has been trying to sleep. She's keeping an eye on him in the living room. We've been trying to tag team it as much as possible. And I kind of forewent sleeping for doing this stream because I need to stream. But yes, hi, I'm Dan. Hey, my fellow only Dans, are you gonna be rolling with that already? There it is, the one you've been waiting for. Do you see it? Did it change? Did I accidentally knock it? Oh no, we moved it. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, Spaceballs. Spaceballs! All right. I'm going to start going faster through these. It's been 5.5 hours, and I really wish that I could kind of sit here and really kind of take a million years to go through each and every single one and talk about it, but I also need to keep an eye on Coop because he's been acting up, and Liz needs my help a little bit because we're both much better with him together than, otherwise. Indeed, yeah. Yeah. Do I sound good if I'm kind of talking this slow? I'm slowly losing my voice by talking so loud, but I think that looks good on the reader. Hopefully it is. I'm kind of slowly losing my voice. Time for Blu-ray any percent speed run. Sounds fine. Good. All right, so here we go. We're getting into some real good stuff. So yeah, you can kind of see it's somewhat in alphabetical order, and then it just goes right out the window. It was in alphabetical order at some point, and then I started going color coordinated. Now we're in the free-for-alls here, the free-for-all section. We're kind of at where there are a million different movies from a million different directors. That's not correct, number-wise, but a lot of really great directors in here. I don't like. There's some like we got a Mel Brooks. We got some Mel Brooks mixed in here. We got some Adam McKay's. We got some. I'm just looking at the rest of the shelves left. I mean, we got a lot of different mishmash of things. We might have some directors that were up at the top. Like there might be one or two. Oh, I see Rubber. I found Rubber finally. There might be one or two Finchers mixed in for some reason. I swear I have Panic Room, but maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. So the shelf that we are on, we are entering the random movie zone. 10 Things I Hate About You, Heath Ledger, Julia Stiles, the little Joe. He was the Joe. Hit record Joe. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. There we go. The great movie. An adaptation of Taming of the Shrew, done with a bunch of high school teens. Intern Joe, no. You know what I mean. Apollo 13. Ron. Yeah, I'm sure there's more than one or two Ron Howard movies in here. I should put all the Ron Howard movies together. I have more than one of those. Apollo 13. The Austin Powers. I can't fucking talk. The Austin Powers collection right there. I know it's probably a little tough to see. It's that blue case. So that's all three Austin Powers movies. International Man of Mystery, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and of course Goldmember. Delicatessen, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and I can't remember the other director's name. Delicatessen is a French movie. It's kind of like a post-apocalyptic, quirky movie set in a cannibal hotel. Yep. It's good. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Anchorman, and the unrated edition, and Anchorman 2, the R-rated version or whatever that was. Yeah, it was the R-rated version, right? Little Joe Dirt prequel. That sounds like fun. So French. Yeah, it really is. It's so fucking good. And it really, like, when you watch the movie, I mean, that is the plot at the most basic level. It's like a former circus performer in the post-apocalypse unknowingly moves into a hotel run by a cannibal. It's like a cannibal delicatessen. It's a movie. It is very French as well. It is very, very French. Disable the Alarm. Thank you so much for that follow. The Big Sick, excellent movie. That was one of the Bent Fork donated movies from my Amazon wish list. So thank you, Bent Fork. That movie is excellent. That movie is so good. That's a really good one. Kumail in one of his best roles, and he co-wrote the movie. Oh God, hold on 1 second. Checking on the cat. All right, some cat emergencies. Sorry about that. Again, if you're just tuning in, my cat had surgery recently, and Liz and I are the only two who are really here to keep an eye on him, obviously. And so, yeah. Herschel's Lane was 8 years ago. Now I feel old. Oh, my gosh. 8 years ago? It was more than that, right? Was that 2012? That was 9 years ago. Well, I guess 9 years ago. Now do you feel even older? Classic. All right. Yeah, sorry about the breaks that keep happening. Again, my cat's recovering from surgery, and he's being an idiot and keeps trying to get his cone off. And Liz is just trying to sleep on the couch and keep an eye on him, and he keeps interrupting. We're on the graveyard shift schedule. We're on the overnight schedule, so I'm completely fucked up now because I started this at noon, and I woke up at like 2 a.m. Like, we're getting all screwed up from taking care of him, and Liz is still working at PetSmart and doing her job, and I haven't had time to stream until now, and I'm trying to get through this, and I didn't think it would take me more than 6 hours, but here we are. I'm going to have to start really blowing through these so I can relieve her of her duties. Hello from NC. Oh, nice. I'm in NC too, Gotham's Elite. There we go. Gotham's Elite. You're such a Elite. No, yeah. Gotham's Elite. Hello. Hello from NC back at you. When I was a kid, my uncle got me How the Grinch Stole Christmas poster signed by Ron Howard and Brian Grazer. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, Brian Grazer is Ron Howard's producing partner. I could hold him for you so you can do the talkies about the motion pictures. I fucking tweaked my knee bending down to his crate. Blazing Saddles is a brilliant movie. I agree. All right, here we go. Big Sick, Black Dynamite, Blazing Saddles, Caddyshack, Get Smart, The Hangover, Unrated, Hangover Part 2. I don't have The Hangover Part 3 because, yeah, I've also never seen Caddyshack. I own it, but I've never seen it. Blazing Saddles is excellent. Love Mel Brooks. Black Dynamite, I mean, do I have to talk about Black Dynamite? If you haven't seen Black Dynamite, Michael Jai White is amazing, and there was a cartoon series, and I wish they had made more movies or would make more movies. I know he keeps talking about it every now and again. There was like, they were trying to do like a GoFundMe for it at one point. I don't know if that ever happened or whatever. Like, not GoFundMe, but like that kind of thing. So yeah, really good stuff. Let's see here. Get Smart. That was the remake of the TV show. I loved the TV show back in the day. I used to watch that a lot as a kid, so I saw Get Smart in theaters. That was one of the early The Rock movies from way back in the day. He does a lot of TV show like movie adaptations. It's kind of weird. The Informant, that's Matt Damon, really great movie. That's by the director of the Ocean's movies. Steven Soderbergh. That's a really good movie. If you haven't seen that, it's actually based on a true story. I used to have the book. I don't know what happened to that, but I used to have the book, The Informant, that the movie's based on. That's really good. Love some Bill Murray. Yeah. Don Adams. Aw, Cherry B. You know all the great classic actors like Pam Grier and Don Adams. I love you. P.S. I love you. I don't have that movie. Monty Python's The Holy Grail. Hell yeah, of course. Life of Brian. I've never seen Life of Brian, but I own it. I've heard it quoted. I've seen parts of it. I've never watched it. I have to rectify that soon. A League of Their Own. Hell yes. Penny Marshall. I have a couple Penny Marshall movies. I don't know why they're not next to each other. Probably because I was doing color coordination, and also that was like, well, no, she did Awakenings. So Awakenings and A League of Their Own would be pretty close to each other. Anyway, Penny Marshall, if you don't know who she is, she was either Laverne or Shirley, one of the two. Her brother was Gary Marshall, who was also a director. He's actually in A League of Their Own. If you've never seen A League of Their Own, it's there's no crying in baseball. Like, one of the best movies. Again, classic. One of those perfect movies. Liz and I watched it probably like 5 months ago or so, and just that movie is endlessly quotable, and I watched it a million times growing up, and it's still great. Street Kings. John Wick before John Wick. It's not as impressive as John Wick is. It has some gunplay, but it's not as extended as John Wick is. But it's Keanu and Chris Evans. That's right, you heard it. Heard that. And other actors. You got Forrest Whitaker. I want to say Common's in it, but I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe a different rapper. No, I don't think Common's in that, actually. I can't remember. Hi, I'm Dan. Anyway, not great movie, but good movie. It has Hugh Laurie as well, hot off. Well, no, he was still doing House at the time. I'm Dr. Gregory House. She was Laverne. Thank you. Hey, Immortal Chaos. How you doing? Your screen is frozen. Is it still? Well, no, it's just a still. Wow, wow, wow. We're looking at my thing here. Will say your love for Batman helped get me into Batman. So thank you. No, oh hell yeah, Gotham's Elite. That's fucking awesome. I love hearing that. All right. What next? Some Like It Hot, classic movie. Somebody asked me earlier my favorite black and white movie. That's definitely one of them. Some Like It Hot's pretty good. I love me some Jack Lemmon. Spaceballs. I mean, Mel Brooks. Come on. Why isn't Blazing Saddles next to Spaceballs? Probably because I was doing that color coordination. But I was kind of doing alphabetic a little bit at the beginning. Obviously, things have gotten mixed up over time. The Addams Family, like 2-pack. It's Addams Family and Addams Family Values. Listen, I love the Addams Family. I actually really liked that new animated movie recently, but I don't own it, obviously. They're making a sequel to it, too. Ted Unrated. I forgot I even had that. And yes, Ted's pretty good. It's been a while since I've seen that one. Tropic Thunder, the director's cut. Yeah, what can I say about Tropic Thunder? That movie's great. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Again, endlessly quotable and just really, really good. That's a good one. Actors being assholes out in the wilderness. Got some summer fruits juice. There you go. Jack Black peak performance. Have you seen Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny? No, I haven't. I have not. I like Jack Black a lot. I met him at the Alamo Draft House on my birthday, actually. I got to see an advanced preview on my birthday for Goosebumps. And the cast of the movie was there. It was Jack Black and that Dylan kid from 13 Reasons Why, and a couple of the other the lady in that movie too. Yeah, it was really cool meeting them. Very briefly, it was just in a little signing line. Yeah. Something happened and you had to stop drinking it. Still got the Batman lunchbox from Secret Santa. I don't know where it went, but I mean, I should somewhere. Anyway, yeah. The one with the cape? Is that the one we're talking about or a different one? Anyway. Tropic Thunder. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? It's the 25th anniversary edition. Blu-ray. Man, that movie's good. I'd never seen it all the way through until I got it on Blu-ray, and then Liz and I were living together, and then we watched it because she was really a big fan of that. Man, Christopher Lloyd is terrifying in that movie. Yes Man, that was another one. Again, like I owned it, but I hadn't seen it, and I love Jim Carrey, and Liz turned me on to that one. She was just like, it's a really good one, and I do like that movie a lot. Young Frankenstein, classic. One of my favorite movies of all time. Yes, Young Frankenstein. Yes. Mixing black beans later. Nice. Got to taste one to check the texture. Black beans can be a little, they're supposed to be like a little snappy, right? You don't want it to be like completely soft. They have a little bit more of a snap to them. That's why I prefer pinto beans. Not mushy. Yeah, there you go. Yes Man's a good one. Yeah. Yes. I fucking love, that was the movie that introduced me to Rhys Darby's, and I fucking love that guy, the New Zealand actor. Dude, he is so fucking good. You have Who Framed Roger Rabbit on VHS. Oh, nice. All right. Spy Game. Yeah, that's like a Brad Pitt, Robert Redford spy movie. It's okay. I used to have it on VHS. Or my brother did. Little Miss Sunshine. I still have never seen Little Miss Sunshine. I've only heard great things. I forget that I have that often. Mrs. Doubtfire, classic. What more can you say about that? Scarface. I've never seen Scarface, but I have a steelbook of it, and I'm going to watch it one day. I'm sorry for not having watched it. I know a lot of people have seen Scarface, and it's say hello to my little friend. Right? Something like that. I haven't seen it, but at some point I will. The Leon the Professional, we were talking about that the other day on stream. Leon the Professional, I mean, one of my favorite movies growing up, one of my brother's favorite movies. Luc Besson, writing and directing. Excellent movie. Jean Reno, the Natalie Portman's first movie. It's a real good one. Glengarry Glen Ross, David Mamet written movie. He didn't direct it, but I can't remember who directed that movie. Maybe somebody named Livingston. Probably not. Glengarry Glen Ross, that's like a heavy dialogue movie, and it's just so masterfully written, using language like a symphony. It's great. Gary Oldman acting his ass off the movie. Yes, Leon the Professional. Gary Oldman overacting to the nines, and it's amazing. I haven't got time for this Mickey Mouse bullshit. The Room, a signed copy of The Room. Thank you very much. And of course, I have to show you my message from Tommy Wiseau. Let's see here. Oh, I'm trying not to block the light. Hold on. We're going to get it. To Daniel. May all your dreams come true. Love, Tommy Wiseau. And it's dated 1/22/2013. Yeah, baby. That's right. I have a signed copy of The Room, and it's not in a frame because it should be in a frame. Let's see here. Good for iron. What are we talking about? Beans? We're talking about beans in the chat. All right. What is even happening? Bean talk going on. That's the most valuable movie we have. We have found it. Oh, there you go. They have good beans at Disney. I've heard good things. All right, boys. Take it into the whispers. Take your bean talk elsewhere. Okay, what are we doing here? Troll 2, I think fittingly next to The Room. A Clockwork Orange, also fittingly next to Troll 2. Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange, right next to Troll 2 and The Room and Glengarry Glen Ross and Gattaca, which I haven't seen Gattaca, but I've heard really good things, hence why I have it on Blu-ray. The Minority Report, excellent Steven Spielberg movie, again, not with the Spielberg movies for some reason. Devil's Advocate, Keanu at baby Keanu status and baby Charlize Theron status with a very insane Al Pacino as the devil. So yeah, you can't miss that. Danz doesn't like beans. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat, and all I'm seeing is beans. I have a very limited screen space for chat, and it's filling up with beans. And I'm trying to keep up with the actual movie conversation. How dare you talk about beans? No, I'm kidding. It's been a great conversation. Oh my god. But yeah, you got stomped on your bean thing. Never forget the dreaded dragon spray from the Sweden trip. Yes. Immortal Cast, thank you for the 200 bits. I kind of don't remember that unless it's like a fart spray thing. Max von Sydow. Was Max von Sydow in something we were talking about? Was he in Devil's Advocate? I really can't. Oh no, Minority Report. Yeah, he's great in that. But it's not off topic. I mean, Sean Bean. Yeah, we were talking Sean Bean. I'm just trying to get through these movies so I can go help Liz with the cat. I can hear right now that he's not behaving. And I'm not through this. I might not be able to get to the other shelf today because I really do need to get through these, and I'm going so slow. Collateral, Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx, directed by Michael Mann. Good movie. That's a good one. I haven't gone back to that one. I need to go back at some point. Casino. I've never seen that one all the way through. I've never casino all the way through. What? I tried to make a joke there. But, Scorsese, can't go wrong. I've seen parts of it. I just have never seen it from beginning to end. I think we lost camera focus. Oh, is it? Oh, ew, gross. Yeah, sorry about that. Hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. It's autofocus, so... And I'm like just looking with my real eyes at the thing. Layer Cake, man, that's a good one. Who is that? Layer Cake isn't Guy Ritchie, but it is Matthew Vaughn, the director of like the Kingsman movies and X-Men First Class. Yeah, X-Men First Class. Really good director. Layer Cake, Daniel Craig. Good gangster movie. Crisp. That's what we're looking for. Tommy Wiseau made everything unfocused. Who knew? What is the random emote unlock? I have all of them unlocked. Yeah, don't use that. It's a waste of points for you because you have them all unlocked. Can always end the stream and pick it up another day? That is true. I might just make it to the end of this other thing and then we could just next stream because this has been 6 hours. I was not planning on doing this for this long. But yeah, that might be a good call. So I'll once we're done with this shelf, I say we should probably do it. But Liz hasn't gotten much sleep, and I can hear her having some issues with Cooper, and I feel really bad just hanging out in here and talking movies with y'all. But I wanted to be able to stream because I fucking need to stream because this is my job, and hi, I'm Dan. But finish the row and save the rest for another stream. Yeah, thank you for that suggestion, everybody. 6 hours flew by. I know, right? Because I can't fucking shut up about movies. Natural Born Killers. Speaking of Tarantino, movie was written by Tarantino, directed by Oliver Stone, and I've never seen it. I wonder if I should toss that into the Tarantino movies with Liz and I watching those. I doubt she would appreciate that, but and I think like Tarantino wasn't crazy about what Stone did with it or whatever, but it's a script by Tarantino at the very least. Can we get a quick wide shot of the whole shebang? I mean, it doesn't go all the way out. We just got the Bane. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. Yeah, that actually kind of worked. Bum 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 bum. Perfect. Yeah. It's like Monolith of Cinema. I mean, it kind of is. I used to have a black shelf, but this one held more Blu-rays. Honestly, don't like Natural Born Killers. Some cool aspects, but kind of gross for some reason. I mean, I've heard it's pretty ultra-violent, but I've never watched it. You have quite the collection, my man. Awesome. Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's like over 700 Blu-rays because I'm a weirdo. Let's see here. Source Code. That is the sequel. Well, not the sequel. The follow-up to Moon. from director Duncan Jones. His first movie was Moon. His second movie was Source Code. He's David Bowie's son. Fun fact, I saw him at, not RTX, at PAX, one of the PAXs. Jordan and I were doing a signing at the Rooster Teeth booth, and then after that we were going on stage just to do like a little show for peeps who were at the booth. And Duncan Jones was being interviewed, I think, by Gus or somebody from Rooster Teeth over for the Warcraft movie. That was before he also directed Warcraft. That was his third movie. Which I like Warcraft. I like that movie. I don't love it, and it's kind of bad in stretches as far as like movie wise goes. Sorry to burp right in the microphone. But you know what? I enjoy it on a level for sure. It's just not a great movie, unfortunately. Anyway, my God, it's full of movie stars. What? Forgot the Warcraft movie existed. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like, it just kind of came and went, and it just wasn't very good, but I enjoy it. So Source Code. Yeah, that's Jake Gyllenhaal and Michelle Monaghan, on a train. And Vera Farmiga and Jeffrey Wright. It's a really good cast and an interesting movie. I don't like the implications of the ending of it. Searching for Sugar Man. That's a documentary. The first documentary on the board here. I still haven't seen that one, but I've heard really good things about it, and hence why I bought it, and I haven't watched it. 40-Year-Old Virgin, one of Liz's favorite movies. I either got that because she loved it, or I already just bought it in general. But great movie. The Devil's Own. Speaking of more IRA stuff, we were talking about that earlier with Sean Bean in Patriot Games. This is a movie with Harrison Ford and Brad Pitt sporting a horrible Irish accent. He's real bad. He's an IRA member coming to America to secure guns for the Irish Republican Army movement, and he's staying at an Irish American cop's house, and Harrison Ford is that Irish American cop who is not doing an accent. He's an American. So he doesn't have a horrible accent. Brad Pitt does. They feel like sand. Oh, God. What does it mean putting a pussy up on a pedestal? Why are you the second person to say that? Anyway, that movie is great. Okay, Devil's Own, Slumdog Millionaire. I still have not seen that movie. Directed by Danny Boyle, starring, Dave Patel. I have not seen that movie. I will one day. It won an Oscar. It had a lot of hype around it around the time it came out. I heard a lot of great things and never saw it, and I bought it, and I still haven't watched it. One of these days, I will. Is Tell the Triune Film short? It is. Yeah, that is Tell, directed by, oh crap, why am I going to blank on his name right now? Ryan, Yep. Ryan Connolly, thank you. Scored by friend of the channel, Daniel James. Daniel James, who scored Trapville. If you saw the pilot episode of Trapville, and everybody did, he did the score for that. He also did the score for Tell and a couple of other Ryan Connolly stuff. Ryan Connolly! I just think of Billy Connolly when I think of that. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Film Riot. And I own Tell on Blu-ray because when I watched that short, I nearly shit my pants. And Ryan does some really good horror stuff. That horror short he did like about a year ago or less than a year ago. I think it was about a year ago. Was really good. He just kind of did like a trial short. His shorts are really good. I really like his film style. Anyway, have you ever seen Armageddon? Yeah, I've seen Armageddon. I think it's on here somewhere. I definitely have Armageddon. Okay, I'm going to have to get done with this shelf, and then I'm going to have to go because it sounds like it's not going very well in the living room. Tell, Silent Hill, and King Kong, the Peter Jackson King Kong. Silent Hill, I mean, I saw that in theaters. I thought it was a little ultra-violent towards the end, but it's a good movie. I enjoy it. Alice Krieg, right? Borg Queen lady, church lady. I think we're going to have to pause this and leave this and come back to the shelf another time. It defeated us this day. It's just so large and in charge, and I think we're going to need time to actually cover the rest of the movies. But unfortunately, I have a cat that needs to be taken care of. Not unfortunately. I mean, he's my responsibility, and I would very much like to take care of him because He's a little sweetheart, and he's just being a little jerkbag right now because he's, sick and he doesn't know how to take care of himself, and that's what we got to do. So, oh, look at this. Oh, shit. We're flipping around here. We're flipping the script. You can see me on the TV behind me delayed. Look at that fucker. Look at that fucker. He doesn't even know what's about to happen right now because he's from the past. He's from the past. Now he's pointing at himself. He doesn't even fucking know what's going on. He doesn't know that this is going to happen. See, look at that shit. He didn't know that was going to happen. He didn't know. Look at the surprise on his face. Look at that shit. All right. So, everybody, thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Sorry I wasn't able to get through all the Blu-rays. I was not expecting it to take this long today. And I need to go take care of Cooper and my wife, who's amazing, and taking care of that cat with very little sleep. And I have also not slept much. And we're going to go take care of that cat with sleep deprivation on our brains. Hi, I'm Dan. I love y'all. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for the support, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. We're going to have to do more of this. I can be Cooper when I'm not feeling the best. I can empathize with the little guy. Yeah. I mean, hey, look, he's just a recovering kitty, and he doesn't know any better. So next time on Dragon Ball Z, we count through the rest of my Blu-rays. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you. I'm just going to have to wind down here. Love y'all. Have a good one. See you later. Goodbye.
It's your boy Giovanni Alfredo, blaring through BTCV Radio. Listen to me and know what I know, teaching you through my fire rhyme flow. There's no telling how fast that I'll grow, transcending all the levels, see how far that I go. Oh, hell yeah, man, you know me, it's Alfredo, Giovanni. Follow me if you wanna live, but if you don't, wait and see how many shits that I give. The day is done and it's time to be brave. Gather round and soon we'll be breaking